Hello, my darlings. Hello. And welcome to this Halloween special. I should have actually changed the background. Oh shit, I forgot to change the background. I gotta take this off. Oh my god. My glasses are steaming up. I'm not kidding. I am blind. I am currently blind as a bat. I couldn't see a thing. Hello, everyone. Hope you're getting inebriated as I am. And I'm going to continue to get inebriated quite heavily this evening. Now, currently, the vodka of choice is this one. I don't know what it is. J.J. Whiteley, I guess it's called. I don't know. Watermelon and lime vodka. But that's also, I've got Coke in it. This entire bottle is going to go. But fear not. If you think that bottle was empty or was low, this is Havana Club and rum. Havana Club rum with lemonade as a backup to the vodka. So if the vodka does not last the evening, we have a backup. Okay. I mean, it's another glassful, I think. I've already been drinking, kids. So how you been? How you doing? Are you enjoying the candies? Have you all got some fucking sugar rush running through you? Oh, that one needed more Coke. That one needed more Coke. It definitely needed more Coke. So, kiddies, what are we doing? What are we talking about? About, as the Canadians would say. What are we doing? What we are doing is actually, I apologize, because I just realized I should have actually given a more Halloween-y themey to this particular evening, and I did not. So I apologize for that. I should have done it this. I should have done this. Oh, what the hell? What the hell, man? What's going on around here? Something wrong here. This should have been like in the back, but it's not in the back. It's in the front, and there you go. Isn't that better, kids? A little bit more Halloween-y. Is it Halloween-y? To be honest, you can't even see it. You can't even fucking can't see it. Can't see it. It's ruined. It's ruined. The effects is ruined, and I can't wear this shit because it steams up my glasses. So it's all a mess. It's all a mess. Let's just carry on. Let's just plow through. Plow through, people. We shall plow through. Okay. The first thing I wish to start this Halloween evening show with, the Halloween evening show. I like that sound effect. I really like that sound effect. I don't know what you guys think, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. Start with a little rain, little thunder. Go straight in. Go straight in for the kill. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. It does it for me. Okay, so what are we doing with this evening's stream? We're going to start with a little comedy. Of my personal favorite comic. This is a little quick intro. I'll give you a quick intro to Ahmed, the dead terrorist. If you guys don't know, there's a gentleman called Jeff Dunham. He does a ventriloquist act, and he has a particular character called Ahmed, the dead terrorist. Now I'll probably get copyright for this, but who cares? Who cares? It's Halloween. We're gonna get through this. We're gonna get through this. We're gonna make it. Okay, remember the merch. Go to the merch. If I get copyright for this, Jeff Dunham can't do me for the merch underneath. So what are we looking at? Here is a little intro to Ahmed, the dead terrorist.
Amongst us.
But apparently he was not an accomplished terrorist. I don't know if he actually accomplished anything that he set out to do. I do know that he managed to blow himself up.
There you go.
Good evening, Ahmed. Good evening. infidel. So you're a terrorist?
Yes, I am the terrorist.
What kind of terrorist?
A terrifying terrorist. Are you scared?
Not really, no.
And now?
Not really, no.
Silence! I kill you!
I'll be honest, this looks more Antifa than it does Halloween. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm just torturing myself at this point. I do have a weird, funky gothic t-shirt as well. So there you go. I've made an effort, people. What more do you need from me? And yes, this is Ahmed, the dead terrorist. I actually want to give you the introduction because I want to actually go to this, which is actually far better.
Greetings! I am Ahmed, the dead journalist, and welcome to another edition of as Crap Election News. I am currently at an undisclosed location in one of the big cities in the United States where peaceful demonstrations are now taking place. Very peaceful. Pay no attention to the peaceful explosions all around me. Holy crap, it's just celebrations of peace. I think I was safer as a suicide bomber. Okay, moving on. Today, I have the honor of hosting a debate for the upcoming presidential election between two gentlemen we all know very well. First, the winner of the 2016 election, the outspoken and sometimes, what the f*** did he just tweet? President of the United States, Donald Trump. And his opponent, the most questionable presidential candidate in the history of this country, mainly because he lives in the basement and we're fairly certain his wife has him on a shock collar to keep him from saying random crazy stuff. Please welcome the former Vice President, Bin Hayden.
By the way, I haven't actually seen all of this, so some of this is even new to me. And also, this is a good time to interrupt it for copyright purposes. Thus, I'm giving a critique and review of this show. And these two characters, by the way, both presidents, are based on one character that Jeff Dunham does, which is like a grumpy old man. So they're both pretty much the same guy.
Where the hell's a teleprompter? I can't see it with these damn glasses on. How can I give good answers if I can't read them? Ah! Oh, hey, who turned on the lights? Greetings, gentlemen. Hello again, Ahmed. Oh, Ahmed, look at you. You want to fight? I'm ready. There's no woodshed down here, but I'll take you behind it, Jack. Squirrel! What? Gentlemen, let's start right away with some questions. He's lying. Every question Hayden has answered so far has been a lie. There have not been...
I again, for the purpose of interruption, I second that, Manny. I will make a great mayor. I will like to put my candidacy in because clearly the London's Muslim population will clearly vote for me.
Any questions yet? I knew that. You know, cheerleaders are more fun to watch than the actual football game. But Jill says, no huggy, touchy, squeezy. But I say, it's okay if you're sure there are no cameras around. As you both know, the pandemic has been devastating to this country and to the world. Pandemic starts with a P. See? I got my faculties. I got my faculties, like teachers. Teachers, like when they write on a chalkboard and their arms jiggle underneath, makes me feel kind of... Mr. President. Yes? You're not the president. Yes, I am. No, you're not. Hey, you still hosting Wheel of Fortune? Jill and I love you. Oh, and that Vanna White. I'd buy her, Val. President Grump, What will you do to prevent any future pandemics?
That's easy. No more testing. None at all. See? No test means no one is sick. The fantastic American public will vote for it. Trust me. Plus, all these terrible viruses come from China. I plan to charge China an import tax on each case of COVID, and then I'll build a wall on our border with China.
Mr. President, there is no border between the U.S. and China.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
Well, there will be, and Mexico will pay for it.
What? Why?
Because they still owe us for the other one. Did I ever tell you about the time I got a fortune cookie that said made in China? At least that's what the little piece of paper said. Only it was a sticker, and it was on my cell phone case. No cookie, just the fortune. True story.
That was a sticker on your phone case that said made in China.
Yep. If we had that wall on the China border, no more fake fortune cookies phone cases. I'm gonna make that an executive order law. Listen here, bub, you're done building walls. I remember when I told Gorbachev to tear down that wall. Best speech I ever made. Jill said that speech made her horny. Whoa. Oh, that was a good one. You know, you better hope that China never buys the United States, because if they do, then the abbreviation for Virginia would be
Don't say it.
China. Yeah, Virginia. Did I ever tell you about the time I went to China? I went there with Hillary. Hillary loves China. That's gotta hurt. Did I ever tell you about the time when I was fighting in the Korean War? I was stationed in Kimchi. Those guys used deadly force on me 72 times. One for every state. And every time, I took them behind the woodshed. I stripped down naked and I said, "Come get me, Kimchi guys, you bitch."
What?
Does anyone here really think I'm the crazy one?
Mr. Biden, do Black Lives Matter?
You mean in general, or when picking a running mate? Both answers are yes.
Mr. Biden, how do you pronounce Senator Harris's first name?
Ha! You can't trick me. I know there's no such person as Senator Harris. Never heard of him.
She's your running mate.
You said mate. Chicka wow wow.
President Grump, what do you have to say about rioters in Portland being grabbed and thrown into unmarked vans?
Where'd they grab him?
Portland.
Oh, not the P word I was thinking of.
Carmela. It's Carmela. We have moved on, Mr. Vice President.
Sorry, Alec. For 500, who is Carmela Harrison?
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice President. It's Kamala.
You dimwits. It's commie law, as in communist law, which is what we're gonna have if she becomes vice president, and then president when this guy can't remember his last name. Or as I sometimes call her, Sweet Cheek.
Time for a pop quiz. What does Antifa stand for?
I take it for incontinence. Antifa, that's the island where commie law is from.
In the light of current civil unrest, how will you handle Antifa?
I can't handle Antifa. I'm not supposed to touch any more women at all, except Jill. Jill said that anytime I can touch her Antifa. I kind of want those things.
President Grump, what has the current administration done correctly in regard to the COVID pandemic?
It's gone. I tweeted it away.
It's not gone.
Yes, it is. And baseball is back. You're welcome, America.
Mr. Vice President, what would you have done differently in regard to COVID?
When's this debate going to start? I'm itching for a fight. You know, sometimes I just itch.
When do you predict the COVID pandemic will be over with?
Tuesday.
Holy crap, this country is toast. How would you prevent future pandemics? To you, Mr. Hayden.
Thanks, Oxnard.
It's Ahmed. Ahmed.
Hey, you know that show where that kid went, Dynamite? You should do that. Then blow something up.
What are you talking about?
I just want to go on record saying there is no pandemic. This is a hoax. It's just bad sushi from China. It's bad China sushi. Why do you think the Chinese have all these sushi restaurants?
Sushi is Japanese.
You, my friend, are a racist. See that? That's how you do it. You call them a racist and they got nowhere to go. Right. We need better masks that can prevent germs, but at the same time can still allow you to sniff a pretty girl's hair from behind.
What is happening?
Sorry, I hope Jill didn't hear that one. Jill is my wife. You know, she looks just like my sister. I get them mixed up sometimes. It's actually kind of hot. Whoa, that was a big one. Well, you're lucky I'm not going to remember this. Starting to kind of like this guy.
Next question. How can you help prevent a peaceful protest from turning violent?
That's an easy one. Just send in the military and start shooting. I got that from General Patton. He was our second best president.
Another question. Do you think mail-in voting can be fraudulent?
Of course. Anyone can fill out a vote by mail, including all the illegals that work in my hotels. We need to delay the election until we fix that problem. If you don't believe me, just ask my BFF, Putin. I already mailed in my votes, whole box of them. It's gonna be a landslide for Perot. Yee-haw! Perot's running again?
Mr. President, how will you handle foreign policy?
I say you grab it. You grab it by the policy.
Do either of you think you're too old for the job of president?
I'm still young at heart. And hair. Seriously. I still act young, some say like a baby. And I still got all my male hormones. I mean, I know how hot my daughter is. We all do. Am I right? Can you repeat the question in my good ear?
Never mind. Next question. How will you help those who lost their jobs in businesses during COVID?
You mean all the folks I fired from the White House? You know, when I was a kid, me and Cream Corn used to have a paper route. The lesson there is you gotta pull yourself up by your bootstraps and get back on that horse. If elected, I will make sure every American has bootstraps and a whore. I'm in.
Ah! He meant horse.
Darn. Hey, Bub, did you know that the donut is the state bird of Manhattan?
Do you have a plan to ensure that all Americans can afford health care?
No, but I'm pushing for longer CVS receipts. The 3-foot-long ones are okay, but I'm saying 6 feet will get me reelected.
What are you talking about?
Well, you may not get any money off your prescriptions, but you'll get a buy one, get one free on corn nuts. If anyone messes with my Medicare, I will put a boot in their ass. Did I ever tell you about the time I killed a man with my dentures? Sunshine in one hand and dentures in the other. Hoya! What the hell is he talking about?
This country is very divided. How will you bring all Americans together?
By keeping everyone separate.
Mr. Vice President?
Duct tape, that holds everything together. He's losing it. And by the way, I did not pick Kamala because she's black. Yes, you did. No, you didn't. Yes, you did. I picked her because she was the most qualified candidate. No, you didn't. I picked her because she's a woman. There you go. Black and a woman.
What?
When I was
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna stop it there. But the rest is pretty good. Okay, boys and girls, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on to the panel because we have, without further ado, the Pavlovian response in the chat waiting, and unfortunately he's been waiting some time. So I apologize, Pavlov, for your very, very, very long delay. So without further ado, Mr. Pavlov, do you want to cam up? Do you want to actually show your costume, because I know it's awesome. Pavlo, are you there? Are you there, Pavlo?
Yo, I'm back.
Okay, good man. I don't know. Do you want
the video?
I know. Do you want to cam up and show your costume?
Hold on.
Or do you want to
because I took it off, man. I gotta put it on again.
Yeah. Dude, that was the whole plan. That's how we discussed in the script. It was in the script. I know, I'm sorry. It's been 20 minutes. You've had to wait for 20 minutes.
You know, I had it on Zubi the stream a while ago.
Oh, you gave her the exclusive. You gave her the exclusive. I mean, what is going on here?
I needed them to. I needed to see what they would say if the Shaitan, joins up the stream and
The
stuff.
stream, of course, yeah. That I mean, if anything, that is exactly how the Shaitan would look.
I know, right?
I'm not actually switching over until you come up, and thus we shall have the reveal.
Of course,
So it's,
of course.
at the moment it's just on me, but once you come up, we will have the reveal. Dun dun dun.
Oh yeah. But yeah, man, is Raj coming too?
Raj, I don't know. I be perfectly honest, I do not know. I've sent it out actually to. I think I tweeted it to Raj as well, but I don't know. I couldn't possibly say at this stage. It's possible. It's possible that he is. Oh, yes, indeed. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Pavlovian response.
Ta-da!
Oh, that is pretty awesome. I gotta give it to you, dude.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
That's an awesome image. All I managed to muster up was fucking this. That's all. Actually, no, you can't even. I don't know if you can see it on the stream.
I can't see you, no, but
You
I've
can't see it.
got the
But
stream
yeah, it's
open
the
on
original,
side.
the mask, the thing that I put on. But that's good acting, actually. That's good acting. Even though you can't actually see it, you immediately laughed and responded as if you could see it. You see, that's acting right there. You responded like, oh, because the audience will see it in real time, but you don't.
Thanks, you fucking dumbass. I saw the thing on the video. The video is on the side, man.
Yeah, but even the video would have a delay, so it would. But no, that looks
It does.
amazing. By the way, tell us a little bit more because I know you actually created this, right? You made this.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
So tell us
yeah.
a little bit more about the process. I mean, what is the face made out of? Yeah, that is how the devil. That is the Shaitan. That is Shaitan right there. If Shaitan would come for you in order to basically bite off your penis with those teeth, that's how it would do it. in the middle of the night, it will come for your testes. So yeah. So start with the face. How did the face come about?
So let me show you guys how this was done then.
Wow.
Let me... finally the mask was useful for something.
Why did you need the mask underneath it?
So my mouth is invisible, so it's black.
I see. Oh, that's interesting.
Or else-
That's very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or else it kind of looks a bit cringe.
I'm with you. So you got the black mask underneath, so it blacks it out completely.
Yeah, like here on the mouth.
Nice.
So when I open this, it shows
doesn't-
the... You can kind of see it on the inside, right?
You molded that out of what? Plaster?
No, this is actually this is air dry clay. This is something you can buy in almost any art shop. It's
Okay.
pretty fragile. It was, but I managed to make it in such a way that I put more thickness on the parts that have more pressure. So I managed to keep it together, but it's actually pretty fragile. If this thing falls down, it's rip in peace. You're a legend.
Oh, I see. Oh, wow. That must have taken ages to make that way, right?
Took a few days because, but not of non-stop work. It's because I made the framework first. I let it dry. Then I make the next part. I let it dry. Next part, let it dry. Next part, let it dry. And I made this part on top first. And then when it dried off, this thing has like a little bit of wire here,
Okay.
like as base. And this is also wire. This part here.
Okay.
This thing dried, and then I fit the rest inside of it and let it dry too. And then in the end, obviously, it's the the decorations, the teeth, the horns, all of the.
So you actually build it up in layers.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Oh
It lives.
wow, that's
With this
amazing.
material, that's the only way, bro. You know, I
Okay.
actually got this here, which is cardboard, because it needs to fit the jaw perfectly. So when I open my mouth, it opens with my mouth,
Moves.
right?
Okay.
And there's this string here, string, right?
Yeah. Is that
Pulls it
to?
up,
Yeah, to hold it.
just to
Okay.
put it around. That's the
Wow.
mask.
Wow, that is talent right there, people. Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you.
that's some serious talent from our friend Pavlov. So if you ever need any special effects work done, plaster, what you should do is really you should make a mold out of that, and then pour plaster in it, and then pow.
Maybe. But yeah, this thing, I'm talking about breaking. This thing actually broke a few times. You can see some crack. Well, maybe not, because my cam is shit. But there are some cracks, and I had to put some super glue here.
To
So,
keep it from breaking up. Well,
Yeah,
wouldn't it make sense once you finished the whole thing to actually coat the whole thing in some sort of super glue or some kind of glue of some sort? That way, it would give it a much more rigid outer layer.
you know, that makes some sense. But first of all, that would take like an enormous amount of super glue, and super glue is usually not that cheap. And the one that there is pretty toxic.
But
so
no,
I'm not.
no. But how about that wood glue stuff? You know, that white wood glue type stuff. You can buy that in large quantities, and it disappears, and it goes clear anyway once it's dry. But in your case, it's white anyway, so it doesn't even matter. So that would be something that I was thinking of. That sort of that PVA glue, that stuff that kids use at school and stuff.
Yeah, the stuff kids smell.
Yeah, exactly. The ones who get high off constantly. They're like fucking snorting away at school.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
let's go to the headdress. How did you make the headdress, and what
Yeah, this
and what did you
thing
make
here.
that out of?
So this is made of Everfoam. It's like it's the same kind of material that they use in gyms for those rugs on which you know the
Oh, yeah.
chicks do all of those poses, and the guys
Yes,
try their best to not be noticed when they're peeking with the side of
exactly.
their eyes.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. The
it's the same-
thingy ones, the ones the warm up area, the
Yeah,
yoga
yeah,
mats
that's the
type stuff.
That's the one. And it also has a coat hanger inside of it. You know, I had too many coat hangers, so I used the wire of one of the coat hangers, and I started bending it around. So the base of 4 of the horns and also of the main framework is made of the coat hanger.
I'm with you. So you get a piece of wire, you feed it through the foam, and then you cut it and fold it and bend it
Yeah.
the way you want.
It's like
Nice.
I cut a little hole in the foam, like midway, and
Nice.
and then I glued it back together on the inside.
All right. Okay, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have Pavlovian responses. By the way, Pavlovian response, go to like and subscribe. Also, more importantly than even Pavlovian response, go to
Oh, yeah.
Centrist Supremacy, which is the new channel created by a joint channel by me and Pavlov. And yeah, like, subscribe, and do all that good stuff with that, because that is the channel that we're gonna upload some very exclusive stuff on there. I mean, there's a shitload of stuff. Damn, dude, you uploaded like 5 more videos today.
Yeah.
So as you can see on Pavlov's channel right now, there's literally like sorry, not Pavlov, but Centrist Supremacy, there's like another 4 or 5 videos on there. We're putting some exclusive stuff. I'm gonna do some exclusive stuff just for that channel as well, probably some exclusive interviews. So if you're out and about, if you want to see some very, very unique stuff that me and Pavlov are doing as a joint venture, Centrist Supremacy is where you want to be at. Okay, now, nice. I like it. I like that a lot. I can't do it, man. If I put this mask on, first of all, I look more like Antifa than I do of Halloween. Second of all, my glasses fucking steam up. I can't see a thing. Like right now, I'm like fucking blind trying to like click on things. Okay, that looks good. So Pavlov, one last question. Actually, you said you were supposed to go out with this. You were supposed to go out trick and treating. What? I mean, do you want to tell us what fell apart, or is it too private?
Now there's no real big deal. Like I just wanted to go to Leicester Square, which is where I usually went on Halloween before.
Where is
Like
that?
Leicester Square.
Oh, Leicester
Central-
Square. Oh, you were going to go to Central London.
Yeah.
And the guys flaked on you. The people you were going to go with fell apart.
Yeah, it's because they're coming to the Tommy thing tomorrow, and it's early, and they don't want to miss it. And they're kind of right in a way, because I'm gonna be there at like 10:30, pretty fucking early. So
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. I'm planning on trying to get there. Latest 11 is the latest, but yeah, trying to get there as early as possible. So yeah, got to get up at least 7-8 o'clock in the morning, and make my way up there, because it takes me a few hours. You see, I'm not round the corner from Leicester Square and those places. I'm far out, so it takes me nowadays, especially now because Sadiq Khan has made it illegal, or at least not illegal, but congestion charge in order to go through London, central London. So I have to go on a massive detour, which is at least 2 hours. Depending on traffic, it could be 3 hours. Last week, I told you I was stuck in traffic for nearly 3 hours, just getting to Speaker's Corner. So yeah, it can be long. Are you gonna buy flowers and chocolate for Miss Hatoun?
No way, man. She got £10,000, bro. Where's my money?
Seriously, she got 10 grand for that.
Fucking £1,000. At least that's what I hear, man. I don't
Damn.
conceptions, because obviously most of the people who are saying that are Muslims, so definitely biased. But from what I heard, she got a lot of money, because I saw many Christian videos of people encouraging each other to donate for her. You know what I mean? So I
Damn.
did get at least something, and I do believe she got a lot, because many big channels like the Apostate Prophet, like David Wood, and many others, they spoke about it and about donating money.
I'm with you. Holy shit. That's amazing. Okay, we have Merchian Chauvinist. Are you there, Merchian?
Hey, how's it going?
All right, Merch. Good man. Okay, I just had to confirm it in order to switch back. So how's it going, dude? You jumped on.
Yeah.
What is your thing? Is there a Halloween theme comment, or is it just you just on to chat?
Well, I don't know, wherever the topic's going to be. Just go
Well, at the moment, as I said, we're just chit-chatting about random things. Obviously, tomorrow is going to be Tommy Robinson's gig at Speaker's Corner, so that's going to be an event that we're all kind of waiting to see what kind of shit show that turns out to be. But what are your thoughts on tomorrow's event?
So I think ultimately Tommy Robinson sees it as a good opportunity to go down to Speaker's Corner and to virtue signal and say, look, I'm not racist, I'm sticking up for the brown person, right? And he also sees it as a good opportunity to probably get some donations from a lot of like Zionist Christians as well.
Oh, damn, you're
Ooh,
you're hitting hard on the Tommy Robinson.
Now, obviously, he does. Also, though, Tommy does take the position of he doesn't like Islam, and it fits his narrative, right? Also, innit? But them two things would obviously play a part in him making a decision, because he don't willy-nilly pick and he picks and chooses what he's going to attend, right? So it does fit his narrative. So
I'm with you. So you're highly skeptical about Tommy's motives.
Generally, everyone, any sane person should look at what happened to Hatoun and say it's wrong, right? Like, it should never happen.
There you go.
Obviously, Tommy does. It is a game for Tommy as well. Like, it's not like he's playing a game, right?
Well, nobody's doing things without gain. But sorry, guys, let me just interrupt for a quick second, because I need to ask something about Tommy, because I'm very curious about one thing.
Yeah.
Tommy think about the COVID rules?
What does Tommy think about the COVID rules?
We don't really talk about anything else other than Islam, really. Well, I've never really heard his opinions on too many other things, so I don't know personally. Fuck knows, I have no idea.
I want to ask him that tomorrow. Like, for me, that's the main thing. That's the most important thing right now.
I mean, for me, if I could ask Tommy Robinson one question, it would be: does he want England to stay majority Indigenous English or Indigenous British? Sorry, yeah. And if he did, and in his ideal world, would his cutoff be 80%, 70%, 60%, and so on, right? So that's what I would like to find out from Tommy myself.
I'm with you. Okay, we have a new income. We have a new visitor called Manny Cinder. We know Manny. We love Manny. Hello, Manny. How are you? Manny, is that the real Manny? That's the question we're all wondering.
Oh shit, man! Careful, you might be porn bombed.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry. I've covered that. How's it going, Manny?
Hello, Banksy.
Ah,
Hello,
big
Pav,
up Manny.
hello.
It's Manny himself.
Hello.
The Manny of the
Hello.
Cinders. So what's up, Mr. Cinder? How's it going?
Oh, all right, not bad. I've been listening to the show. I've come to talk to Pav actually. I have a bit of a bone to pick with him.
Oh,
So
let's go. Let's get this on.
okay,
Let's get it on.
Pav, I don't know if you remember me. After the whole Tan incident, when Tan was driven out of the park, I came to you the week after and I said to you, I don't know if you remember me, I was the good-looking British Indian chap with a nice hairstyle. I said to you, I said, well done protecting the lady from the hooligans, and we had a quick conversation. Do you remember that?
I can't say that I do because that was 2 years ago. Sorry, bro. It was a very long time ago. It was like 2 years. It was one of the first times that I came to Speaker's Corner, actually.
Okay, well, fuck you then. Well, fuck you if you don't remember.
You should have remembered, Manny.
God,
How dare you, sir?
How dare you not remember something that
dare
happened
you?
2 minutes, 2 years ago?
How dare you not have a photographic memory?
But anyway, let's carry on. So recently I was watching. I can't remember whose stream. It was either Mr. Rax or it was what's his name, Leon's stream, COE, and you kind of were talking to somebody and you were riz and so on and so forth. So I didn't really understand you. You went from being quite a credible person at Speaker's Corner to somebody that I didn't really kind of feel that you shouldn't even be there. So do you want to clarify what your position is about freedom and vaccination? Because anybody that's pro-vaccination and you feel that people should be enforced with vaccination.
Sorry, could
I'm not saying that you said
clarify
that.
You keep your audio is very bad, bro.
Yeah, sorry,
I just
Manny,
want you to
you're breaking
clarify
up a little
where
bit.
you stand with vaccination and these type of things.
On vaccination, right? Just vaccination.
Okay, let me leave and come back.
Yeah.
Let me
Okay.
leave and come back.
I think he got the gist of it, though, Manny. So basically, Pavlov, what Manny's saying is, what are your thoughts and what are your sort of ideas about vaccination and people getting vaccinated? Because Manny, I will tell you myself, he is a staunch anti-vaxxer. He is very, very suspicious and sort of skeptical of the vaccine type of the vaccination of and especially this coronavirus vaccine. So where's your stance on this and what are your thoughts?
Well, look, I think most people do know my stance on COVID at this point. So anti-COVID vaccine for me sounds as much of a bunch of bullshit as anti-COVID rules. So I will definitively not be pro-vaccine in terms of COVID. It's like vaccinating people for flu. Like, is that really a thing? You can't cure the flu. You can't make people never have the flu. It's impossible. I feel like it's kind of pointless with COVID. Like 0.001% death rate, and only to people to actually go to hospital. Most people probably just get over it and don't even go to be checked. So it's probably even smaller than that. It's ridiculous. But to normal vaccinations, I'm actually a little bit more skeptical than the normies, because I know many cases, especially in Ukraine and Eastern Europe, where there were very low quality vaccines given to people, and then lots of people got problems. They got nervous tics, and they got certain problems because the vaccines were low quality, sometimes out of date. Sometimes just weren't answering the right thing. Sometimes were just outdated, like there were new vaccines created better than those old ones. So I think there's definitively a lot of room to see if the vaccine is necessary or not. But if we reduce this to COVID only, I'm against it. I am not pro COVID vaccine because I'm not pro COVID rules.
Okay. So there you go. Unfortunately, Manny hasn't returned. I don't know. Maybe he's got
Yeah,
signal.
I'm sorry that I don't remember you, bro, but I literally spoke to thousands of people during my time in Speaker's Corner.
Exactly. Especially if he's a couple of years old. It's
Yeah,
hard.
2 years
It's
ago,
hard.
man.
Actually, I think Merchant. It's Liam, isn't it? Am I?
Yeah,
Liam.
Yeah.
Dude, what are your thoughts on this latest sort of vaccination and all that jazz when it comes to COVID?
Yeah, I'm again. To be honest with you, I haven't really spent too much time looking into COVID. Personally, I don't believe it's as bad as they say it is. Maybe there might be a few people who have got it. But yeah, when it comes to vaccination, I just think, like fucking, they shouldn't be making people take a vaccination. Well, if someone, they could offer a vaccination, people can choose if they want it. But yeah, I don't want to take a vaccination. But I haven't looked. I'll be honest, I haven't looked into the COVID that much. But I'm skeptical. I was skeptical about it before. As soon as it come out, like I've seen this happen, like so many different world events happen over the years that I just don't. Yeah, but I've left other people to look into it, so I'll just like go on other people's words that it's fake. You know what I mean? I've been lazy with it, basically. Been lazy.
Yeah, I mean, I can say. I mean, me and Pavlov have actually talked. My internet's me no connection. Sorry, Manny's unfortunately he just messaged me saying his internet is screwed, so he will not be able to actually join us at this time. Actually, he's coming back. It looks like he's coming back. Hold on 1 second. Mr. Cinder, wait, hang in there, Manny. Oh, come on. My system suddenly decided to freeze up on me. Can you believe it? It's tech hell here. Where this is Halloween's curse of the Halloween. My mouse suddenly just froze, and I couldn't even change the screen over. Okay, let me let him. Okay, Mr. Manny, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you now. Actually, I don't know. Did you hear what Pavlov's answer was to the COVID vaccination issue?
No, I didn't. I want Pavlov to tell me to audio where the fuck he stands. Because as a representative of Speaker's Corner that I approached and I respected and I gave respect to, I want him to clarify if he is a bum pussy or if he's on the side of freedom. Where are you?
Yeah.
Well,
That's a very good way of putting it. Are you with me or are you a pussy?
because that's how you attract friends. But
Oh yeah.
but
That's a reasonable way of putting it.
for the sake
But
of
I'll put you at ease. I don't think COVID is as relevant as most people say, and thus, seeing that I don't take it as the normies do, I also don't think there should be a vaccine for it. Even if there is a vaccine, I'm not gonna trust it because I don't trust the what they say about COVID. You know, so I'll probably be a similar opinion about the COVID vaccine to you.
I like it. All of a sudden, you are back where you started. When I first met you.
you're in Manny's good books.
I respected you because you protected the weak, and now you are back there. For a small moment, when I saw that video, I wanted to take out the daggers, and I thought, I'm going for Pat.
Video, man. Wait,
I thought, I don't like him. Now I respect you once again. Thank you very much for clarifying.
What
But wait,
what
bro,
video?
What's the video? I'm curious now. What's the video?
I can't remember. It was a live stream somewhere, and you were talking to some. I don't mean to be rude to the guy. He didn't look like no alpha male, but you were talking to him. You were having a chin wag, and you went over about flat earthers and vaccinations and not believing in COVID and all that stuff. And it seemed a bit disrespectful, and it seemed as if like you were kind of counterproductive to what Speaker's Corners were. But at the time, you weren't really wearing a mask. So I was like, you can't really be fitting in with that whole weak-minded human being that's just following the orders of the Nazi, Boris Johnson or whatever. So I was confused, and I've been
Wait, Boris
waiting for you
Johnson's
to
not a
come on to a
Nazi.
live stream. So I can question you
What?
again.
Boris Johnson's a globalist liberal, man. He's a Nazi.
Yeah, but Manny thinks everybody's not. But
Anyway,
no,
anyway.
like this sort of authoritarian. But
The
guys,
video is here.
guys, I want to actually share this with you because I think this is very relevant now. Unfortunately, this is a BBC clip, so this whole stream will probably be
It's very
struck
good,
by it.
man. I shared it on my Twitter too. This is a very good
It
one.
hasn't
Yeah.
been fully tested. It hasn't been approved yet.
Check this out.
It hasn't been fully tested. It hasn't been approved yet. But they came running to get a place in the queue for the vaccine. This is a first at this
Sorry, guys. Hold on 1 second. This is playing up. My video is not playing in the main sequence for the audience. Sorry about this, ladies and gentlemen. This has become a bit of a shit show, as always.
Technical trouble.
Can I just thank Pab for clarifying, and everybody listening now and in the future, like and subscribe at Manny Cinder and Manny Cinder Live. I'm just paying Banksy back because he used to come onto my channel and plug his channel in, so I'm doing the same.
Yes, Manny Cinder. Of course, yes. What, you can plug your shit here anytime you want, dude. Ain't no problem. Okay.
I'm joking.
We're
I'm
back.
joking,
We're
I'm
back.
joking.
Okay, we're back, guys. I'm gonna play the video again.
community hospital. It hasn't been fully tested. It hasn't been approved yet. But they came running to get a place in the queue for the vaccine. This is a first at this community hospital. Anyone can turn up, pay the fee, and get the jab.
Okay, I gotta stop it for the purposes of fucking, I don't know, whatever. I'm stopping it. Blah, blah, blah.
Here and now. It's worth it, this businessman told us. He wants to travel again. His firm in West Africa is losing money every day.
So, see,
Now,
this is how, by the way, they're gonna bring it over here as well. That man is unable to travel unless he's had a vaccine, whatever the fuck that may be. And so he's in the queue to get a vaccine. This is, to me, I don't know about you guys, this is China trialing their fucked up vaccine on their people. These are guinea pigs.
What they're going to do as well is they're going to be, they've already done this in like Spain and a few other countries. They're going to also bring in universal income as well. And eventually they'll probably make it that if you don't get a vaccine, then you don't get your universal income.
Exactly. If you're dependent on the government on any level, and I'm going to talk about this in a second as well, once this video is finished.
It wasn't that long ago that people were queuing for COVID-19 tests, but now it's the vaccine. And this isn't part of a clinical trial. What's
Not the vaccine, a vaccine. We don't know what the fuck this is going to do to these Chinese people.
happening here in China is it's being rolled out to the public. You turn up, pay your money. You get
They're even going to charge you for the privilege of using you as a guinea pig. Awesome.
your number, and then over there you get in the queue. And in the next few hours, that clinic's going to open and people are going to get the vaccine.
Well, they're going to get a shot of something.
The queues stretched a couple of hundred people long. It was first come, first served. And this isn't just China rolling out a vaccine. This is the Communist Party with this medical first. But how do we know it's
How do we know it's safe? Let's ask this sad, poor individual who is never going to criticize the Chinese government. Do you think he's insane? Do you think he's an idiot? He's going to stand there in front of your cameras and go, yeah, the Chinese government are making us do this shit because we have to, otherwise we can't travel or we'll be put on severe restrictions. But if we don't do it and we criticize the government for it, we'll be put in fucking gulags.
I think it's very fine because I heard the government always says publishes some
Yeah, the government told you it's good. And I have to
news
follow.
that the vaccine is very safe and it can save you from the COVID-19.
everyone had
There you go. They all have to sign a waiver as well, which means they can't sue anyone for anything ever.
to sign a form acknowledging the risks of taking this unapproved vaccine. It's made by Sinovac.
Yeah. How is it that this incredibly safe vaccine requires a fucking waiver from you?
State-owned firm.
Anytime a medicine requires me to waive my rights to sue them, I'll be suspicious.
This woman smiled nervously when I asked if she trusted the doctors. Inside, she was shown the box. Then it was her right arm which got the jab. Afterwards, a sight many outside of this country will find almost unbelievable. A pile of used vaccine packs in the rubbish bin.
Yeah, because these are guinea pigs. These are not human beings to the Chinese. These are just animals that they need testing on. These might as well be mice, rabbits, or chimpanzees as far as the Chinese government is concerned. Life is cheap in China, people. Okay, so this is basically, this is as far as I wanted to go with this. I feel like I'm free of the COVID now. No, love. Tomorrow you're going to wake up and you're going to have horns, possibly a tail, or maybe your kidneys will fail. I don't know, but you ain't free of shit.
She was relieved, putting it mildly, after she emerged. The UK was in the queue in one way. When this vaccine gets the formal go-ahead, though, China has pledged to help developing nations first, and likely the ones most favoured by this country.
All right. Okay, boys and girls, let's get back. What do you guys think? Let's get some opinions. So what do you think, kids?
Damn.
Where are we at? Oh shit! No, that's I gotta stop. that's later on. That's for the show later. That's later on in the show, kids.
Sums it up, man. That basically sums it up. Replace cunt with the random new virus, and you get what the vaccine is.
Oh, Manny jumped off. Manny's having internet issues tonight. So what do you guys think? Because now me and Pavlov, we discussed this on the Centrist Supremacy channel, which like and subscribe and go and check it out for the exclusive content. But if you actually were listening to that show, you would know the NHS staff. I've got a friend of mine who has who's a GP in the NHS. He has received an email that says that he will be, the NHS staff in the next month, we're talking November, December, will be getting a vaccine. They will be vaccinated. And I don't think they're going to have much of a choice in it. So they're going to start with the NHS staff. It is a 2 vaccination process. One is what you get one first, then 28 days later, you get a second one. And then once they're finished with the NHS staff, they're going to possibly move to social, civil servants, the army, police, all that jazz, and then slowly roll it out to people who are probably dependent, like Merchian said, like Liam said, people who are on universal credit, old people who are claiming pension, old people in pension, in old people's homes. They're probably all going to get it without really getting much of a choice in the matter. And then eventually
they're going to roll out that universal income, though, aren't they? That's what they're going to also be doing that. So like all these people who have recently lost their jobs and stuff and who have been gone to the dole or whatever, it's going to be similar to like somewhere like Spain, where they've been given they give everyone £1,000 a month whether you work or you don't work. And then
have they done that in Spain now? Is universal credit available in Spain?
I think it was done a while ago. It was passed through when the coronavirus first came out. It was also they were about doing it in Australia. I think in it's either one of the Scandinavian countries. They also maybe it was Denmark. I can't remember.
Yeah. I know they did it in. I think I forgot exactly. Switzerland, Sweden, Denmark. One of these Scandinavian countries. Yeah. They were doing trial runs in that. Sorry, someone's echoing. MC, I think you're coming through your speakers, mate.
Yeah, that's going to be rolled out worldwide, though. If the Democrats get in America, it's like they'll be pushing for it.
Yeah. MC, is that you, mate? I just want to confirm.
Yes, that's me.
Big up
MC.
Big up MC.
Big up to you.
MC, you want I know you from Discord.
Yes, from City Limits first, then for Spiritus, you understand.
Yeah, MC posts quite a bit on my Discord as well.
I don't even know you had a Discord.
Well, first and foremost, I'm really sorry for you that your NHS is not as corrupt as mine, because I would have an easier time to avoid this vaccine.
How do you mean?
As in, you just knows what I'm talking about, because he also comes from an ex-communist country, so he knows what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Can you
And
let
I'm
the rest of us know?
fucking happy because I am just gathering money for to bribe the corrupt doctor, and I'm searching for one now.
To give you a certificate. Oh, I'm with you.
Yes.
To issue a vaccine cert saying, "Yep, you're all clear."
The corruption is useful at times, to be honest. I'm so sorry.
Awesome. So
not to mention that especially that my government have voted it in, of course, in the night when nobody was listening and everybody was sleeping, as usual. Just like this abortion law. So, in 2 months probably we're going to get it. So I am working now
I'm with you.
to defend myself from the so-called vaccine that will do me good. Yeah, right. I can imagine right now a dick growing from my forehead.
Well, that's what I was saying for this woman who was going, "Oh, I'm so glad I have it now. I feel I'm vaccine free." No, corona free. No, you're not. Your problems have just begun.
Banksy, forgive her. She's Chinese. Forgive her.
I know they probably don't even get much of a choice in it anyway.
Yes, that's what I'm talking
let's
about.
Face it.
One time I asked my Chinese friend what he thinks about China, and he answered, "Can't complain."
Oh yes, I understand his sentiment.
Yes, because they can't complain. They're not allowed to. That's messed up, man. That is absolutely messed up. So what do you guys think about possibly Monday's lockdown beginning? I don't know. Did Boris Johnson make a statement? Was he supposed to make a statement tonight?
Yeah, he made an announcement. I didn't watch it, to be honest with you.
I missed it.
I'm guessing it won't start till Thursday or Friday, though, at the end of the week. I don't think he'd bring it in Monday straight away. I'm guessing it'd be then. But that's just a guess. Maybe announcement from Monday, I don't know. He did do an announcement today, yeah.
MC, mate, I'm going to have to mute you because there's a bad echo coming from your speakers. I'm sorry. Just unmute yourself when you want to speak. Okay. Yeah, you see, the echo is gone. Dude, you're going to have to get headsets. The headsets are a necessary thing, otherwise you get feedback.
No, I never knew this guy. I know him from Discord, man. He's in a few.
MC's been on my show quite a few times. Actually, the only show I've ever seen MC on is my show. But yeah, MC's awesome. He's from Poland. He's been on yours.
I spoke to him probably a year ago now. But yeah, okay.
Yeah.
He's a good guy, man.
Yeah,
I think he's my way of thinking. So
yeah. Okay, we got Manny back. Manny back in town.
Gentlemen, I apologize. I'm having some Wi-Fi issues, but I am back. I don't know what I missed, but I think I heard Pavolian say that he was okay, that he was an anti-humanity and.
Yeah, dude. He's on your side. He's on your side. We played the whole video of the Chinese people taking this dodgy vaccine that's come out. So yeah, at the moment we're all. I mean, even those of us who are generally pro-vaccine, like, I still don't mind. You should get your kids vaccinated against measles and smallpox and fucking polio. So I'm still on board with that. But
sorry. Are you a doctor of some medicine? Are you, Banksy?
No, I'm just a person who's lived in this world long enough to know that shit works, and it has worked for a long time.
So has plumbing. How do you know plumbing's not better than vaccination?
Because plumbing is plumbing. And vaccinated, it's like these are two different things. It's like saying, how do you know tennis is better than football?
So let's take TB, which you generally get if you live around shit and piles of piss, right? So if you have plumbing that takes away your crap, you're very unlikely to get TB. Did you know that? And here's another thing. So the thing is, there's some very delicate things that I could say. So I'm gonna really talk about my genetic lineage, because then nobody can come back to anybody and call anybody racist. Apart from me, I can call you all racist, because we're going to be talking about Indians, right? So immigrants come over. Did you know this? And they're tested for TB. right? And then the reason why they come over with TB, but they don't have TB when they're tested in India, but they come over to the UK, they're tested for TB a few weeks after when they arrive, and they say, oh, you've got TB. And the reason for that, apparently, medical reason for that is they're lacking vitamin D that they would normally have back in India because of the sun. So instead of giving them injections of vitamin D or making them strip naked and go stand in the sun, guess what they do? They give them a TB vaccination. How about that?
Ah, so you're saying that they normally wouldn't need any vaccination because they would get plenty of vitamin D in India, but over here, because they don't get enough vitamin D, that's gonna throw them down. That's gonna mess them up.
And what I've just told you there is direct information, and I can't say the name. The direct information was from the second most senior TB nurse in the UK, and I've spoken to that person directly, and that person is flown around by the NHS, and she gives speeches and the rest of it. I know that person personally, and that is directly from her.
Damn. So, but I mean, is the TB vaccination harmful to them? Or is it just the fact that they're taking precautions?
It's not so much that a vaccination is harmful to anybody, just the consequential additions that they put in there. So, for example, and now we're going to go over that whole vaccination argument. What other elements do they put in the vaccination that we don't really need?
But
yeah, I mean, touching on like what Pablo was saying earlier, and he was talking about like in where he's from, that I think it was in the 60s or 70s, there was a major outbreak of polio in it, and like he was saying how like it was like bad vaccination that they got, and a lot of people from who got this polio and they were given this vaccination did end up having a lot of other side problems to them, like later on in their lives as well, which was a result of they were having the vaccination from polio. So,
all right, I just want to take this moment to say hello to Englander. Big up Englander. It's been a while, mate. How's things?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just I'm pro lockdown. I'd Welch's all in your houses. What I'd do, right, is I'd do like the bubonic plague. I'd pay somebody to keep an eye on your house for 40 days. You'd be all locked down, and I'd pay a blacksmith to put a chain and a lock on your door with a red X and say, may God have mercy on their souls. I'd lock the lock. And as for Pavlov, are you from Poland?
No, it's me.
MC is from Poland. Pavlov is Ukrainian.
All right. Was the Polish guy complaining about his country? Was it, or was that the Ukrainian?
Well, he was complaining about the fact that it's corrupt and they can actually pay.
Complaints. Yeah, we were exchanging complaints. We were both complaining.
Yeah, the Ukraine.
That was a positive complaint, to be honest. I was positively complaining because I can avoid this vaccination because thankfully my NHS is more corrupt than yours.
That can't be true. I refuse that. No, it can't be true.
Go there and live there. I promise you. You will be not disappointed. You can avoid vaccination there.
Yeah,
I'm the doctor a decent bribe. I mean, money. You earn pounds. Imagine that. And when the doctor will see those pounds under the table, he will just get an orgasm.
Oh,
from the possibility of bribery.
I'm confused. How many pounds does it take to get an orgasm?
Well,
10 rupees on it, 10 rupees.
Okay,
so,
talk about
five times less than in UK. 5 times less than UK.
Talking about rupees, gentlemen, in India, if you leave the house at this moment in your property, you are forced to be given with the police a COVID test, and if you test positive, and let's ask Cristiano Ronaldo, who's had a negative positive 3 times on the trot. So if you test negative positive, they rip you away from your life or your motorbike from your car, take you to the hospital, and your family will never see you again. They can't bury you, they can't cremate you. You'll be told that your family will be told that you're dead and you're part of the COVID statistic.
God bless India. So let me ask the Polish guy a question. The Polish gentleman, this year we was meant to be going to, on the 11th, we was meant to be going to the Polish Independence Day.
MC, we have feedback from you, mate.
So this
MC?
Polish guy, I want to ask a question. We was meant to be going to Polish Independence Day again this year, but we're not going because we've heard that it's not very, there's fines and everything. So is there going to be a march on the 11th in Walsall for Polish Independence Day?
Hard to say, to be honest, because now we have a lockdown that nobody obeys because the entire country is protesting the new abortion law. I don't know for how long it will take. Maybe it will not. It will last even for a few months because it's the things that happen are almost revolutionary in this country now. I mean, I never seen churches desecrated, masses being interrupted.
Disgusting.
Excuse me?
It's absolutely disgusting what they did inside them churches.
Well, but I cannot blame them. I mean, because it's not only the left there that is doing that is protesting. There's also normal citizens that are protesting, also Catholics against that law because. To be honest, nobody wants to have and be forced to raise disabled children in any way possible.
I don't get it. What's disabled children got to do with anything?
I mean, disabled, crippled. They want to. With this law, will be forcing the woman to give birth to disabled, sick, inherently genetically unhealthy children.
Yeah.
That you have to have a fortune to pay for their treatment, medical treatment, maybe through their entire life.
Well, the thing is, this basically what they're doing is previously. Sorry, MC. Oh, thank you. Previously, you had to you were allowed to have an abortion for things like incest, rape, and genetically deformed or babies that that were going to have major problems if you go through with the pregnancy. So I mean, some of them, the babies may not even live more than a day or two. I mean, there's all sorts of genetic defects that babies can have. Previously, these were exempt, so you could have an abortion if these scenarios took place. Now they want to wipe away even those reasons for abortion. So there's literally 100%. Abortion is 100% illegal for any scenario whatsoever.
But wait a minute, Banksy. You're pro-abortion.
I'm pro-choice. I want women to have the option.
Which is pro-abortion.
Yeah, but are you pro-life? Are you pro-abortion? Are you pro-life or are you pro-abortion?
Well, the thing is, you see, this is the thing. This is the thing. Why is it you say pro-abortion, but you don't say anti-life? because anti-abortion. So really,
abortion ends life, right?
yeah. But what I mean is, there's anti-abortion.
Yeah.
I guess
I'm beginning to like Pav again. Yeah. He's all right. He's all right.
But the thing is, pro-choice is yes, to have the choice to have an abortion, but pro-life is also anti-abortion. So, I mean, it all really depends on how you want to express it. But yes, I would like people to have the choice of this medical procedure that is available to the human race and has been for decades.
You think they should have to pay for it?
How about
the choice? So you're saying that people should have be able to get an abortion, right? Do you think they should have to pay to get the abortion?
Well, for the most part, they do. I mean, very few abortions are done on the NHS. It's available, but it is.
I disagree with that, man. Women get the morning after pill all the time for free from the NHS.
Oh, you don't want women to have the morning after pill now?
I mean, ultimately, I think.
You consider that an abortion?
I think women should be able to have the morning after pill if they've been raped. But other than that, they should tell people to either wear a condom or don't come inside them, right?
So wait a minute. Morning after pill, you consider that an abortion?
Yeah, technically, it should be illegal to take the morning after pill unless you've been raped. That's my opinion.
Damn! So you don't even want them to even have the morning after pill, let alone.
One second, let me just come in on this one. But I hear what you're saying, Banksy, right? And there's an argument for how many cells have formed within that period of time, right? So I get all that, but we're not back in the day here, right? Women who get pregnant, right, are careless. I'm just going to put it out there, right? Because it says on that pill, Do not excessively drink. Do not excessively smoke. Take this, and there's a strong chance that if you follow their rules and the guidance, you won't get pregnant. You can wear a cap. You can wear a coil. You can have a chip in your arm. There's so many forms of contraception now. To turn round, right, and be able to have the morning after pill for 3 days after sex. I'm sorry, how many options do you want to give people?
It
sounds
so,
like
so we're not
like
even
you're
talking
saying
about
England
abortion procedure
no.
now. We're talking about the morning after pill.
No, I heard differently. I think England is saying, don't be a hoe.
Well, yeah, of course he is because he's Christian. But I mean,
but the thing is, Banksy. But the thing is, Banksy, right? You can be a hoe and still wear a coil. You can be a hoe and still have the Dutch cap. You can still be a hoe and have a chip in your arm. You can still be a hoe and have umpteen different contraceptive pills.
But why be a hoe in the first place?
Well,
exactly. I don't agree with that, brother,
because it's called freedom. It's called having a free choice.
I don't agree with that, man. Right?
Well,
But what
this
I'm
is the
saying
problem.
is,
We fundamentally differ in our philosophy of what we consider to be a society that we want to live in. You want a theocratic Christian society.
No.
I don't want a theocratic Christian society.
Can I come in here? Let me come in here. Let me clarify something. Because I need to go soon. Let me clarify something. Right? If anybody wants to sleep with anybody, whether it's a man, woman, blah blah blah, whatever, right? But this is the problem. When children are involved, this is where it becomes different, and I'll tell you why. When you look into the precise development of the perfect mind, i.e. the perfect child that grows into the perfect balanced adult, it comes from a mother being nurturing, and the mother can only be fully nurturing if she is supported by the father, and the father is a second caregiver, not the primary caregiver, right? So as a consequence, on a psychological basis, it's not that the man is supposed to go around spreading his seed. It's not that the woman is not capable of spreading her legs. It's the fact that if children are involved, you have to be a husband and wife and dedicated, because the psychology of the child, of your production or your produce, is then can only be 100% or near 100% if the husband and wife are a husband and wife and are just level to each other. I don't give a flying fuck if you come up with all types of facts and figures. And I've spent a lot of time, a lot of dedication. I've done my own field research. That is the only way to create the best human being, because a child born under a loving husband and wife and a decent family grows up to be a powerful human being.
Yeah. So 1 second, Banksy, right? So let me take off my Christian hat, right? Like Wurzel Gummidge. Let me take off that head. Let me put on a liberal secular head, right? And even with my liberal secular head, says there are so many forms of contraception to stop you getting pregnant in the first place. Stick to the plan. You don't have to take the morning after pill. If you have to take the morning after pill, that means you are one lazy, careless fuck.
Look, England. Okay, now you guys have shifted, because I was on board with
we do.
I was on board with you guys when it came to abortion, actual, like 2-3 months in kind of abortion, actual physical operation. I would say yes, abortion should not be used as a contraception, a form of contraception, because an abortion is it should be very, very, you got to think about that. You should really be prepared for the consequences, because it's a much bigger deal. So no.
Are you pro-ho, Fancy?
Sorry?
Are you pro-ho?
I am pro-choice again, but let me just finish this.
Right,
what I'm trying to say, absolutely. What I'm trying to say is, absolutely, abortion in a medical sense, where you have to rip out a fetus out of a woman, should not be considered a form of contraception. I agree with that. I think that should be definitely thought over. And even if a woman wants to go ahead with it, she should be aware of all the consequences and all the psychological potential problems that she may have from it. But the morning after pill, dude, that's just you having a heavy period.
Okay, Banksy, right. So
that's a very different thing.
I'm just going to tell you my low-level social circles and where I have grew up, and the girls, not in my family, but the girls in general, right, in the underclass and the working class girls, right? and I'm going to probably get a lot of heat for this, but there are an awful lot of girls out there. You've just spoke about the psychological aspect, the way it's got to be measured, it's got to be balanced, there's got to be checks, they've got to dot the I's, cross the T's. Let me tell you, there's a lot of girls that use it like contraception, mate.
Absolutely, and I disagree with that. And I think that the laws should change, and to make an actual 2 or 3 month term abortion much more of a bigger deal and a much more of a process for the girl to actually recognize what she's doing. I don't disagree with that part. I don't think abortion should be frivolous, but it should still be available, which is the case in what's it called?
But the thing is, Mercian and I, right, Liam, have stripped it right fucking back. And what we've said is, right, and Mercian, I mean, I'm not a Catholic, so I believe in contraception, right? Mercian probably believes in contraception. But
I'm not even a Christian or a Catholic, so I was like,
exactly. But what he's saying is, and probably the same as me, is there's so many ways of not getting pregnant, right? There's so many different alternatives that a woman can have. To have to take the morning pill, she must be totally reckless.
Well,
we've also got somebody in the back chat as well.
I know.
I just want to add as well, because there might not be that many women that know about this, right? But there's something called, I don't know if you guys have heard of it. Have you heard of Tromogamy before? Tromogamy.
What?
So Tromogamy is basically when a woman, so a man has a baby with a woman, right? Yeah. Now, if she splits up with that husband as well, yeah, you could then and has a baby with another man. That other baby would have features from the first husband because the women retain DNA from every man.
I have heard about this. This is actually highly skeptical because the only
because Banksy, when you say skeptical, provide us with your scientific investigation. Is skeptical.
I actually I actually did a 3-4 hour stream with a gentleman from Australia about 2016-2017 in regards to some of this subject. Show it. It's on my Banksy Style channel. I'll go in.
We're not going to watch that now.
But what I'm trying to tell you is, before I get into it, we discussed this. We looked into this, and what we found is that the testing that they're doing is actually with things like fruit flies, which only ever live as long as one menstrual cycle. And so,
don't tell me he was a pro-vaccinator as well.
No. Hold on. I'm just trying to explain to you why they find this phenomena happening in such things as like fruit flies is because they only have one menstrual cycle, whilst with human beings and other higher level animals, they have multiple menstrual cycles. And so even though this phenomena does exist in nature, it is highly unlikely with animals that have multiple menstrual cycles because the DNA and the sperm of the previous partners are usually flushed away with the subsequent menstrual cycle.
Now, I read in a medical journal, right? I'm going to have to dig it out and I'll find it at a later date because, funnily enough, I was discussing this earlier on today. It's crazy how things come up, right? But I remember when my missus was pregnant, well, one of the pregnancies, I read a journal, right, that said a man's DNA stays in a woman for up to 11 years, and it's in the actual marrow of the bones of the woman. That's how far the DNA goes in.
Thank you very much.
That's why when you get all these women like who have slept with loads of different men, they all end up so fucked up because they've got so much DNA in them. Man.
Well, this is, as I said, this is a very
it's controversial.
It's a controversial science.
Yeah, but we got to understand that Banksy is a bit of a stud. That he goes around banging girl them with a mash up on a scene like a 10-bagger green when you know way. I mean, normal stud alpha males like we're doing what 10 a night. It's like Banksy doing 50 a night.
That's what it is. That's how it is. No, that is not the case. I will say, if that is true, my DNA may be in several places simultaneously.
Well, I keep coming across single women calling their sons Banksy, and they all look like you.
Is that what it is? Though they're all chubby and bold.
Well, Banksy, I can tell you one thing, right? My DNA is in a lot of countries, right? Because every single country I go to, I piss in the sea and I piss in the swimming pool.
Is that how it happens?
That's not funny. Because I sometimes drink tap water.
Hence,
fuck you.
hence why we filter our waters, kids.
Anyway, everybody, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go annoy my wife because I've annoyed everybody here. So I'm gonna say good night.
Thank you.
Thank you to Banksy for a great stream. Thanks to Pav, Mercian, and England FC and MC Chad, and fuck the vaccines and fuck coronavirus lockdown. It's all bullshit.
See you later.
Take care.
How great was that? Me and Manny got a bit of common ground on the pro-life.
I know. I was surprised.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate that, and I think it's important to have this dialogue because if the left were in here, they would have shut us down.
Of course they would have, brother.
Well, some of us are slightly lefty.
Yeah,
we're not all straight.
You're work in progress, Banksy. So.
We'll
all right, peace, everybody.
Take
Love
care, Manny.
everyone.
Have a good one. Thanks for coming, Manny.
And some of us are centrist supremacists.
Yes, some of us are centrist supremacists. Go ahead, MC. MC wants to say something.
I don't think there was a centrist.
Okay, first something about your Discord. You said that I can post memes. I cannot post any picture at all.
Dude,
yes.
I don't know what to do. I've checked your account. Everything looks normal.
Because I could post pictures from the protests just to show even the logos and the symbols of this protest. Today it is the red lightning, but I cannot do anything, frankly. And sometimes I am don't take it too harsh, Banksy, but sometimes I am thinking that you are playing some kind of a mind game with me. Really.
No, dude, I swear, I have no idea what to do. I've checked your account. Yours is identical to everyone else's. And I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to do. I have to go into Discord a bit more to see why
he's
you're
suppressing the nationalist MC. That's what he's doing, man. You're
100%.
He's suppressing our voices.
It might be the particular chat room. Have you tried all the different chat rooms, or is it just that one general one?
Every single one.
Every single one?
Oh, maybe the ring text. I haven't tried the ring text yet.
Yeah, I mean, it might be the settings in the text chats that I have to change, and I have to give more permission. I don't know.
Still.
I haven't.
Banksy's suppressing Gopnik memes. Do not suppress the Gopnik memes.
Listen, there are no Gopniks in Poland. There are no Gopniks in Poland. We call them Sebex.
Sebex.
Yes.
I just want to say to the lady that was, or the account that was called Miss, I'm sorry I couldn't get you on when you were in the back chat because of MC, please, dude, either get a headset or mute. It's killing me here. Okay. Yeah, I could only get 6 people on at any time because I don't have a paid account on StreamYard, so I can't actually do more than 6. So if you are still about and you wish to come back on the panel, is a free spot. Please jump on. So that's the public service announcement. But yeah, I mean, guys, you guys, Englander and Mercian, you guys were talking about the morning after. I'd like to hear your breakdown of why you're against the morning after pill.
Because I think ultimately people should be, so like what England was saying, like stuff like condoms and is out there now.
Yeah, but condoms failed. None of these are 100%, by the way.
Sorry?
None of these, 100%.
Let me have a little shot at it, Liam, and then you can you can jump off the top rope and drop an elbow on him just as the finishing move, right? So, right. I'll tell you the reason why I'm against the morning after pill. I used to be against the morning after pill. I used to say, well, it's life, right? And then I got told that it's the amount of cells within 3 days. It's, you're probably killing as many cells when you bite your fingernails or you bite your skin on your finger. Fair enough, I get that, okay? So let's take away the science of, whether it's a life or the theological argument of.
Well, let me interrupt just 1 second. Do you eat meat? Are you carnivorous?
Oh yeah, I eat meat.
Okay, in that case, then your whole is it life thing is down the tube because you clearly don't give a shit about life.
Yeah, but not all life is the same. Let's not.
Yeah. But what I mean is to say that a clump of cells, is it life? Is it not life? But if you eat meat, you're already on board with killing animals.
I've already said I'm not going down that route. So
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
even try it on Banksy.
No.
Right.
But what I mean is that is already off the table. So let's go with what you're going with.
All right. So I'd counter that by saying, as a Christian, that the animals are there to serve us and feed us. It says it in Genesis, but let's leave that out of it. Let's not go down the theological route. I've said that, right?
Sure.
The way I view it, and it's so blunt and it's so simple as that, there are so many ways of not getting pregnant, and like you said, some of them don't work, but you'll tend to find, right, that if you stick to what it says on the pill, i.e., don't excessively drink, don't excessively smoke, stay in shape, right, and you actually tell your doctor the truth about your lifestyle, then you'll be prescribed, or your family planning, the correct family planning, and there's a very slim chance you will get pregnant. Now, what you're doing is you're looking at the very minuscule case of where it doesn't work, instead of the amount of girls that are just flagrantly taking the piss and not taking the correct contraception in the correct way. So therefore, a morning after pill is a get-out clause for the lazy women.
Sure, but again, that doesn't negate that we shouldn't have it available to us.
So there's what England said, right? I agree with what England said, yeah. Plus there's the Trimogly, what we've already brought up, right? I mean, also there's the abortion after 3 days and stuff. It's still bad for the woman's inside, isn't it? You're still killing something off. Now, yeah, it might not be alive yet, right? But you're still making something that could come alive, right? To deteriorate, innit? And
guys,
stop it growing.
you do.
Listen.
Yeah, but you know, one last thing, Banksy, one last thing, and then you can come in, right? So you guys have been rattling on about how bad vaccines are, right? What do you think them fucking morning after pills do to the body? Do you know what I mean?
No, but that's the thing. They don't. I've had several girlfriends who've taken the morning after pill. Just
yeah, but there's many studies where it has to as well, right?
And they had a little bit of a funny tummy for a few days, but they didn't really like have some major breakdown.
It all depends on the person. It all depends on the person. I spoke to many girls who told me that they actually take the pill without actually having sex, because it helps them with menstruation. It really depends on the person.
Exactly, it's a biochemical thing. But what I wanted to say is, I'm looking up the exact percentages, but there's a large percentage of women who have fertilized eggs who are still aborted, as in the body aborts it and it just flushes down the toilet. So they have periods with fertilized eggs. It doesn't actually sit right in the it doesn't form a, I don't know what it is, that coagulated sort of blood where in the womb where the egg has to sit, so that doesn't form properly, or a lot of different things happen. And women, have periods, so women naturally abort fetuses or potential fetuses, fertilized eggs all the time.
You've just said it there, naturally.
Yeah, but what I mean is that happens anyway. So for a woman to have a slightly heavy period after taking a morning after pill is no more
How long have these pills been around?
Sorry?
How long have the morning after pill been around?
I don't know, we're talking maybe 40, 50 years.
Yeah, so I'm guessing there's as well a lot of these studies. So at the start, they wouldn't have been able to do these studies that they've done now, right? But they're looking into the bad effects of people taking the morning after pill consistently. There's loads of these cases out there.
Yeah, but the thing is,
if you're not accepting that, you don't accept
what I'm trying to explain to you is that women are their fertilized eggs
I understand what you're saying.
Being aborted already.
Frankly, I understand your argument, right? Yeah, you're saying it happens anyway, yeah. But obviously, with these pills, that's speeding up the process, right? And that's not going to be necessarily good to speed up the progress for a woman. But you don't know what it's going to do, like inside her right now. We've given you the Trimogly argument, we've given you this argument, and we've given you like the social argument, like we don't want girls to be going around sleeping with people. Isn't it? Like I don't know. There's not many more arguments I can give you, man. But
no, I agree with you. And the thing is, I don't disagree with again it being. I mean, there's a study finds 31% of percent rate of miscarriages, or I mean that's actually miscarriages, but I mean generally it's a very large percent of women's fertilized eggs, and in this case by this article that I'm reading at the moment appears to be around 31%. Certainly in New York, well, this was posted in the New York Times, so it's probably an American statistics, but generally there is a fairly large percentage of women who naturally end up aborting or miscarriaging effectively their fertilized eggs. So that happens. The morning after pill is yet another level of technology that facilitates such a scenario.
Okay, so let me come in, right? So I put morning after pill side effects in Google, right? And these are the typical. You're talking about this as a natural process. I'm wondering if these women that naturally abort by nature have these following symptoms.
Sure.
Now, let's go back to this. Let's go back to the vaccine again. If I said, you know, this vaccine give you nausea, vomiting, dizziness, fatigue, headaches, and breast tenderness, you'd say, "Oh, that's bad for you. That's a bad vaccine." But isn't it funny when a woman's, you know, typical morning after pill effects? I mean, breast tenderness, fair enough, right? Women get that when they're on a period anyway, or when they're pregnant. Women get lower abdominal pains, but
cramping.
You know, cramping, right? But this isn't a natural thing because it can cause nausea, vomiting, dizziness, fatigue. So this is short term.
Yeah, but Englander, aspirin causes intestinal problems if you take it over a long time. So does ibuprofen.
Yeah,
but we still have them available. We don't make them illegal.
Yeah, but that's over a prolonged period of time. This is after taking the bleeding pill once, brother.
Yeah, no, they feel. Yeah, I'm not going to say they don't feel bad. I mean, it all depends on the woman, but she may feel, you know, the effects might be more adverse than the other. But again, are we talking about? If you're saying to me that women who take the morning after pill once a week, then yes, that's crazy. That's too much, and that's irresponsible. If you're telling me a woman takes a morning after pill, you know, once in a blue moon, once every 5 years or 6 years, because one time a condom ripped, or she forgot she was on the pill, or, you know, she was drunk and something happened. That is an acceptable amount of time for any regular person. So it all really depends on the individual. Now, what I will say is, if you want to say that you want to put up some kind of process, some kind of course, if a woman wants to go and get a morning after pill, she has to sit through a lecture, you know, an hour lecture for it, then that will make her think twice the next time she has to go get a morning after pill, because she's like, oh shit, I have to go sit through that fucking lecture again. But if you are saying that they shouldn't have it at all, then I can't agree with that. I can agree with putting barriers to getting it so that it makes it less popular. So the pill, the condom, the coil, the injection, far more popular than the morning after pill. If you want to make it that way, no problem. I'll be right there with you. But if you want to make it completely unavailable, I'm not sure whether that's something I can support, because these are, to me, I would rather a woman have the morning after pill than to have a 3-month abortion.
Yeah, of course. I mean, right. Okay, so
it's just scales, really.
Yeah, but what I think's going on here as well, right, is that there's got to be a certain level of soul searching, because, like you said, you've been with girls that have had to have the morning after pill, right? I don't know how many. I don't want to know how many. I don't want to delve too privately. But you're kind of emotionally invested in this argument anyway, because to go against it would be to go against a decision that you was probably happy with at the time. I think that has a big part to play in it as well, Banksy. But when you have children, I don't know if you have any, right, but when you have children, you'd probably feel a bit different after the event.
I'll be perfectly honest with you. There was I had no emotional investment in her taking the morning after pill. She just took a pill, just like if she was on the pill, or if you know, the condom hadn't ripped. Although we're not even sure, we can't even guarantee that she was even pregnant. There was none of there was no sign of her being pregnant. She just took it as a precaution.
What I'm saying to you, Banksy, right, is fair enough. At the time, you weren't really bothered. You just seen it as like, well, It's only a couple of days. It's just a pill. It's just right. Fair enough. I get that. But what I'm saying is, it's going to be very difficult for you to change that position, because if you was ever to change that position, you would have to go back to that event and in your mind soul search whether that was the correct thing to do. Does that make sense?
I know, but I'll be honest. I can. There is no scenario where I think that was an incorrect decision. She didn't, as I said. There's a very good chance she may not have even got pregnant. There was no indication. This is literally the day after the sexual encounter.
Yeah, just a bit
so
of like shit.
How can you possibly even know whether I've had.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this. I've had unprotected sex with several women who weren't on the pill and never got pregnant at all. Without any contraceptive morning after pills or anything else. In fact, one girlfriend or a girlfriend that we were planning to get married and all that, a fiance, we were trying actively to get pregnant and she couldn't get pregnant. So even when we were actually trying, it wasn't particularly easy, because it's not always that easy. And especially, I mean, my brother, I was having a conversation with him. Him and his wife were trying for a second baby, and they've been totally unsuccessful. It just hasn't worked out. The first one was relatively good, but they say that the second one can be quite hard. So people who are actually trying to have babies are not able to have babies all the time.
Yeah. I've been very blessed. Like my missus, I've only got to rub past her in the corridor and she'll get pregnant. Do you know what I mean? It's like, honestly, she's fertile, mate.
Well, it could be you, it could be her, it could be both of you.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a friend of mine, he had 11 children. He only had to look at a woman sideways and she got pregnant. The man was like, he was like concentrated, potent sperm. He was just insane. He had 11 children. I'm like, how the hell? This is an English guy, by the way. This ain't some Arab. This ain't some Middle Eastern dude. This is an English through and through Anglo-Saxon man.
God bless him. God bless him.
He had a football team on his own.
We need more like him. We need more like him. I mean, I've got 6, right? But and I'm not gonna lie. I come clean with you. When I was younger, and I was with a girl, and I wasn't sure whether the condom split, and I was like, get the morning after pill. So maybe this is something. I mean, I had to soul search at a later date when I changed my position on this and thought, obviously because my opinions changed on it. It was like, was that the right thing to do at the time? And given the information and the circumstances I had at the time, then that was the right decision. Look back on it now. Would I have changed it? Of course I would have changed it. But I can't change what's been done. But what I'm saying is, people that may have gone down that route, it's very difficult for them to change their position because it's something that they have actively done themselves. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah. But what I mean is, all I'm saying from my perspective, this is my perspective when it comes to all of these things, is just give people the option. Medical science, medical technology is something that's the thing is, look, medical science, medical technology is going to keep moving forward. It's not that it's going to stop. We're not going to just suddenly say, okay, this is enough technology. Technology is going to constantly push forward, and we're going to have more and more technology available to us, which will make life easy, but also it will have moral and ethical implications in our lives. There will come a time, Englander, where incubators will be able to literally be birthing chambers. We will be able to put an egg, a sperm and an egg in this chamber, and it will grow a whole human being. And we won't even need women for making human beings anymore. That will come. That will come unless we have some apocalyptic event. That will come. Exactly, Pavlov. But what I mean is, when that day comes, what will then your place be about abortions and about natural women having natural birth versus or birthing chambers, and women choosing to have children in a birthing chamber, or men even, in fact, gay couples and so on and so forth, having birthing chambers? What will be the ethical implication of that? Because at that point, abortion is going to become extremely questionable. Because if a woman wants to have an abortion, she doesn't need to have an abortion. She can have the egg and the sperm, the fertilized egg removed, put it in a birthing chamber, and that child will grow and it will become a fully a viable baby. for someone else to have, or for the state to put into what's it called, orphanages. So again, these ethical questions are going to come. We're gonna maybe in our lifetime, maybe not in our lifetime, but these ethical questions will present themselves to humanity at some point down the road. So right now we have these technologies available to them, to us, and I would say we should have.
You want to hear my experience with that?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
What would be the position? Well, their position will be like that. They will do everything what's in their power to withhold this progress of technology and science. Like in my own country, I mean, in vitro, the research on in vitro have been basically held still by this government. Why? Because they knew that their doctrine would fall apart if fertilizing a woman this way would be like on demand. So of course they have made it harder or simply basically impossible to get it.
Yeah, but the thing is, MC, countries that do that, and there will be many countries, once these birthing chambers, these incubators that can literally cultivate sorry, MC, you're gonna have to mute. I'm sorry, dude, you got to get headsets. But yeah, once we have so-called, the so-called birthing chambers or artificial birth wombs, some countries will adopt them and other countries will reject them through whatever religious or whatever reasons they want to make up for themselves. But they will be the exceptions and others will move forward. This progress of moving forward with these technologies won't stop just because Poland doesn't want to adopt, what's it called, artificial insemination or birthing chambers. That's not going to stop everyone else. Everyone else is going to keep pressing forward.
I didn't say you're going to stop anyone else. I just said that people, that the religious people, especially the churches, will want to stop it. Will try to hold it. UK will adopt it for sure, and other less religious, thankfully for them, countries will will adopt it. But I'm sure that if the things are going to stay in my own, we will be a shithole.
Yeah, but the thing is, MC, that's been the pattern for humanity all over the world. Look at the Muslim world. The Muslim world became technologically retarded around like the 10th century because they started to associate mathematics with the work of the devil, and they stopped advancing. They stopped, growing in science and technology. They were, arguably way ahead of Europe at that point. But they suddenly came to a halt because of their superstition, because of their religion. But the rest of the world carried on, and they just were left behind. And that's what will happen to any country who doesn't want to adopt the new ideas. But what I'm saying is actually those birthing chambers, those artificial wombs, will actually be a help to the religious. Those who don't want abortion, they can literally have a case to say you no longer need abortion, because we can take the egg out of the woman and put it in a birthing chamber, and that baby will still be viable, and the woman doesn't have to suffer carrying the baby anymore, and she doesn't have to have anything to do with the baby. If it's from rape, if it's from incest, if it's from all sorts of other means, the woman doesn't have to worry about, doesn't have to suffer the birth, the pregnancy period, because we will take care of that, and she can go ahead and get on with her life.
Trust me, you are too optimistic, Banksy, a little bit about it. The religious will make a fuss and a problem out of it. I mean, people will adapt it. It will probably go through. It will be adapted in more civilized countries, as I have said. But I'm sure that whenever the religious, especially churches, are too strong, they will make a fuss and came with such a bullshit argument that it is against the God will or that it is challenging the God's will.
Look, I think there's a lot of simplification going on right now, guys. When I heard you talking about the women taking, the egg being taken from the woman and getting put in an incubator, it actually gave me a pretty interesting idea about a dystopic future where women get all of their eggs taken away, and if they don't behave, their eggs are destroyed, or they can't have kids, or something like that, or men.
Well, no, he says a woman.
Going forward, though, Banks, like you're talking about, like the ethical questions. about this as well, yeah. But also, there's going to be. Have you heard of like the CRISPR? Yeah, what's going on in? I think it's in Japan, right? Where gene editing's going on, where they reckon they can make people have like higher IQs and stuff in it by like putting it up basically.
Absolutely, I can see that coming.
Yeah, and also going forward as well, like if they can do that, yeah, and also the incubator stuff, there's going to be another thing of cloning as well, right? And these are all ethical questions, isn't it? I'm personally against all of this stuff, but yeah, like, there are ethical questions going forward that that do need to have discussions about.
I 100% agree with you. There will be a lot of ethical and moral quandaries that we're going to have to wade through in order to see if this is right. Like you said, the genetic editing is going to have massive ethical and moral.
If a country decides to say, if one country decided to do it right, and another country didn't. So one country everyone was at IQ of, let's say, 200, and then you have these other countries that are left with an IQ of 70 still, and it's just like there are going to be massive differences between these countries. And,
not even 70 countries that have IQs of 120, 130. They're still going to be in a massive disadvantage of a nation who's now pumping out 200 plus IQ point children.
And the Chinese will do that shit, man.
They won't give a shit. They won't give two shits about ethical and moral quandaries. They'll be pumping out those 200 IQ kids like it's going out of fashion. They'll be pumping them out like it's iPhones.
No, definitely.
But that reminds a bit of the series, The Boys. Did you guys watch that?
The Boys, yeah, absolutely, yeah, the superhero thing.
where they create superheroes, and superheroes themselves, they become a good that's almost like traded. They're
property. They become
exactly, they're like property. But
they'll be able to make zoop stuff up, but then they'll be able to like zoop stuff down, like fucking makes you emotionless or whatever, right? Like to suit whatever they want you to do, innit? Like it'd be endless what they'd be able to create.
Yes, but imagine what humans can achieve if we start editing our own genes. If we can erase weaknesses and old age and stuff like that in the genes of humans.
Sounds like eugenics. This is sounded like eugenics to me.
But that's exactly what I'm saying, Englander. That's what what I'm pointing to, is that it is eugenics.
Pablo, do you agree with that race?
What's wrong with eugenics, by the way?
Do you agree with Pablo, do you agree with race IQ and the bell curve and that sort of stuff?
No, not necessarily. I think the bell curve is a bit. Usually people misread the things.
Yes,
it's come from a social place, right? Yeah, but there's also other studies out there that prove it from a scientific standpoint as well.
Look, I believe in meritocracy, and I believe in survival of the fittest, and I also believe definitively
Darwinist.
Sorry,
Darwinist.
You Darwinist?
I wouldn't call myself necessarily a Darwinist because I also believe in epigenetics. I would put myself in the middle between the theory of evolution, but not Darwin's evolution, because that's obsolete. There's new theories of evolution, and there's differences between Darwin's theory and nowadays theories of evolution.
This is the problem with the misnomer of people thinking that Darwin's work was complete when he finished.
Science is never complete. It's always
but the problem is those who argue about evolution, they think Darwin was the first and last word on evolution. It's nothing of the sort. He was the progenitor. He started the conversation, but he was certainly far from completing his work. In fact, genetics improved and expanded upon Darwin's work and took it far beyond what Darwin even thought about. Darwin had no concept of genetics and DNA.
You see, the thing is, right, like, you fucking liberals, right, and you centrists and all this, right, you go on about how you love diversity. Nobody loves diversity more than the hard right. Yeah? We love diversity. We want people to be born in the world with differences, right? And we want them to have their place in society. You lot want genetically fucking modified people. I'm sorry, boys, but it's not. Listen, you're gonna have trouble on your hands if you try and push that shit with us lot.
The thing is that the genetic thing, again, as I explained with the abortion thing, these are technologies. These are things that are going to come to us whether we agree upon them or not, whether we like them or not, these technologies are going to become available. Now, as a country, as a society, we have to make decisions on the morals and ethics of these things. And if we don't adopt these technologies, others will, like China, willingly and without any moral quandaries, without any moral debates about the ethics and moral, sort of correctness of what they're doing, and they will pump out 200 plus IQ people day in and day out, and their countries
not just that though, they'll pump out like warriors as well, like they'll genetically make people strong as fuck and have like strong as fuck armies.
Yeah, but Mercian, you're misinterpreting armies. Once you have a country full of 200 plus IQ, robots are going to do their fighting for them. Physical abilities are going to be irrelevant.
But let me tell you something, Banksy, right? We all seen Terminator 1 and Terminator 2, right? And it's not about the fucking technology, right? It's about the human spirit. And these gooks, right? These gooks, right? They can have these 200 IQers, they can have these supermen, right? But nothing will beat the spirit of an Englishman.
Okay.
Is that right?
Okay. Now, look, I tell you what, England did.
What is this?
Yeah, I tell you what, a robot, a remote control drone will put a rocket up the ass of the spirit of the English. We'll put some Syntex fucking bomb right into that ass, and I'll be honest, I don't think that robot's gonna have any moral quandaries about that.
No, changing the subject back to what you asked me earlier, right? If you guys don't mind, then I'll give you what I thought about Tommy Robinson Banksy going down to Speaker's Corner. I'll repeat it to everyone else, isn't it? Like, obviously, everyone knows that he speaks out against Islam, like, so it definitely fits his agenda, isn't it? And he picks and chooses like what he's going to do. Now, I think he's going down there because he wants the virtue signal and to people and say he's not a racist, and also get donations from Zionist Christians as well. I think they're the main two reasons. Obviously, it does fit his agenda as well, isn't it? Like,
right. So if you
everyone else, what do you think? England, do you say?
Right. So if you watch that video, right? Sorry, Banks here. If you watch that video, right, on TR News, he totally mischaracterizes what Hatun stands for. Right? He says he tries to make out she's purely there because she stands for free speech. First and foremost, she doesn't stand for free speech. She stands for polemics, right? She's a polemicist against Islam, right? That is the reason why she's there. He's tried to make out that she is some champion of free speech. She is not a champion of free speech. She's a person that is using the arena of free speech to speak up against the evils of Islam because she is a Christian. And Tommy Robinson has tried to make it out that Hatun's mission, he didn't once mention she was a Christian in his video, right? He has not made out that he has not presented the truth. Surprise, surprise.
Why does he need to mention she's Christian? If it was an atheist showing a caricature of Muhammad, do you think he would have been?
Because
wait. If you go down that route, though, Pavia, then why does Tommy have to mention that the other guy was Muslim?
No, it's not that.
Because he attacked her because she was making fun of Muhammad.
Yeah, but Pavlov, I will say this. Sorry, England. Just bear with me 1 second. Just bear with me 1 second. I just want to point out, Pavlov, the reason I see the difference is that Tommy Robinson never came down for Tan, but he's come down for Hatun. If he really cared about free speech, he would have been there for Tan.
Bro, are you kidding me? Tan called Jedi a nigger. Do you think Tommy Robinson would risk his career and his name to come and save someone who called black guy a nigger?
If you're about free speech,
so it's not about free speech.
Oh, come on.
He spoke for generational identity. He spoke for generational identity.
Serious, guys. Dude, this is exactly the same argument as Ralph and the fucking Muslims made the other day. Oh, what if you call a black guy a nigger?
Wait, hold up. Let's relax.
It's not nearly in the same level.
I don't know.
Relax, brother. Relax.
No, I'm saying, I'm trying to point out, is it about free speech?
Maybe everyone else can go around the panel, Banksy. You give what you think now, then Pav gives what he thinks, and then we'll have a conversation. We all know each other's positions, isn't it?
Okay, Pavlov, you want to kick it off, or do you want me to go? I'm happy to go.
Yeah, sure. I'll start it off. I'll just quickly mention my opinions on abortion. I am
No,
against.
the Tommy.
The Tommy thing. I think is what we're.
Okay, fine. We'll skip that completely. Let's.
No, we'll come back. We'll come back to the Tommy. It's just we'll come back to the abortion. Sorry, but the Tommy thing just now.
Sure. Look, I tell you what. It doesn't matter whether or not Hatun is a Christian or whatever. It doesn't matter what Tommy Robinson said. What matters is Hatun had a caricature of Muhammad, and she got physically attacked because she had a caricature of Muhammad. All the rest can go and fuck itself because it doesn't matter at all. That fact itself dwarfs everything else, and it doesn't matter if Hatun was trying to cause trouble or not. What matters is that the escalation was absolute. It's like
no one's disputing. No one's disputing.
Okay, no, Mercian. I will bring you in. Hold on, Mercian. Let Pavlov finish, and then you're next.
Always get the same bullshit with religious people. Mughfils all around the place. It's the same with fucking liberals. It's the same with social justice warriors. Mughfils. You can't make fun of Mughfils. Well, bro, I'm sorry. She didn't do anything. She had a childish picture of Muhammad, and the guy lost his shit, chimped out, and slapped her in the face. The fault is with the guy. She's faultless as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but no one's disputing.
Okay, Mercian, hold on.
Banksy, let me just say this though. Banksy, let me just say this. No one's disputing what happened to Hatun
Pavlov. Okay, Mercian, 1 minute. I'd say I'll give you 1.5 minutes.
No, I don't even need a minute. Because I've clarified my position right. Yeah, but listen, no one is saying what happened to Hatun is right. Yeah, it was wrong what happened to her. It shouldn't have happened. Right. Yeah, but the question was specifically about why Tommy Robinson would go down there. We're not disputing what happened to Hatun is wrong or right.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Englander. Okay, Mercian, are you done?
Wait 1 second. What was done to Hatun was wrong. Yeah, that's not the question. The question was about Tommy.
So
what's your point about Tommy?
The intention. So I believe that Tommy Robinson's going down there. Yeah, because because it fits his agenda, right? Yeah. And one, he will be able to virtue signal and say he's not a racist, and for two, he'll get loads of donations from Zionist Christians.
Well, of course, because Tommy is with the Zionist Christians and Zionist Jews.
Okay.
That's his action.
Okay.
Pro-Christianity, pro-Zionism, pro-Jews. That's his faction, man. What do you expect from him?
Okay, thank you, guys. Okay, Englander, you got 1 minute. Go 60 seconds, mate.
Right, so this is where I stand, right? We're looking at, we don't, right? Let's get one thing straight. Let's get one thing clear. Hatun, there was no reason for her to be attacked. We stand up for that. What we're questioning is Tommy's motives, right? Now, Tommy, if you watch his video, he mischaracterizes it that she is there because she stands on free speech. She doesn't. She's a polemicist. She speaks against Islam, right? Okay. So if they were so free speech, if they were pro-free speech, right, can you tell me, right, the guy who won an award for free speech, yeah, and they're supposed to be so pro-free speech, can you tell me why I got banned by his crew and by his close circle of friends for putting in a chat, listen to this, Google David Coleman 2066. It's because they are not pro-free speech. I'm not pro-free speech, but I don't pretend that I am, right? They pretend that they are. And Tommy has mischaracterized it that it's all about free speech. It is not about free speech. It's an ongoing conflict between the Muslims and the Christians at the park. And Tommy has tried to make out that Hatun is some free speech advocate, when indeed all she is a Christian talking about the Antichrist.
Okay, thank you. MC, you got 1 minute. Do you want to get in on this?
Well, the Christian is not pro-free speech. I mean, most Christians aren't pro-free speech. They are pro-free speech for themselves only, actually, to be honest. How do I know it? I live in a highly, quote-unquote, Christian country. And I can see the hypocrisy on that. So yes, that's for sure. She may, and she probably isn't pro-free speech. I don't know it. To test that, I would have to tell that Jesus actually was a motherfucker and a son of a bitch at the same time, because that's true. Because first, you have God the Father. So by inseminating Mary, he fucked his own mother because she gave birth to him. Because also he is the son.
Okay. This is this. I don't want this to
From
go down
from
the. Yeah, I
Holy
don't want this to
Trinity.
become a
Yeah,
theological
we're
thing.
getting the roast.
I'm trying to. Yeah. I'm trying to stick
You know
to.
what I'm talking about. Yes, I'm quite spicy about it, and I will say what I think, and that's free speech now. That I can say it, and you can
What
insult
about
me
Tommy,
back, all
man?
the
Okay.
Christians here. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Come on, Tommy, bro, Tommy.
Pavlov, sorry. Hassan Yildiz has joined us. Big up Hassan, the man of the hour himself. Hassan, before I go to my opinion about this Tommy situation, 1 minute, please give us your opinion about the Tommy situation on Sunday.
Plain and simple, his money's running low and he needs more. That's the only way he's going to get there. It's simple as that.
Call it like it
is. I love the
guys, 1 minute.
fact that this man, I love the fact that this man is shouting out for a country that's not his, but lives in, for another country, and we're supposed to be all right with this.
Are you talking about the Israel situation?
Yeah, like, it's mad. And when we used to question it, like, bro, I've got no problems with Israel. I really couldn't give a fuck what they do over there. Personally, I think it's a great idea that they're building a country, because guess what? They've got these paedophilic values, and it'd be a great place to send them all. Just fucking, they've got a nice technology place. You know, they take pedophiles without question. I mean, literally, if you look at their manifest, if you're a convicted paedophile, you're guaranteed entry into Israel. Guaranteed. So it seems like a perfect fit in place. And guess what? They're surrounded by a whole load of mad Arabs that don't mind nuking people. Right. Fucking great. Right. Send them all there, mate.
Awesome.
Send them all there, including Tommy as well.
Guys, hold on. I just want to give my my little 2 cents here. Just 60 seconds. Number one, yes, I agree that I don't think this Tommy Robinson's maneuver is to do with free speech, because if it was, he would have probably been out there long before, Hatoun's situation. He would have been there for Tan. He would have been there for other people who, if it was truly free speech. So Englanders coming up. Everybody's coming up. So I don't think it's free speech. This is Tommy Robinson capitalizing on an event that is clearly there's clearly a financial benefit to him. Second of all, Englander is right. Hatoun isn't there for free speech. She's there to proselytize for Christianity. She is there to push back against the Muslim hegemony that Muslims have had for Speaker's Corner for the last 3 or 4 years, at least, if not 10 years. So I 100% agree that Hatoun is not there for free speech. She's there for Christianity, and it just happens to be that she critiques Islam in order to point out the fallacies that the Dawa team are selling to the to the naive people at Speaker's Corner. Anyway, my minute is done. Who wants to go next?
I'll go.
Okay, we go back to Pavlov. I'm going to work my way from Pavlov, Mercian, Hassan, Englander, and MC. That's the routine that I see, and I'll go last myself. 60 seconds. Go, Pavlov.
All right, guys. Free speech is something that you use. Hatoun used free speech. She never claimed she was there specifically for free speech, but she used free speech, and her usage of free speech was threatened by the Muslims physically, because they did not want to engage with her with free speech. I mean, some of them did, but the big problem here, I think, with the Muslims is that they do not fucking control their community, and they need to have control of their community. Shit like this needs to be the main deal with the Dawas. They need to be talking about this. Do not attack people. Do not get physical. If they insult the Prophet, if they show caricatures. Because you're not living in Saudi Arabia. You're not living in the Middle East. You're living in Great fucking Britain, man. Which is becoming less and less great with COVID, with all of this bullshit. That's my point, man. Like, she never claimed to be pro free speech or whatever, but she was attacked because she was exercising her free speech. Okay. That's the problem against free speech.
Thank you, Pavlov. Mercian, 60 seconds.
I'm picking up on Pav's point. that it's down to Islam to sort this problem out. Now, ultimately, it's down to the British government whose fault it is. Like, if Muslims were never let into this country, Islam wouldn't be here, right? For one, if we banned Islam in this country, right, they wouldn't be able to practice it, innit? So I don't look for Muslims for solutions. I look at ourselves for the solutions.
I'm with you. Are you? Do you want to go? You got 30 seconds.
I mean, yeah, I've said what I've said already.
Okay,
about Tommy.
no problem. We'll circle back to you, mate. Don't worry. There's 1 minute goes by quick. Hassan, 60 seconds.
What I love about it is people are so concentrating on this Islam, but people somewhat forget that this was part 3 of a trilogy that has been narrated by people that are sitting in a nice, quiet space waiting for all this shit to kick down. My issue is with religion. We need to get rid of them all, because it's enough that we've got these stupid excuses that people use to be able to fuck children, rape women, and crush people. And it's done. Like, free speech is like, who's given the right to talk? You weren't given that right. You just had that. And to be honest, I'm done, and I'm gonna be shooting off and enjoying the rest of my evening. I love you.
Love you, Ass. Thank you. Okay, Englander. I love the dog, mate. Dog looks awesome. Okay, Englander, go for it.
Yeah, so it's a total smoke screen from Tommy. Hassan's bang on the money. It's all about making himself relevant and getting on that Charlie Hebdo phenomenon that's going on at the moment. That's raised its ugly head, and that has been on the media. He don't give two shits about free speech. His people wouldn't censor speech if he really cared about free speech. It's just another shill. It's another grift. And my God, if his people haven't woke up already after all the shit that his movement has gone through, then I don't know what's going to fucking happen. But one thing I would say is that Tommy Robinson and his crew are all atheists. So if I was Hatton, I'd say thank you very much for your concern, but can you piss off? That's what I'd say.
Do 10 seconds quickly, Nancy, before I forget this.
Avi Yemeni is not an atheist.
Tommy's crew not being forced free speech. Now, Glenn Saffer was on Wendy's the other night, yeah, saying that James Goddard should be charged for hate speech for calling him a retard. Like, what the fuck? How the fuck are they for free speech when Glenn Saffer wants James Goddard?
Glenn Saffer said on that stream, sorry to interrupt, that word has now been abolished. It should be abolished. These are the pro-free speech people.
The word retard.
James Goddard, Jimbo, said retard. And unfortunately, right, God bless Glenn Saffer's son, but Glenn Saffer's son's got special needs. So we took it personal, the word retard. And he's turned round and said that word should be abolished. Now, that's not pro-free speech, is it?
Okay, thank you, guys. I just want to go to MC. I want to give MC a chance. MC, do you have any thoughts, or do you want to skip over this one?
One thing. Avi Yemeni is an Orthodox Jew, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He's full on.
Okay, so they're not all atheists.
Yeah. But MC, do you want to get in on this? 60 seconds.
Okay. First, the correction. Tommy never proclaimed himself as an atheist. Second, of course, he has his own interest group. Third, I mean, what we do expect from all those three religions, to be honest, and interest groups? They're going to be only free speech for them, pro-free speech for themselves, as usual. They are not very, very different. And yes, that includes also the Jews here, to be honest. They're just not that annoying with it, like the Christians and especially the Muslims. Oh my fucking God!
Because there's less of them.
Yes.
Hold on. Okay, guys. MC, keep going. You got 20 seconds.
But of course, deep down inside of Khatun is a Christian. She wants her own theocracy. That will crush the Muslim theocracy that they want.
Ultimately, yeah, probably.
Yeah, most likely.
Okay, guys, I'm just going to take 60 seconds for myself. The thing is, my thoughts on this is in two ways. I agree with Englander. First of all, Englander, I love the hairline. You're looking great, and you look like you lost a shitload of weight, dude. So I think your whole image has now changed. You gotta go with a whole new. Don't keep posting those pictures of that fat meme because you look thinner than me.
North FC.
Yeah, North FC. Yeah, you don't look like North FC. You look like a dude who goes to the gym a lot. But anyway, that's a digress. As far as what everybody else has said in regards to Tommy Robinson, I 100% agree. I think this is a grift. I think this is just Tommy Robinson capitalizing on a scenario where he can get back into some kind of limelight because he's become irrelevant in a lot of ways. The ethno-nationalist movements have made a lot of headway in order into his kind of domain, if you like, or his kind of supporters. Damn it, I've run out of time. But Sunday, it will still be interesting tomorrow. I think Tommy is still capable of... Imagine if Mark Collette came to Speaker's Corner. I don't think there'll be half as many people that will be interested as that.
Yeah, I agree.
As Tommy. So nevertheless, no matter what you might think of his relevance, he is still able to draw a crowd, and that still gives him tremendous.
Another interesting thing tomorrow, Banksy, is going to be if like the black. So you will there be like loads of black people standing with him? Personally, I don't think not. And will Raspek be riding up the blacks to go, look, Tommy's going down Speaker's Corner. We all need to be getting there as well. That's an interesting dynamic of it, man. With this BLM stuff that's been going on, right? There's going to be a lot of riled up people in London thinking, "Oh, he didn't turn up for that one, but he's going Speaker's Corner." And it only take them not to be text messaging people in the background to get a few of them to be going there, right?
Wow. So. Yeah. I mean, this is what I mean. Sorry, anyone else who wants to jump in at this point? I'm going to open it up to like free flow a little bit because this whole 1 minute thing is only good when everybody wants to talk at once, but now everybody's kind of taking orders, so it's much easier that way. But
we like orders, thanks, sir. Well, if notice, me and Mercy, and we like orders. We like good
a good orderly society.
Well, I'm all pro supremacy, but it needs to be centrist supremacy. Anyway, I keep making jokes about it.
I know.
Yeah, when you say centrist supremacy, are you talking about someone like Adolf Hitler, right, who was a National Socialist? Because if you look where he comes on the political compass, he is pretty much just to the right, but right to the top of the authoritarian line. So he is actually a centrist. So is that what you're talking about?
Not really.
I mean, he's pretty far right, I would say.
Yeah. Actually, he's actually far left. He's actually socialist.
I mean, I guess if you count the socialists, but look, the far right and the far left are very similar to each other.
It's the shoehorn.
Well, no, what Hitler done though, he took the left and the right out of it and just called himself. No, what he did, but you're buying into this left or right dichotomy, right? Yeah, where what Hitler done was he was like, yeah, there's good ideas from the right, like whatever. There's good ideas from the left, and that's why he's like an authoritarian. Yeah, basically, he is an authoritarian centrist. That's what he is.
If you speak to
he's not. He is. Where are you pulling this out from? This is so ridiculous. This is the first time I ever hear this bullshit. Bro,
no, Pavlov, it's not the first time. You've just been in the wrong circles. If you speak to National Socialists, right? Pavlov, honestly, brother, if you speak to National Socialists, of which I am not, they class themselves as the third position. They don't see themselves as left or right. You cannot speak on behalf of another group. You can comment, but they only truly can represent themselves.
Oh, you just stepped on a landmine. Okay, so I'm a man, I'm not a woman. It means I can't speak about a woman's health even if I'm a gynecologist.
We talk about politics, you clown. Don't give me all that smoke.
Bro, you just gave a very bad point.
Listen,
you gave a horrible point. If I'm not part of the...
Pavlov, listen, brother, right? We're talking about political ideologies here, right? And National Socialism... National Socialism is a way of life. It's like Islam, right? It's not just a political ideology. It's a spiritual ideology. It's a way of life. Right? It's not just politics. You speak to these National Socialists, they class themselves as the third position. You're speaking from a centrist that is just looking at the left-right dichotomy. That's all you're looking at.
if you was to speak even more, we talk about the trichotomy, but we're not speaking about that. Let them define themselves. They see themselves as the third position. Is that right?
The political compass test agrees with that Adolf Hitler.
This is just so many bullshit arguments all at once. I don't even know where to begin.
You've heard of the political compass test, yeah?
Bro, the political compass is in the symbol of our new channel of centrist supremacy. You see the chat.
Right, so if you go to their website, it says on their website, it says exactly where he sits, right? And it's exactly where I'm telling you. Right at the top of the authoritarian and just to the right. So go and check that website that you've got.
Oh my god.
Your own website proves it.
Hold on, bro. Those kinds of political compasses, nothing like that existed in Hitler's time. Hitler did not speak about these kinds of things. What the hell are you guys talking about? You're trying to...
Now you're chatting bullshit.
Hold on, guys. You're doing exactly the same. Guys, you're doing exactly the same as what the Muslims do about the Quran. Like, Muslims...
This is your cause. This is your cause.
I listen to you. You can't listen. You got fucking...
Okay, guys.
Because it's your source, Pablo, right? You've just said that this political compass is in your picture or your YouTube channel or whatever, right? Yeah. And I'm telling you, if you go to your own source, it will agree with me.
Okay. Simple, quick question. Do you know where the term right and left comes from?
Yeah, it's originally within the French Revolution or something to do with the French Revolution, was it?
Yes, and go on. What else do you know about it?
Oh, well, it's basically reversed what it is today, basically, right? The way, basically...
No.
Right.
England, tell me your theory about that.
Let me tell you the theory then, yeah? So the theory was that, the religious, progressive people, have always been the left, right? Oh, I don't know, man. I've heard of it, but I can't remember. You explain.
Well, exactly. My point exactly. England, tell me your theory. Hello?
England FC.
Just explain that, because when you say I'll remember it, I've heard it before.
I think England might have stepped away. Oh, he's back.
No, brother, listen. If the Natsocks call themselves the third position,
oh my god,
then accept it.
Bro, BLM says that they are pro-Black lives. They're fucking neo-Marxists. They don't give a shit about Black lives. It doesn't matter what they say. They're lying. Fucking hell, this is such a dumbass argument, man.
We know they don't care, we know they don't care.
It's not a dumbass argument, right? If they brand themselves as the third position, then that is what they identify as, and that's what they are.
Bro, the people who brand themselves as
may I say something here?
are the biggest fascists these days.
Okay, guys.
Right now, you believe in the branding of very biased people.
Guys, let MC have a
North Korea branded itself as a democratic republic.
Exactly.
Understand that? I should believe them that they are democratic.
Exactly. Muslims brand themselves as the right religion. Everybody brands themselves as what they want to be.
One thing I will say, Iran is considered the Islamic Republic of Iran, but are they really?
Yeah, I mean, but National Socialism is a centrist authoritarian position. That's what it is.
No, it's not.
Yes,
England,
it is.
Tell me your theory about where does the right and left meaning come from?
Well, no, Pavlov, Mercian has tried.
Let me hear, because I want to hear from you guys, because I know the exact story, I know the exact definition. These guys
Pavlov, I believe in the political. Me personally, I believe in the political triangle, right? And if you understand the political triangle, you'll understand, right, that an individualism, which is the most extreme version of libertarianism, is on that triangle is the same distance as the point as total communist or total monarchy, right? For you to believe there's just left and right is fucking naive.
Okay, Pavlov, now explain to them.
No, I can't explain because he didn't tell me what's his theory about the origin of the right and left.
Well, yeah, that's something to do with the French Revolution. Just tell us, man.
Yeah. Can you tell them? Can you tell us?
Okay, hold on, Banksy. Do you see how much England is trying to run away from escaping?
No. Right.
Okay, I'll read it from the time, innit? We can read it from the time.
Hold on, one at a time, guys. One at a time.
Right. Pablo.
No, hold on. You've been taking so long that you.
Okay, guys. Shall I go back to 1 minute per person?
Yeah.
Okay,
'Cause he's
Pavlov.
doing-
Pavlov, 1 minute. Pavlov,
This
1
is
minute. You go.
Oh man, bro, when you guys speak, I gave you the time. When I speak, you immediately go to interrupt because you get upset.
Yeah. Okay. Pavlov, you have it's your show.
I'm very calm.
Look, you see, he's interrupting me right now,
No.
even though.
Pavlov, Mercian, mute up.
I am
Everybody,
lying, sure,
mute
I'm
up.
lying, I'm
Pavlov
lying,
has
you're
the
lying.
floor. What's Pavlov? 60 seconds. Go, mate.
Okay, thank you. Look, all I wanted to hear was England's theory about the right and left, and what he showed me is that he has no friggin' idea what that is, where it comes from. So I'll tell you what it is. So the conservatives, aka the royalists, the pro-monarchists, they went on the right of the room of the where they started debating about the future of France. And the revolutionaries, the people who wanted a lot of change, who wanted to completely reshape the country, went on the left. That is the main meaning of right and left. The original meaning.
Hold on, guys. Let him finish. He's still got 20 seconds. Keep going.
Now, I never said that the right and left is the only thing that exists. Not one time. You guys decided to assume that. All I wanted to hear was your definition of right and left, and you've showed me that you don't know it. Go.
Right.
Okay.
So I'll answer it. Right. So I'll answer
England,
the
60
question,
seconds.
right?
You go.
Right. So the term of left and right comes from the French Revolution, right? Okay. Just because it comes from there doesn't mean I accept that fucking concept, you fucking idiot, right? What I said was that I believe in the political triangle. Just because you believe something exists doesn't mean I have to fucking believe it too, right?
Hold on, Pavlov.
No, shut up.
England, you've got 30 seconds. Keep going.
I can be aware of that concept. Whether I agree that that is the actual reality on the ground is another thing altogether. So you can carry on with your, where did it come from? It come from the French Revolution. Do I agree with it? Just because it come from the French Revolution doesn't mean I have to agree with it. I believe in the political triangle. Let's talk about that.
Okay. Pavlov, I think it's only fair for you to respond, so I will give you 60 seconds to respond to what Englander says, and then if Mercian wants to respond, I will give him 60 seconds to do that as well. But Pavlov, do you want to respond directly, or do you want to pass on to Mercian?
There is authoritarian and libertarian. That's up and down. And there is right wing and left wing. That's left and right. There isn't a political triangle. There is a political compass. That is what most people see it as. Now, if you choose to accept the division of right and left as it was in the French Revolution, that's perfectly fine by me. But first of all, we need to accept some kind of definition. Like if you decide that for you the word red actually means black and not red, sure, you can have that opinion. It's freedom of speech. But we can't speak like that. We won't be able to reach any kind of fucking conclusion. Because the fact that the right is right and the left is left is history. That's a historical fact. And I thought that we would use that as a basis for our conversation. Because if there is no basis, we can't discuss anything. Because all you have to do in the end is say, oh, I don't accept that. Also, by the way, it's the peak of irony that somebody who's very religious tells me that he doesn't have to believe in the same thing as I believe. And just because I believe in it, it doesn't make it true. It's like the peak of irony, man, because that's the argument I keep using on religious people, and they never get it. So hopefully you'll get it now that you used it.
Okay.
Okay.
Mercian, do you want to respond to Pavlov or Englander, basically? 60 seconds, go.
Now, I just want to respond by sharing my screen.
Okay. Let me pause. Okay, fair enough. Now, bear with me. I will share your screen. Okay, you've got the floor.
Yeah, so the political compass test that Pablo's arguing for, puts, as I said, Hitler slightly to the right, and then right at the top of the authoritarian spectrum. He's not far right. So, Pablo obviously doesn't understand what National Socialism is. I'm done.
Okay, where is the National Socialism on this chart that you're showing us, please?
Hitler.
Yeah, sorry. Where is Hitler on this? Is he in the red? I can't. I'll be honest.
He's on the blue thing. Blue thing. Look at
He's
the
slightly to the right. Look there, where my arrows. Look, just slightly to the right. Obama. He's like the right wing as Obama. On here, he says it's he's as right wing as Obama is.
Chomsky.
Obama. Look, Obama's the same right as him.
Obama.
Obviously.
I see. Are you saying that Obama and Hitler are in the same political?
Wait, let me explain. So Hitler is more authoritarian, right?
Oh, he's authoritarian left or right. Sorry.
No, authoritarian right, yeah.
Yeah. So Hitler's authoritarian, but Obama is actually, and Trump is not that far. Reagan and Trump are actually kind of second and third place, more or less. Well, actually, no, there's Saudi.
Yeah, what I find
Saudi as well.
interesting-
Holy
What
shit!
I find interesting is Pavlov's laughing at it, right? But if you if he understands the political compass, that the higher you go up from the centre is the more authoritarian it is. What don't you understand about that?
Okay, would you like me to answer that, Banksy? I would love to.
Okay.
Also, this
on.
isn't Speaker's Corner, so don't give it the muzzy talk of his running because it doesn't.
No. But okay, Pavlov. If you wanna 60 seconds on that, go.
Could you share my screen, Banksy, please?
Okay. There's more.
Yeah, I think it's only fair to
Sharing is
respond in the
caring.
same manner. So let
okay.
us share the screen. I just googled it as just like they did, and look, in this one.
Hold on one
on the
second.
left.
Can you share your screen for me, please, Pavlov? You're not sharing your screen right
wait,
now.
I did it wrong. Wait, give me a second. I made a mistake with screen share.
Don't get me wrong. I'm with you there because right now the vodka is kicking in and I am seriously fucked up. A lot of this this show is gonna rapidly devolve into a shit show. I will tell you because I am almost at the end of this vodka bottle.
In fact,
I am at the end of this bottle. The bottle is empty, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, this shit is gonna get fucking real. Okay.
Do you see the screen share?
That screen? Yeah, I've got the screen share. And
okay, so
there you go.
in the first one, we got Nazis at the left of at the left wing. So that's pretty weird, isn't it? Because Nazis were supposed to be right here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Here, Hitler is right exactly smack in the center. That's a bit different too.
So he's a centrist authoritarian. Hold on. One at a time, guys. One time. Let Pavlov finish.
Here, look here. Hitler is slightly more to the right than in his graph.
Right or left? Right. Yeah.
On this one, Hitler is right in the center again. So
what is all this?
Is basically some rando on the internet decided to make a graphic.
I'm with you.
And
no, that's on their actual website.
He's showing me that as unrefutable proof where Hitler stands in the political compass. Now,
that's on the political compass's own website. So and let me just say something else. And even everyone that you showed, right? Yeah, he was either just to the left, just to the right, or dead in the center. Yeah?
But all of them at the authoritarian level.
Yeah, all of them at the authoritarian level.
And on the right, more to the right, more to the center, and more to the left.
Pavlov, Mercian said he got his answer off the official political compass website. Don't. You
know how I know that? Because when I've done the test, England, yeah, I come out basically just next to Hitler, right? So that's why I know it. That it's on the political compass test.
Don't run. So what? So can you apologise that you said that Mercian got it from some fucking randomer that just decided?
Because he did. Bro, the political compass website is an amateur website. It's not an official.
Right. I understand now. Fair enough. I understand.
You understand it.
Why is it your profile picture on your YouTube channel then?
What?
If you think it's amateur way of going around stuff, why did you choose it then? You didn't think that. You were proving it at the start.
So Mercian, he's gone from saying it was some random guy on the internet that just fucking decided that that's where it's sat, to the official site. It's just amateur now. Yeah. You see this rope-a-dope that you get. There's so continuous.
Hold on. You know where I get my information? From the official Pavlovian response website on YouTube. Check it out. You see how laughable it is, bro.
Fair enough, brother. Fair enough.
Seriously. No. Look, it's nothing personal. It's no beef. I'm not.
Let's go into National Socialism then. What do you think National Socialism is?
Bro, look. Okay. I completely disagree. For two reasons. Not two reasons. More than two reasons. But anyway. Look, it's nothing personal, but it's just that I disagree. I basically disagree on what you said, and that's it. Let's agree.
Yeah, so National Socialism specifically, why is it to the right?
Look,
why are you saying it? Wait, are you making the claim that National Socialism is the furthest right position, or it's really far to the right?
I'm saying National Socialism is not a centrist position. That's what got me into this situation, that I had to defend myself, because you guys implied that he was in the center, but in the authoritarian center, right? And you said, "Oh, centrist supremacy." That's like Hitler, because it's.
So explain why National Socialism is to the right.
Right. So National Socialism, you basically consider the two words that compose it: nationalist and socialist. So exactly. So nationalist, it means that they give their nation, their race, their culture supremacy.
Priority, certainly priority.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I'm not implying.
And always add to that. To add to it, they also want to be traditional as well, so they don't want to. They're against gays.
Yes, exactly. And as you might notice in history, socialists don't act that way. Like socialists are absolute scumbags, but they are scumbags in a different direction.
No, because so Germany would be not. So National Socialism, there'd be socialists for the.
They're socialists for the German people.
One sec. This is a new concept. Right? Because you're gonna say, look at Karl Marx, right? He was racist. Right?
Sorry, Englander. Sorry, let me interrupt. Sorry, can I just pause 1 second? Do you want me to share your screen, or do you not want me to share your screen?
They can have a look at that. They can have a look at it, but I don't want to talk about it. But they can look at it, right? That's how I view politics, right? But all this about left wingers are all kumbaya and let's all hold hands. Stalin was total authoritarian. He was. Karl Marx was so racist. So this idea, right, that these just total trad sort of based values just belong to the right is a total misnomer. Absolutely. These people on the left can be even more based and even more bigoted and set in their ways than people on the right.
I mean,
they're very authoritarian, and they are, they can be incredibly, biased.
Going back to National Socialism, though, the reason why obviously on the right is because it's in the centre, because it's on the right within like traditional values, right? But then with the socialism that pulls it back to the centre, it's not for socialism for everyone else. The same socialism that you're talking about, Pablo. It's only socialism, looking after your own people. That's where the socialism aspect comes into it. So that's why it is in the society.
When he says socialism, he's thinking of like progressive sort of kumbaya.
No, that's not what I mean. That is not what I mean. When I speak about socialism now, I'm talking mainly about the way that they.
Right, the NHS, right? The NHS is socialism, yeah.
No, not even that.
Yes, it is though. And the NHS is socialism.
Bro, NHS is very.
So like having free schools, like for all the kids to go to in this country, right? They can just go to school. That's socialism. Having the police is socialism. Having the fire brigade is socialism.
I don't agree. I do not agree. Look, socialism. You can't just say that free. Okay, we got socialist country.
Yeah, you're giving government more control, and you're taking away their freedoms by using the police and stuff like that. That is how the political compass works, my friend.
Yeah, but that could be also.
Yeah, but. Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to introduce a new speaker. Sorry, guys. Just pause for 1 second. I'm going to introduce a new speaker, Miss Sky, by the looks of it. I think she tried to get on earlier, but we were unable. Hello, Miss.
Hello. Hi. Are you talking about Speaker's Corner?
Sorry, what are you saying?
Yeah, Speaker's Corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell Wendy that I can't go because I got college Monday and Nanny can't take me because it's too far. I would love to go.
Okay.
I would love to go.
Sure.
Right.
I'm sorry. This is you throwing me off. I don't know whether it's the alcohol or whether it's the conversation. But are you aware of the conversation we are currently having?
No.
Okay.
I think if we see Wendy, you want us to say that Miss Sky is not going Speaker's Corner tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
All right, sister, no problem. We'll tell her, sister. We'll tell her.
That's fine. Yeah, we can do that.
Going.
Wendy isn't actually going to Speaker's Corner herself, though.
I don't know. If we see Wendy or Jupiter or anyone though, like I'm sure people listening as well, they might be able to get in contact with Wendy or Jupiter. I'm sure someone can help you out and help Miss Sky out. Who's listening. Tell Wendy or Jupiter that Miss Sky's not going to Speaker's Corner tomorrow.
That's definitely a thing. Yeah, Jupiter is coming, but Wendy isn't anyway. So it's all good.
I would love to meet her in Speaker's Corner. My nan lives up there.
Oh, okay.
That's awesome. I feel I'm being trolled to shit here, but okay, keep going.
You don't feel it is so.
I'm not upset now because I'm
No, I
not
think
now.
this person's genuine, man. I think
Yeah, I do.
You think this is the case? I feel
either way. It does. We'll take
my troll meter is
I've heard
twitching.
this guy speak before on another panel, man. So
Yeah, we'll take it on face value. No problem, Miss Sky. If we get to speak to Wendy, we'll make her aware. I think Jupiter was watching before, so she'll probably let her know, Miss Sky.
True.
I'm frightened to speak to Wendy on camera. I'm too scared.
no,
Don't
speak to anyone on camera. Don't show your face to people,
No,
man.
I'm
It's
not.
not trolling. It's not trolling.
I'm upset because a woman got hit.
Which
woman
got hit? Which woman?
Yeah, Speaker's Corner. Hatun.
Oh, you're talking about Hatun.
A woman got hit.
Oh, I see.
A Muslim woman got hit on a Muslim woman got hit, and I've been trying to tell Wendy to calm down, and I heard yesterday. I was going to come on yesterday, but everybody was talking about another abuse. There's been abuse going on, and I'm not happy about it.
Yeah, God bless you, Miss Sky. God bless you.
That's it.
Okay.
Second that, yeah.
I still feel
Yeah, it's good to you that it's fair play to you being concerned about like someone getting hit, man. Like, it's like, good. Shows you a good character.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm amazed that you actually found this channel. But hey, thank you for coming. Do you have any opinions about Tommy Robinson or what's happening tomorrow?
I heard that he was coming, and I heard rumors. I heard rumors about him. I heard rumors that I'm not happy about. I'm trying to fix the wedding before I go home tomorrow. I'm going home.
Make sure you make sure whatever you do, you stay safe, right? Like, don't worry about maybe like the political stuff too much. Just make sure you stay safe, Miss Sky.
Yeah. Thank you for for coming by.
Thank you for coming on, Miss Sky.
It's
very
awesome.
nice.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night and enjoy Halloween and have a great weekend and stay safe from the COVID. Thank you so much for coming though.
Yeah.
Take care. Have a good night. Bye bye.
Take care. Good night.
Okay. That was like freaky on like 10 levels.
Pablo, what did you want to say? You were going to say something.
Yeah. I wanted to ask a quick question, guys, because I've heard about Jupiter for a very long time, and I saw her speaking a very long time, but I still don't understand even a little bit of what her ideology is. Like, does she actually stand for something? What does she defend?
She's Tommy Robinson's supporter. She's basically a civic nationalist, brother. That's what she is. I mean, yeah, she's just civic nationalist, really.
Right.
Okay,
right.
guys. There's a couple of subjects that I want to cover before we get too far away from all this. One is actually the death of Sean Connery. I don't know if you guys know Sean Connery died literally tonight. I wanted to touch upon that.
Yes, the first James Bond.
Exactly. Sorry, guys. I'm just gonna put up his picture for everyone in the chat, and also I guess for us, we can do that. Hold on. You guys see, there it is, Mr. Sean Connery himself. I mean, of course, for me, apart from the fact that he was the first James Bond, really the memorable movie for me was Highlander. I remember him from Highlander because he was just friggin' awesome in that film, and also the film was awesome, and the Queen soundtrack that came with that film was bloody awesome. So that's why, for me, my Highlander is like the highest sort of moment in my life. But so, what do you guys think? What do you any opinions?
I'll give you my 10 penneth worth. Okay, I was born in the 70s, so I was brought up in the 80s. So I was Roger Moore. I was staunch. It's like Sega and Nintendo, isn't it? I was Roger Moore, right? And I was like, who's this Sean Connery clown? He's not even English. He sounds Scottish. He's not just right? But as I've got older, you appreciate nostalgia, don't you? I mean, look at him there with the gun, right? But I remember him, right, in one of his cameos as the father of Indiana Jones.
Yes.
Yes.
The last, the what's it called? The Last Crusade.
Last Crusade. Now, I don't know what I've seen him posted it on a few right-wing Telegram groups today. I haven't watched the videos. I don't know what his politics are, but regardless of his politics, what I can say as a Brit and is that he was a national treasure, he was an icon, and God rest his soul.
Yes. I have to say, he was awesome in more than just one film. I say, for me, some people say, James Bond, but I have to say, I do remember watching him in his not Dr. No, but Diamonds Are Forever. I saw that film when I was like 7 years old, in my auntie's husband's sort of TV room or movie room. My auntie's extremely rich.
So where's the question?
Well, I have got to know Sean Connery first in a very untypical way, because my first movie with him was The Hunt for the Red October as Captain Ramirez.
Yes, that was good. But I mean, the man's done so many awesome films.
Let me get one thing straight. If Christianity is wrong, right, and there is a Muslim heaven, right, and he goes to heaven and Tom Jones goes to heaven, they're going to get 50-50 on the women, because when it comes to Tom Jones and Sean Connery, they are the biggest icons and sex symbols in the 20th century, bar none.
Absolutely. And as a man who's follically challenged...
You're going to have a civil war in Janan? You mean we're going to have a civil war in Janan because all the women will be taken by them?
Yeah.
I have to say, as a man who is also follically challenged, I admire this man. If I were to grow old and to be even half as impressive as this man, I would consider that a successful life. I mean, I'll be honest with you, he wasn't all about this feminist shit either. If you actually listen to some of his footage, some of his interviews, he would be considered an uber misogynist.
I seen that.
Yes.
Right. He told the woman right up front that there are good reasons to hit a woman, and actually it should be done.
Well, this will explain the reason why I've seen him on right-wing Telegram groups. I haven't watched the videos, like I say, but he will be missed. He was a true man. He was a true alpha male, as far as I'm aware. Do we know what he died of, Banksy? Do we know what the cause of death was yet?
I don't know specifically, but I mean, he was 90 years old, so there's a good chance there was a lot.
yeah, fair enough.
I mean, let's be honest. If you make it to 90, that's a good innings for anyone.
He was one of the few lucky people that probably have died out of old age. We may not get that luxury.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I hope I never die of old age.
But
that depends in what shape you're going to be, Pavlov. Trust me. There are men in their old age that are like the world doesn't exist for them.
Yeah, but all the greats, you know, he's one of the greats. And you know, when Tom Jones goes, it'll be the same. I felt the same way about Bruce Forsyth, believe it or not. But
oh my God,
you know,
yeah.
Sean Connery's got to be the biggest. People go on about James Dean. That was because he died young. But Sean Connery surely has got to be one of the biggest sex icons in the West in the 20th century.
Absolutely.
Surely.
Now this is the photo that for me is like iconic, because I said one of the first movies that I ever saw that, although I saw Diamonds Are Forever long before I saw Highlander just had a bigger impact on me than Diamonds Are Forever. And Sean Connery's character, and the irony here is a picture, I hope you guys can all see this, a Frenchman playing a Scottish man and a Scottish man playing a Spaniard.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? It's great.
How completely messed up is this image?
It's almost as bad as Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, played by Kevin Costner. I get what you mean.
It's like it's so many things that are wrong.
Sean Connery looked like Mediterranean.
Sorry, one at a time, guys. One at a time.
But face it, this guy looked. I mean, Sean Connery looked Mediterranean a little bit, to be honest. So
maybe that's why. Maybe, yeah. Maybe. What's it called? Robert. Oh man, what's the guy's name? The guy who played Conor McLeod. Shit.
Mel Gibson.
Conor McGregor, Conor McLeod.
Mel Gibson.
No, it's not Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson played in Braveheart as William Wallace. This is not.
Hold on, isn't that Mel Gibson?
No, it's not Mel Gibson. Are you joking me?
Blasphemy, Pavlov, blasphemy. What the fuck are you talking about?
May you be struck down by lightning.
But come on, give me a break. The guy actually.
Oh man, I
looks
forgot.
a little bit like Mel Gibson from this.
Oh, Christopher Lambert.
He was a bit before. Sean Connery was a bit before my time. Ultimately, he is like an icon now. I remember. I do know who he was, and I have watched a few James Bonds and Highlander and stuff. But I can't really remember him, to be honest. And I've never really been a big James Bond fan. But yeah, he is an icon, obviously. And fucking rest in peace, Sean Connery.
Yes.
Well, this is it, Liam. It was before my time, right? Like I say, I was brought up with Roger Moore, right? And he's like, he was this imposter. But when you look back at with nostalgic eyes, he was one of the true greats of the silver screen monitor.
Oh yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, I appreciate his work in it, but yeah.
He was the one who was actually in the DB5 with the ejector seat. Like any child who had a James Bond car, the DB5, the Aston Martin, it was his Aston Martin. Effectively, it was the one he portrayed in Goldfinger. Again, I saw Diamonds Are Forever, and I think I saw Goldfinger prior to seeing Highlander. But the weird thing is, I don't know what. I think it's the Queen, because I love Queen. I'm obsessed with the Queen's music, and it's because of the soundtrack of that film that I remember, Sean Connery in that film far more than I do in the James Bond era. But either way, great man, a great misogynist. He held it up for the alpha males. He didn't give in to the feminist bullshit, and he will be missed. And I think
I'll probably look into him a bit now. Now I know that he's based.
He was based before based was even a word. He was based before based was even a consideration.
Yeah. He's old school. He's just basically old school.
Pretty much. I mean,
in fact, there should be no word base, but that we are that somebody is Sean Connery or something like that instead of bass.
Exactly.
It's like so we need sort of there's a sort of act we need nowadays, right? Someone to be speaking out on our views behalf, you know what I mean? But it's not there anymore. It's like a Tyson, like sort of put like a Tyson Fury, right? Tyson Fury speaks out against this sort of stuff, don't he?
Well, Tyson Fury, yeah, he has some, yeah, and this is the weird situation that we find ourselves is that when men speak out about things that men used to do and men used to be, is now considered controversial and radical. It's like men can no longer actually be men anymore, and I think that is the fundamental part of fundamental core of this modern society.
But the thing is, right, Banksy, is like I remember Gavin McGuinness saying, right, when I used to follow him when I was sort of civic nationalist, you know, the feminist tends to fuck the Hells Angels bike rider, doesn't she? You know, she's like with a real alpha male. Do you know what I mean? Like,
oh, absolutely.
If she's not a lesbian, she's with like some real fucking alpha, isn't she? Do you know what I mean? It's
well,
like
the studies have shown feminists actually like almost like misogynist men.
Yeah.
Like, you know, conservative men. Most feminists seem to go for conservative men because conservative men are most likely to be like alpha, to be slightly rebellious. So they like those features. They don't actually like the Justin Trudeau cuckolds when it really comes down to it. But
listen, the cuckolds, the white knights and all that lot, right? They don't get any pussy. Yeah. They're just chances, right? They're just chances. They're like I grew up on a council estate as a kid, right? And kids and the dogs used to roam the estate, right? People didn't take the dogs for a walk. And the alpha male, when a bitch was on heat, right? The alpha male used to get the bitch. There was always a fight, right? There was always fights between the dogs, right? But the alpha male got the bitch, right? The one that didn't fight on the fringes never got the bitch. And that is the one that tends to stand up for women's rights. That is the Justin Trudeau, the cuckold. Nothing makes pussy more drier than a weak man.
He's the guy that always gets put in the friend zone, isn't it? Basically
well, yeah, the friend zone or just
that's
generally...
true. And there's also another thing. Any interaction with a woman, consciously or especially subconsciously, for her is trying and testing you how strong you are. Basically, every question and the way she's speaking to you.
Shit testing.
Yes, the shit test is permanent and it's 24/7. To be honest with many of them, even the women that don't want to fuck you and will never fuck you, they are subconsciously testing you, just to know from what are you made of. Because even if they don't think of you as a man material, at least maybe you'll be her drone for work or something else, because they do have those thoughts, subconscious at least.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, I totally agree. One thing I found, and this is before I started looking into MGTOW philosophy. Now, for those of you who don't know, MGTOW is men going their own way, men just pulling away from women generally. Now, I'm not a complete MGTOW. I'm not a monk. I don't just like, I will never have sex with women. I like women. I adore women. I respect women, and I will absolutely have sex with many women, as many as available to me. But I will not capitulate to the feminist dogma. That's what I won't do.
Thanks. I can tell you one thing, right? The best women I ever had, and that gave me the most attention, was the women that I ignored on a night out.
Yeah. Exactly.
Speaking about women, street soldiers.
Okay, just a moment. I want to ask you, Banksy, one thing more.
Yeah, he's put a great question in the chat. Maybe we can get to that after. That's a good topic.
Banksy, Banksy, have you read the book that I have advised you to read? I mean, Disposition: The Manipulated Men by Esther Viral.
Oh, I haven't actually. No, dude, did you post that to me?
Long time ago, months ago.
I gotta get on it. I'm sorry.
Jodie Turner-Smith is going to play Anne Boleyn in the Channel 4 drama. Jodie Turner-Smith is a black person. That was Street's question. What do our guys on the panel?
Yeah, it's going to be portrayed as a blank woman. What is a blank woman?
Yeah. No, a black woman.
Oh, a black woman. Oh, I see. What? She's a white person.
Yeah, Anne Boleyn. Yeah,
Anne Boleyn. Oh,
Queen.
you see, they're gonna make
Henry
Anne
VIII.
Boleyn. Oh,
King Henry VIII.
holy shit!
One of six. One of the six.
Fucking hell. I mean, the thing is, if it's the BBC, then
No,
what do you
Channel
expect?
5. Channel 5 drama.
In that case, that's just as bad. I don't know. I mean, in all honesty, movie and Hollywood, I've pulled away from that for such a long time. I haven't watched the 5 channels. You know, BBC One, BBC Two, ITV,
Same.
Channel 4, Channel 5. I haven't watched them for at least 3-4 years now. I don't
This is
even know
why
what goes on.
this sort of shit gets put on, right?
Yeah, I don't even know what's going on there anymore. So I've been so far removed because nowadays content is so readily available. I mean, if I think back to my childhood, I think back to the 90s and late 80s, there was literally the 4 and then later on the 5 channels that I had choice of. There was no internet in this way. There was no videos on the internet. Dude, I remember getting my first digital porn, and it was literally something called Mandy. It was on a floppy disk, and it was a GIF file. Effectively, it was just 2 images going in and out.
Going back to what Street said, though. Going back to what Street, the actual question, though, yeah. Like, can I just comment on the question? Here? So I just want to say, like, it's absolutely terrible that this is happening. It's part of cultural Marxism, and it's part to take our history away from us, and it's also another way to push race mixing, right? Because youngsters may be looking at it thinking, "Oh, look, it was happening. Race mixing was happening back there, so it's normal."
This is clearly reverse whitewashing. I mean, that's all I see it as, is reverse whitewashing. They think whitewashing is... You see, the problem with the left in modern time is that they don't recognize positive discrimination. I was taught about positive discrimination in information systems classes back in school and back in college and university, that it is just as bad to positively discriminate against a group as it is to negatively discriminate against a group. What you're aiming for is true meritocracy, true equality of, I don't give a shit what your color is. I'm just going to deal with you as another human being. That's what that's what you should be promoting towards.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, I don't know if I missed the question, because I can't lie, I went for a gypsy's kiss, I went for a piss. But if it's anything to do with the question that Street Soldier asked about...
Anne Boleyn, yeah, that's what we're talking about.
The Anne Boleyn, yeah.
Okay, so, listen, I hear what you're saying about blackwashing and whitewashing, right? But when we can portray Nelson Mandela as a white man, and when we can portray Samuel Sharp, who was a Jamaican revolutionary, and when we can
Malcolm X
as all white, then fair enough, game on.
Look, in England, I kind of see why they're saying... You see, the thing is, I'm not completely insensitive to recognize the whitewashing of Hollywood. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen John Wayne play Genghis Khan. It is the cringiest shit that you will ever see in your life. Them trying to make John Wayne look like a Mongolian.
It's no different than Yul Brenner playing fucking the King and I.
Exactly. So yes, this cringy shit happened in the history of Hollywood, and so they are now trying to course correct, and they're trying to make it a little bit more like, let's not get John Wayne to fucking play Mongolian. But now it's going in the other direction. They are now turning white people and portraying them as black people.
But you see, the thing is, I will be, right, I'm one of the few that won't complain about it, right? Because you see all this Black Lives Matter and this black washing, and this Joan of Arc was black, and this Hercules was black, and Zeus was black, and so-and-so was black. You see all this has made people more racially aware than I could ever make people racist.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, of course. Yeah.
Anne Boleyn being played by a black woman is Anne Boleyn playing a black woman is going to wake up piss off so many more people than we can do right in England. Like saying that we can wake up.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Big up Streets.
How are you doing, sir?
Oh my God, I'm good, sir. How are you?
Evening.
Not too bad. I've got to come in on this. I've been listening to the show, and it's actually great to see so many true nationalists on a lefty panel. It's actually brilliant. It's the problem is I have to come in on this because you've basically justifying a TV series or a film made in the 60s and 70s of a Mongolian man. Hang on a minute, we need to put this in perspective here. It's like watching the Columbo film where what's his name played a sheikh. It is cringe. It's dodgy ground. The problem is there wasn't many Mongolian actors that could actually fit into a role in the fucking 70s and the 60s and the 50s. So let's not pretend that John Wayne playing some fucking black man was the same thing. It wasn't. You didn't have the caliber of fucking actors in them days. So, there was a necessity of putting people into making him look Chinese. I mean, you got to remember, you're talking about Sean Connery. He played a Chinese man, for fuck's sake, in a Bond film.
Yes.
So that wouldn't be made. That wouldn't be made these days. So it's a completely different. It's a completely different type of thing. And not only did they make him look Chinese, actually he went through the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, it was Japanese, but it was Thunderball, wasn't it? Was it Thunderball?
Yeah.
Japanese.
So you gotta look at the era it was in. And you can't do the same now, but what you're actually doing is we're in a situation where all of Hollywood and even down to the Simpsons, a white person can't voice over a black person because it's not seen to be politically correct anymore. So you've gone to the extremes of where people are losing their jobs just because they did a voiceover as a fucking Apu. And actually, he did the voice quite good, to be fair. But he also did 5 other voices as well. And so you're putting the man in.
No. Streets. I'll be 100% honest with you. I'm sorry, Miss Skype. I'll get to you, but I can't get any more people on at the moment. But Streets, I no arguments from. If you notice, the whole panel is silent because nobody argues with the fact that in the 70s they're not going to be able to get a Mongolian superstar to play, Genghis Khan. So John Wayne was like one of the biggest superstars at the time. He was going to be the box office draw. So of course they're going to have him in a film about Genghis Khan. So yes. 100% agree with you. I have no problem. I don't even have a problem with the what's his name? Yul Brynner playing the King of Siam, which is Thailand now, or even Ben. What's his name? The guy who played Ben Hur.
Ben Hur, Charles Heston.
Charles Heston playing El Cid, a Spanish man.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Because it was at the time when it needed. You didn't have very great actors that could be. I mean, most Mexicans or Spanish people are quite small anyway, so you needed someone of stature. You can't give him 5 foot fucking heels to wear.
Yeah, but it's not just
and so
that.
You had to. Yeah, it's just the era.
It's not just that. It's the box office draw. They need a big name to be able to bring people in. This is the same as why they put what's his name, Scarlett Johansson to play in Ghost in the Shell. Ghost in the Shell is a Japanese anime, and obviously all the characters are Japanese, but they put Scarlett Johansson because if I put, I don't know, Kim Jin-young, nobody's gonna know who the fuck that person is. Why would I go watch a film with some unknown Japanese actor? I want to go watch a film that I recognize the name. That Scarlett Johansson's in this one. I'm gonna go see that film. So of course these things matter. These contexts matter. But I think that what I was trying to express was because of that era of John Wayne playing Genghis Khan. People have now started to, or Hollywood especially, because Hollywood is like a giant cockhold, is now course correcting badly. And they are now going so far to the other side, and BBC and all the rest, that they are now replacing white historical figures like Anne Boleyn with black people. It's like
you're actually the thing is though, when you're making a film, you have to create a film, and whatever historical figure you do, you have to try your best at the time. And like I said, in Hollywood it was difficult because they're all the same actors that play all these different roles. But when you look at this is going to be on ITV or Channel 4 or Channel 5, can't remember, but this is going to be an historical these films you're talking about, I suppose you could say they're historical, but there's no racist undertone there. No one looked at these films. Even now, you're not looking at Roger Moore going, he played Chinese, so he's a racist. The director needs to get shot. He's probably dead anyway, but let's ban this film, because he played a Japanese Chinese man.
Yeah, but if you do that, then you have to ban Tropic Thunder with Robert Downey Jr. playing a black man, and he did an amazing job at that. But he wouldn't be able to do it now. In this current climate, he wouldn't be able to play Tropic Thunder anymore as a black man because they'll lose their shit.
Yeah, but this is I maybe I see it different because I'm English, and that was one of my queens. But this is different. This is almost this is what this program's about. It's showing your last days as the queen, right? Is married to Henry VIII. This is actually almost a documentary type thing that's portrayed as a documentary. It's portrayed as this drama. Is his wife. This is fucking different. This is completely different.
But it plays into another thing that we talked about on your show before, Street, in England. I don't know whose show it was, but we were talking about they wanted to get rid of the word Anglo-Saxon. I don't know if you guys remember that. But there was some in America, right, wanted to get word of the Anglo-Saxon. And it plays into that narrative, right, where children will think, there was blacks back then as well, wasn't it? So they'll just get rid of the word Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah, you're going to...
The thing is, just like me coming here, right, so Banksy, right, so Yul Brynner, right, when he played the King of Ireland, he was pretending to be the King of Siam, which is now Thailand, right? At least he tried to make him look that way, right?
Yeah.
But to turn around and have a look, right? They tried to make him look Chinese, right? And if you look back at all this during the silver screen, where they had a shortage of ethnic actors or BAM actors, that they had to get a white person and make them look like a gook or make them look black or whatever, right? Sure. Yeah. But this is a black person. They haven't even put white makeup.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're not gonna pick a black actor and then white them up like
that's what we
like white girls.
Roger Moore. One sec, brother. What you saying, Banks?
Yo, guys, sorry. Let me just say one thing real quick. I'm gonna go now because I want to be tomorrow early. I'm gonna be there as possible. So sorry, I gotta go now, guys. Big up everybody, and see you.
Yeah, no worries. Have a good one, Pavlov. I'll see you tomorrow, mate.
Pavlov. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, right, is that the argument that you was putting forward, and I could understand it, was like, well, they used to have whites, and they used to black them up, or they'd make them look Chinese, or they'd make them look like Aladdin or Sinbad, or whatever, right? But this isn't even an effort to do that.
Well,
this is like putting a black woman in the position of a fucking white queen.
Yeah, but England. This is not done.
It's a very, very good point.
Yeah.
Trying to make it.
But the thing is, England. The point in this one is that they're not replacing or they're not putting a white actor in to replace an ethnic person. They are purposefully putting an ethnic person in for the fact that they are ethnic, and they want to give. They basically are doing what's called a historical revisionists. They are revising history to pretend that this person was black. No,
I'm playing Winston Churchill in the upcoming Battle of Britain.
But do you know the black Hebrew Israelites? They'll be over the moon, right? Because they say King James was black, don't they? So
wait a minute.
Use that as evidence to prove their theories.
But this is basically what I was saying. There's conditions to what was happening. It's like I think there was who played the prisoner, number 6. He played I think he played a Chinese guy as well at some point. It's because you didn't have the sort of people you selected from. I mean, you got to remember, in the 60s and 70s, there wasn't that many great American, Chinese, black, or Hispanic people in there to do that, because most people couldn't. It's a language barrier as well that was there. So it would have been impossible to even do that. And like you said, sales and the way things happening, you sort of accepted the fact that, oh, he's playing this person because obviously he's not credible. What they're actually doing is they're actually trying to distort the complete history of Britain, because anything to do with white history is bad history. And so where they're bringing out these coins, diversity built Britain. No, they fucking didn't. We were a society before fucking 1970.
Yeah, but Streets,
and so change the fucking queen to black.
Yeah, but let me say something, Streets, right? It pisses me off, if not more than you, right? I'm willing to fucking do a dick measuring contest and say it pisses me off more. But one thing I recognise, brother, right, is that I can spend hours and hours and hours speaking to my mum, to my sister, to my relatives about the reality on the ground. When they see Anne Boleyn portrayed as a black woman, it will do everything and more than I could have ever.
Like the Black Lives Matter has done, like them attacking Winston Churchill's statue has done, right? That stuff, has really, really pissed off the average person.
Okay, when is the brown man allowed to speak? Is this some?
Go on, see. Go on, then.
Some racial supremacy.
The very first thing Raj says is, when the brown person. Don't use your colours.
I'm very into identity politics.
Go on, brown.
I'm sure you are.
See everything as colour. Yeah, everybody. You're white.
The only people that see colour are black people.
I see colour everywhere.
You do. No, it's true. You do. That's why you use it.
That's why I'm not drawing in colour, because I want to be very, very woke. I don't want to be able to draw black people as grey. They must be brown, dark brown, and white people must be pink. Are you saying that Anne Boleyn is now going to be what did you say?
Well, Anne Boleyn is going to be portrayed as an African black woman, and the documentary style story is going to be portrayed of her last living days, and so they're not doing it as sort of.
I shall be proof though. Where's the proof?
I'm sharing my screen now with Banksy. So.
No, I share the screen. I'm not bullshitting. You can get black and then where's the proof? You don't believe me?
Which article do you want? The Daily Mail.
I don't know. I think it might.
Which one do you want, Raj? Daily Mail, Sun, or the Express?
Oh my god! Why would they do? Why would they? I don't even understand the logic behind it.
The funny thing is, the picture of Anne Boleyn is like the whitest person ever.
Do you know what is the reasoning behind it? Though? Because
I can tell you the reason behind it.
So let me just finish. There's nothing wrong.
They need a quota.
There's nothing wrong when you're doing historical dramas to represent who the people of that time was. If they're all white, they're all white. If they're all Chinese, they're all Chinese. True, don't start like freaking like if you did a medieval something of like 7th, 8th century India, and you had white people in there, that would be historically correct. Because white people didn't get there until like the 14th, 15th century. And so
I like saying diversity.
The main point is what England made, Raj, where England said, let's say like when John Wayne, I don't remember the film, but they were saying John Wayne played Genghis Khan, right? They tried to make him look like Genghis Khan, right? They're not going to be trying to make this person look like a white person, right? Also, Street's point about like they didn't have the caliber of actors back then from different minorities as well. Yeah, that's a good point. So what they're doing here blatantly is just trying to change history. So young people think that like that it's always been like that over here, right? Get rid of the idea of indigenous Anglo-Saxon English people. That's the greater picture, because they are.
I was watching a Sherlock Holmes drama, and like I remember I was just watching it. It was like a new one, and there was a white and black couple in one of the carriages, like it was totally normal in those times.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought
that. All right, so it's not that. All right, so it's not that I disagree with it. It's that it's not historically accurate. Like
correct
period dramas, they must be done accurately, even with the bad and the good.
I agree with that, and I agree with that, and that's what's happening.
Right, it's not about right. It don't get me wrong, right? It does get me triggered that they're showing a black woman as Anne Boleyn, right? Don't get me wrong, but what is the real truth of the matter is how
historically it's incorrect. It's like you saying, like you said before, it's like putting one of your gurus as a Japanese man.
Oh no.
Do you understand what I mean? Or an Eskimo? It's like people, people will see it for what it is, and long may it continue. I'm happy with it, me brother.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what the point of it is. It's very stupid. It's actually making more people racist, because what it does, it makes people think, okay, why are they doing this and what's the agenda? And you lot are probably happy with that, because
I like it.
Is the agenda not clear to you what it is now? Like, can you?
Yeah, I mean, look. I remember they did. What was it, Achilles?
No, but you accept that there is an agenda to replace the Northern Europe.
You don't need to be. You don't have to be a racist to disagree with one of our queens being betrayed as a black woman.
Yeah, but overall,
but how would they go? I'll be interested.
Speaking of queens portrayed as a black woman.
Liam, speak.
Yeah, let me ask you.
Speaking of queens portrayed as black, I would like to see Queen Victoria portrayed as black. You know, the one that have made India a colony, a total colony. I want her to be portrayed as a black woman too. I want the one. Will this movie trigger Indians and others? I would like to see the reaction, to be honest. If they are so fast with portraying every.
But didn't Anne Boleyn get executed though? So
yeah, it's his second wife. But that's not the point.
Right, let me ask you a question, man.
Raspberry will probably do a protest saying, hold on, 1 minute. Let me just land. So Raspberry will probably do a protest saying that it was racism that got her killed. Think about
it. Yeah, the Queen killed a black woman.
He's racist. He's racist. He killed a
Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Look,
you don't know. It might happen like another Battle of Trafalgar for Anne Boleyn. Yeah.
Henry VIII was racist. He killed his black wife.
That ginger. He killed her because she's black.
He killed his only black wife. He's racist.
Yeah, oh no. It's stupid, man. I'm not. Is it the BBC that's doing it? Because the BBC.
ITV or Channel 5.
Liam's making a point, right? And the point is, right, you'll say, it helps the racist, it helps the ethno-nationalist, it helps the nationalist to get people on board. But do you recognise that there is an agenda?
To replace the Northern European man in their homelands, whether that be in England, Germany, France, Australia, America, Canada, New Zealand, whatever country it is, right? Can you see there's a clear agenda with the immigration going on and the change in history that you can see, and with them attacking all the statues and soldiers and trying to get rid of our history of all that? Can you see now that there is an agenda?
There's a queen.
Calm down. Now, when you're talking about Europe, I'm just going to stick to Europe because Europe is a white land. Other places, New Zealand, I don't really want to talk because it's so complicated. In Australia, Europe, the same way India is the land of the Indian people, Europe is the land of the European people. And so in here, in this particular scenario, I think what it is, if they put it as a brown person, I think brown people will be like rolling their eyes. You know, Asians will be rolling their eyes like, what is this about? Why would you even? Because I think they're trying to, I don't know what the agenda is, because they're not dealing with Asian people. Let's just remember that. There's no Asians in there. There's no Indians. There's no Chinese. They're using black actors.
They're using blacks and Muslims, isn't it? Because they see them as like the most like the people who are more likely to cause danger.
Actually, Raj, can I ask you a serious question about that? Now you brought that up, because I was going to bring this up further along.
One second, just to clarify before you move on, before you move on. So you can see there is an attempt to replace the Northern Europeans in their homelands, then, right?
No, I'm not going to say they're the great white replacement. I'm not going to say there's an actual plan, but are the demographics changing? There's no doubt the demographics are changing. Is there
an agenda on the TV? Because if you went to Google, say like if you went to Google now and you type in happy black woman, a black woman comes up. Happy Asian woman comes up. Happy white woman, a mixed race couples come up.
Yeah, in terms of that, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't agree with everything you're saying, but I can see that over the last couple of years, they've tried to superimpose people in history that just physically couldn't be there just because of their race. They just couldn't be.
But Raj, the point we're making is do we have even though you might not agree with our concerns, do we have a right to be concerned?
Yeah, I think everybody has a right to be concerned about if they truly feel something's going on. It's what you do with that, your concerns, though. Like, are you gonna start kind of blaming the Jews? You know, you look.
Would you like an African to say
Raj, I don't
golden
think.
thing?
Raj, I don't see a Jew hid in my sandwich. I don't see a Jew hid
Neither
under
do
my bed. I don't underestimate the power of the Talmudic Jews, but I'm not. You straw manning me there, brother.
I didn't say you in particular. I was just saying that anyone that ascribes kind of mentality. But yeah, I mean, this Anne Boleyn thing is very stupid.
I mean, I'm more.
I would like to see how they. All right, so how are they going to do it? Because how did she get there first? Because they're going to have to explain how a black African woman.
You see, it would have been
Where
a lot.
did she pop up from?
Yeah, but Raj, right, it would have been a lot easier if they would have used Catherine of Aragon, right? Because at least she was Spanish. They could have said she was from the Moors. You see, that would have been more palatable. Catherine of Aragon being the first wife. I mean, at a stretch, let's give it a full reach. We could have said that she was dark olive-coloured skin. But Anne Boleyn, for God's sake. Let me Google where Anne Boleyn was from. Give me a minute.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right, here's a question.
When they do the court and everything like that, like it's gonna, unless they start, I don't know how they're gonna do it, because they can't just have one black person sitting there. If they had too many black people, it'll look even more ridiculous. Either way, it's gonna look real stupid.
But they're trying to rewrite history, aren't they?
You
They're
have
trying
to take it with a curve
they're
as
trying to
well.
pretend that diversity built Britain, but Britain was already it was already a thing before even any Africans came here. So let's not pretend diversity built Britain. Diversity killed Britain.
No. To be fair, look here, you know, I'm not here to sugarcoat anything. Like up until say the 15th century, the UK was quite insular, and it's kind of like anything pre 15th century. I don't think
Westminster was built was finished.
Let me finish.
Westminster was finished in the 13th century, mate.
Let me finish.
All our stuff here, innit?
Hey, like Ralph says, you're brown master. Have some impulse control.
That's the last person.
So,
Okay, let Raj.
So pre 15th century, yeah, you can't really argue that, you know, Britain is built on other people's kind of wealth, because they weren't really a what you call kind of like a colonial kind of land. In fact, they were being colonized by Rome and places like that. Now, so dude, you got to just. So after that, when they started colonizing, you could argue that Britain was built on the wealth of other countries. You can argue that, but you can't say that Britain in itself, in terms of the people of the land.
Hang on a minute.
But then we have to explore the Celts.
There's a difference between the wealth of other countries helping us build these countries, but there's a difference between saying that people helped. It's bullshit. If you look at the
that's what I said.
It's completely
having wealth. Hold on,
1940 previous. How many black people are in the UK? How many we were an ethno state up until 1995?
Let me finish. Hold on, 1 minute. Let me answer that. 1 minute. 1 minute.
You can speak. Only be 2 seconds. I don't want to monologue like you do, Raj. I don't want to.
Okay, hold on. One at a time, guys.
I just want to. Up until 1952, there was like 15,000 black people. But go ahead.
Exactly.
All right. So if I get money, from working or whatever means, but I still build my house, the money that I got would have been contributing to the building of the house, but I still built the house.
Just because a black man put a brick in a course of bricks doesn't mean he built it.
I'm not talking about the brick. I'm talking about when you colonize other places, you cannot argue that kind of wealth that's been brought into the UK from those colonies doesn't contribute to building up a country. I'm not talking about physically. Obviously, the people that built the buildings and stuff like that. Well, obviously,
no, hang on a minute. That's not what they're doing.
Hold on. Do you know what builds a country? The sense of adventure, the sense of reaching out, the sense of becoming the greater person. That's what builds a country. Listen, the cotton industry in this country built this nation. The pottery, the steel industry built this nation. But you don't get a load of people from Birmingham and a load of people from Manchester, like my grand's family, saying, well, we were the only people that built this fucking country. So don't
who says that?
Base level.
Who says that?
Well, you're going on like Windows.
No, I didn't say. When did I say that? You're getting very triggered. Obviously,
I'm very triggered. I'm triggered.
Calm down.
1 second.
Calm down. Let me just
Hold
explain.
on, one at a time. One at a time, guys.
There's no point getting triggered for no reason because you're not even listening to what
Guys,
I'm saying.
One at a
Calm
time.
down. Man.
Shall I give a minute? Shall I do a minute thing for everyone?
Yeah. So let me just explain.
Okay, Raj, 60 seconds. Go.
All right. So any any like the Romans. Yeah. Let's just use the Romans. The Romans. Yeah. Obviously colonized the UK. Yeah, and they came into it. They probably took wealth out of the UK and bring it back to Rome and stuff like that. But the Romans still built the Colosseum and the structures within Rome in order to do that. I'm not saying that we built the UK. I'm saying the wealth from other countries contributed to the building up of the UK. But who's the people that got the wealth from those places? Well, obviously the people that conquered those places. I don't understand why it's so complicated to understand. It's more nuanced than just saying, oh, we just built it 100% with no wealth from anywhere else. And I even said before the 15th century, before the British started colonizing other places, it was pretty insular. So anything prior to that probably was...
hang on. Okay.
Okay. 1 minute's done. Who wants to reply for a minute? England. Okay. England. 1 minute. England. Guys. Just give me a second. England, Street, and then Mercian. 1 minute apiece.
Before you go on that, Banksy, was that reasonable? Just so I can get a...
Well, we'll see. We'll see with the replies now.
I'm asking your opinion. Your opinion.
I'll come in after the guys have done. England first.
All right, I respect what you said, and I heard what you said, Raj. But what people have to understand, right, is whether it's right, the working classes are the backbone of the country. So whether that's the Windrush nurses and the Windrush people that are doing sanitation and the Windrush people that are doing the railways, whether that's the English whites that are working the cotton mills, whether that's the English whites that are doing the pottery mills, whether that's the English whites that are doing the steel industry in Birmingham. Put that all aside. What builds a country is the ingenuity, and the ingenuity is of the people that was willing to push forward and succeed, and they were white people.
Okay, that's wonderful. Streets, 60 seconds, go.
Yeah, my issue is they're trying to push this narrative and this agenda that diversity built Britain. So when you see it, you see the only black face they can have in that worked in the fucking coal mine. They'll show him and say, look at this pioneer. No, when he was a fucking labourer just like this man. Look at this person. He helped build the fucking, I don't know, the fucking London Bridge. The only black person you'll see a photograph of him. Look at this guy. We should celebrate him. Look at the first black police. Look what she did for the country. Imagine how hard it would have been for her to be a copper. You know, we're trying to celebrate this. No, she's just a copper. She's just one person. That didn't help build fucking Britain. This man that helped build the Tower Bridge did not help fucking build Britain. It's complete bullshit to say diversity did. And for people that believe that are fucking idiots. You can go through all that. They're even going now from the first black nurse. Look how celebrate. Look how this person helped the nursing. What the fuck are you trying to push? That's my issue.
Okay, thank you. Streets, Mercian, 60 seconds.
Yeah, we pick on Raoul's point about the Roman Empire. Yeah, to start off with, the Roman Empire over in England for a very, very short space of time. You can see there was ever no Colosseums or anything built over here. So, no really argument there. And again, with like the Roman difference between the Roman Empire and like England, the Roman Empire brought slaves in to build their shit up. We never brought anyone here to build our shit up, man. Like the Westminster and like the Tower of London or whatever was built by the people of this country's blood and sweat. So, I don't see your argument on how diversity has played any way into building this country up, man. Like this stuff, Westminster and stuff was here well before, and these castles and beautiful churches and our society and values were here well before we went around the world, didn't it? In like the 1500s, 1600s, that's what it means.
Hold on, guys, hold on. Mercian, hold on. Mercian still has 15 seconds.
Are you done? Like, it's just what you're saying is absolute bullshit, man. Like the English built England.
All right, so can I respond quickly?
No.
Please,
hold on. I will come to you, Raj, after I've actually given at least some time. MC, do you have an opinion on this? Do you want to take a minute?
Well,
Okay,
coming
MC
from a
gets a
country
minute.
that once upon a time, coming from a country that once upon a time also was a multicultural empire, even if it's not in the sense that Britain was, I can say that yes, diversity is a necessary restraint. It's with time it will be the reason for the downfall. Why? Because in a democratic society, liberal society, when you have too many cultures and too many religions, sooner or later it will collapse, because there will be one group that will want to push its agenda and its domination over others. Let's face it, we can already see that in Britain happening now. We know which group I'm talking about, especially.
Same in France.
And by the way, I'm sorry to say that, but most countries that are diverse culturally, especially, and religiously, many of them are authoritarian or totalitarian regimes. Russia, China, those are only two examples, of course, but I can put more. Many regimes in Africa. Look at Iran. I mean, Afghanistan, basically. No, it's. We can discount Afghanistan, okay, because it's a place of anarchy.
Okay, sorry.
I mean,
MC,
because diversity. Just a moment. Because diversity can be used as a tool to impose tyranny on the population in the name of, for example, community cohesion. Let's face it, all those immigrants from all those colonies also are a tool to get the British government an excuse to impose tyranny sooner or later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can
Okay.
I just ask Raj one question?
Hold on, Raj. I just want to lay it out. I'm going to forgo my turn, and I'm going to let Raj respond, and then Streets. But then after Streets, I will take a little a minute. So 60 seconds for Raj. Go.
Can you put a trigger warning on? Because I think a lot of people are going to get upset on this panel. So
trigger warning. Nobody gives a shit. These people are not trigger kind of people.
Trigger warning.
They're made out of sterner stuff than that.
No, trigger warning. They're getting triggered already. There's something about me that annoys people. But let me say a bit. Calm down.
Okay, guys. Let him have 60 seconds, and then Streets, and then I want to make comments myself.
He's at 20.
It's okay.
So first of all, I'm very disappointed with the white representation on this panel. Seem to be very not the kind of people that I thought could conquer the world. You're not even listening to my argument. You're straw manning me. I've said straight forward that the people that built this country in terms of physically are white people. All I said was from the colonial times, money that might have come into the UK would have contributed to the wealth of a country, enabling it to build itself up. I don't think that's unreasonable that a country that is a colonial power and would call India the jewel in its crown would not have seen money coming in from those countries that would have enabled it to be able to build itself up. Was it the ingenuity and the people on the ground that built it? Of course, I'm not saying that. So you need to start like really listening to what I'm saying rather than just kind of getting triggered, because it is more nuanced than just, okay, we built this country, but where did the money come from? The money had to come from the colonial places that they conquered in order to become a world power. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you, Raj. Streets is next, and then I would like to take a minute after that. So go ahead, Streets.
This is just pure question. Considering the demographic of the Sikhs and the Hindus and maybe the Muslims overrepresent more than the black community in the UK, do you feel that you're being left out with this diversity push to put black Africans and black Jamaicans to the forefront of this, the new de-whiting of the UK? Do you feel a bit pushed out of the fact that proportionally you're being downtrodden? So you've got allegedly the whites being outdone, but your people don't get a mention.
I don't really care as long as our people are prosperous, moving up the ladder, and one of us will be prime minister one day. We don't give.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me finish.
No, guys. This is Streets time.
Let me finish.
I'll put a pause.
I don't give a shit. If I saw an Indian man playing Winston Churchill, I'd be embarrassed. If I saw that, I think, okay, we've lost. We don't need that bullshit. We don't care about that kind of shit. We don't constantly whinge about racism or that. That's why in the British government at the moment, You have 3 Hindus in the top positions. You should be more worried about those guys, really, to be honest with you. Really.
Okay, guys,
Us guys that are going to be moving up the ladder, because we don't have the victim mentality. We are actually the Indian community in particular, which is mainly Sikhs and Hindus, are most prosperous, most educated, and most let's just say the most successful community.
Yeah, we realise who's replacing the middle and upper class.
No, guys, hold on.
And we're not a threat to you, though. We want to work with you.
Raj, please. Streets, you have 11 seconds. Do you want to finish your 11 seconds? Do you have anything?
We're your friends. We're your friends.
So this is the problem, though. What's happening is, do you not think that you will lose your jobs as well, just like the white people losing their jobs? So you've got the presenters, the white presenters that have had the job for so many long, losing their job for the diversity push. Do you not think you'll be sacrificed in the same way?
Okay,
Yeah,
Raj, hold on to that thought.
sorry.
I do apologize. You're going to have to write that down. Hold on to that thought, because I want to take 60 seconds to actually acknowledge or at least address some of these things. I think what Raj is saying, as a person who I was never colonized by Britain, but I was politically colonized, if you like, by Britain, and thus leading to my existence in this country. Although I'm exceedingly grateful to live in this country, I can recognize the chain of events that led to me being here. And I will say this, there are 2 scenarios that are at play here. One is modern diversity or modern concepts of diversity, and then there is the colonial era of Britain. Britain absolutely benefited, and it gained its presence in the world because of its colonial past, because of what it able to get from the other nations that it colonized. So to ignore that is, I think, ignoring reality. You can't possibly tell me that Britain didn't benefit from the fact that it managed to colonize other nations and take their natural resources. So of course Britain benefited from that, and that gave Britain the position it has in the global global standing of nations that we have currently now. But did the Brits or the Anglo-Saxon people have the ingenuity, the foresight, and the mind to do such a thing and to benefit from these natural resources, which the natives of the variety of countries that they colonized were not really doing anything with anyway? Absolutely. If the Brits and the French and the other nations that colonized these nations did not take these resources and put them into some good use, they'd just be still sitting in the ground. Oil does nothing for you unless you refine it. Gold does nothing for you unless you do something with it. So of course you have to do something with this. The Arabs sat on a sea of oil for thousands of years and got nothing from it until an American told them what to do with it. So absolutely, these countries would do nothing with those natural resources, and Britain happened to, or the Brits happened to know what to do with those resources. It's not just enough to have resources.
But the thing is, Banksy, right? We keep, like I've said to Jedi many a times, right? We keep crying about life came out of Africa. Yeah, Lucy. Humanity came out of Africa, and then they tell us white people came out of Indo-Europeans. Yeah, Indo. So we've just taken our birthright. That was all.
Are they saying that we're a separate race? Hold on, let me
I've got a different point.
Are they saying that the Africans, the Africans and the people of Europe are a different race? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that what I'm saying?
No, I don't
understand your point.
No, what I'm saying is, right, is that people keep reminding us, right, ethnic minorities keep reminding the white people that we came out of Africa and that we're Indo-European. So all we're doing is taking something back from home. So when people get upset that we're taking natural resources, all I say to them is, well, we're taking our birthright. And like Banksy said, these things, I have no doubt in my mind, if it wasn't for Western ingenuity, cobalt would still be sat in the ground in Africa.
Can I just add something to
the question that you said? Because somebody said a question before, though. What was the question?
Sorry,
before?
Raj. Let Streets go, and then you're after.
I like what you said there, Banksy. But can I just put something into perspective here? We're talking about hundreds of years ago, right? Where we colonized, we showed we knew where the minerals were. We developed the country to the point. We didn't just leave it in a shit state. We tried to develop it to a certain point of ground. But the problem is, even though they know what to do with this minerals and what to do with this so much wealth they've got in their lands, do you think there's any need for us to be sending money over there still with these water aid? They know how to build a fucking well, but they still need the white man to go over there and show them how to use it. And I think I don't understand why they've not progressed. Other countries have progressed.
Even when you're building the world,
they know what to do, what's in that land, but they still haven't got the knowledge or the foresight to, out of the education or the IQ, to actually fucking use it. Even in 2020, you've got videos of people don't know how to use a well, and you've got these white virtue signaling people over there showing them how to build wells. They could do that themselves.
Look, I agree with you, Streets. Yes, and I think Mercian wants to get in. So Mercian.
Yeah, I was going to say something quickly. Yeah, like this. I'll only be 10 seconds.
Okay,
they haven't figured out. They haven't been smart enough to figure out that they don't need to walk 2 miles every day to be next to that
15
well.
miles, mate.
They should just move next to a river or a well, right, where water is. They haven't been smart enough to realise that.
Well, no, it's not that they're not. I mean, I'm gonna try to balance this out if I can. There are certain geopolitical reasons. There are certain internal political reasons of why certain African nations are suffering the way they are, and to ignore the overarching geopolitical global scenario is also ignorant. I think you have to
Let
take
me give you an
into
example,
account.
right, yeah, how we've evolved differently, right? So for around 1,000 to 2,000 years or whatever, yeah, European man, yeah, evolved like very civilized with Christianity. Like we kill their murderers, we kill their rapists and stuff, right? Now going all around the world, like so India, for example, the word fuggy. The word fug comes from the Fuggies, right? I'm sure you know about the story, Raj. Yeah? In the Native Americans, yeah, used to follow the god before called Oki, and Oki used to like thrive on people doing evil stuff for it. So people used to.
Let me answer this after.
You can go after. Like in Africa, yeah, they were going all these other countries. They were basically going around murdering each other, raping each other. Before we basically went there.
They're still doing it now.
Yeah, and they're still doing it now, isn't it? Like, obviously, the Northern European man's is like credible for like 95% of the world's inventions. Like, all the philosophies come out of like Northern European man. All the great writings, all the great civilizations. Wait, let me go, Raj. All the great civilizations since Egypt, since Rome, since Greece, since the Babylonian times. They're all the white man civilizations. And the only time they go wrong, the only time that they go wrong is when we bring other people into our land.
All right. So can I answer that, because you mentioned India, obviously. Now, I'm not going to say we was white kangs. Again,
we was kangs.
You lot are just as bad as the black supremacists.
It is a little bit like that. I'll be honest, Mercian, that sounded a bit like that.
Let me finish. Calm down. Now, the thing is,
we was kings.
Look at India, India was miles ahead of the British or the West in the
You used to kill your wives when they were
guys, one at a time. Guys, Mercian, everybody, let me give guys. Hold on. Let me give Raj 60 seconds, and then I will come round to all of you. Everybody will get a chance to talk.
What's happened to the white man? Why is
Why is India still so underdeveloped? And
I know, but Raj, but Streets.
These guys,
everybody, 60 seconds for Raj, and then everyone else gets to ask their questions afterwards. Raj, 60 seconds, go.
Can you address the Indians burning their wives?
Mercian, you're next.
Yeah, just 5 seconds here, Banksy. Can you, Raj, in your response?
Oh my God, man. Seriously, you need to calm down. The white race is going to foul.
No, Mercian. Hold on, guys. This is just going to get fucking crazy. Mercian, as soon as
give me 5 seconds so you can respond to this at the same time.
No, I want to respond to what you said.
Okay, Raj. 5 seconds.
Address Sati, where Hindu men used to burn their wives alive when the husband died, right? Just address that and you
okay. All right, so first of all, address that. Raj, you get 90 seconds. You get 90. You get okay, 120 seconds. That's 2 minutes to respond to both Mercian and everyone else who just commented.
I'll come out.
So the Sati situation, that is one thing that I'm glad that was removed. It's a
And the foggies.
Oh my dude,
Okay,
man!
hold on.
That was
Keep going,
that was
keep going.
removed. Now, one of the things, if you look at Nordic history, they used to do a very similar thing. When the husband died, the woman would go onto the foot.
Nordics.
Now, the reason why they
Christians changed that.
Come on,
Oh
come
my
on.
God,
No, Mercian, let him finish, because otherwise
the reason they started doing it originally was that when India was being conquered, the women, instead of being captured, they would burn themselves with the children and stuff, and then that became a really barbaric kind of ritual that happened afterwards. When a wife dies, that the husband would, when a husband dies, the wife would jump in the funeral pyre. That wasn't commonplace. It would happen sometimes, and it's one of the practices that I believe I'm glad that's being got rid of. But it wasn't just specific to India. Like I said, the Europeans, the Nordic people were doing the same thing with the
Christianity. Why I said Christianity.
Mercian, he's still got 60 seconds now.
So let me so this kind of thing about with India. Now with India, every civilization around, if you go back like 10,000 years, every part of the world has their time at some point. Right now it's the West. Yeah, the West, I cannot deny the West has got its time at the right moment. But if you look back 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, you look at Iran, you look at India, you look at Egypt, all of those people were not white people. If you look at the Indus civilization, they had running water and plumbing, 4,000 years ago.
So why haven't they got it now?
So, and then if you look at some of the oldest written language, you're talking about philosophy. India has some of the most profound philosophy anywhere in the world. If you look at all the religions that are more spiritual, they're from India. If you look at yoga, you look at chess, you look at this and all this kind of stuff. Even Hitler, who was a white supremacist, derived a lot of his stuff from the Sanskrit, which is from Indian.
He wasn't a white
Okay,
supremacist.
thank you,
One of
Raj.
the oldest written
Thank
languages.
you,
So
Raj.
everybody has their
Raj.
time. Right now, let me just finish one thing. In around 1,000 years, I reckon Nigeria will be a spacefaring civilization, and they'll be looking down at the West, going, "Okay, look at those people. What did they achieve?"
No fucking.
Okay. Streets, guys,
Right.
hold on. Orderly. Streets, 60 seconds, go.
What a load of horseshit. So you're saying to me that before we came there, you had such a brilliant civilization, you had so much history, so much fucking, great minds that did everything. Why is your country still undeveloped in some parts where they live like a third world? If they had all this history, how can we're like almost 50 years to 100 years ahead of yourselves? The same as Africans. If they had so much vast history and knowledge and stuff like this, why are they still fucking walking 15 miles for water, even with the help from the West? It does not make sense.
Okay,
Alright, so
hold
let me
on. No, Raj, you can't respond. Raj, you can't respond. I have to go to the others, and then you have to note this down.
He's asking me.
Yeah, I know, but you have to note it down. You have to note it down, and then I will come to you. You will get Raj. I'm sorry.
If you're asking one person the question, it's unfair for.
I know, but note it down. Raj, I will note it down. Guys,
rhetorical question.
Guys, hold on. First of all, it's rhetorical. Second of all, note it down, and then when it comes to your turn, you will have a list of things to address.
Look,
guys, Mercian, I promise Mercian, he's next. 60 seconds.
No, you just go around all of us, didn't it? So it was just Street, then England. Then it goes to you, Banksy, then me.
No. I'm gonna stay out of this for a second. I'm gonna go to England and Mercian. So who wants to go first?
England.
Okay, England, 60 seconds.
Right, so first and foremost, Raj, look at the word that I put in the chat. Look up that word. It's Libestrom, right? And I can't say it the Germanic way, but you said Hitler was a white supremacist. He was not a white supremacist because he believed that the Slavs and the Slav people, being the Russians, the Polish, the Lithuanians, the Latvians, They were subhuman, right? So look up that word, right?
I know what the word is. I know what the word is.
No, hold on.
Right, let me finish. He was going to get rid of all them white people and he was going to put them in salt mines. So he wasn't a white supremacist. He was purely for the Germanic people. Purely for the Germanic people. Now, one thing I agree with Rajan was Indian culture at one time was far superior to Western culture. Just as Mesopotamian culture was far superior to Western culture, like the Babylonians, the Medes, the Persians, the Sumerians. These were far superior cultures to ours. However, this is our time now, and we, the Anglo-Americans, are the most superior culture, and we will not walk away silently into the night.
Okay.
All right. So can I please answer?
No, Mercy, and I'm sorry.
There's no point me saying if I can't answer.
Raj, I will personally. I'm literally writing down. I'm literally writing down the notes. I will remind you if you miss one. But Mercy gets a minute, and then I'll come back to you.
Yeah, I mean, Raj's arguing about the Nordics doing that stuff. What exactly what I said was, since Christianity come to these lands, right? Our people have been civilized by Christianity. That's obviously what happened. We've evolved with Christianity inside our blood, basically. I'm not a Christian, but we obviously can see that Christianity has had a profound good effect on our society. But yeah, like going back to all these other the cultures, though, what England was saying, like Babylonia or like Rome or Greece and Egypt and all these cultures, man. I think there's evidence out there, and it's coming from Christianity as well. There's a group, Christian Identity, and they believe that all these civilizations were from the white man anyway, and the only reason why they all got destroyed was because it's basically history repeating themselves, right? We brought other cultures into our lands, and
we was Kang's white edition. Sorry.
Yeah, so like there's evidence obviously they done some DNA tests on them, some tombs, didn't they, in Egypt, and they come back that some of the pharaohs were obviously of Northern European DNA. Like that's been proven, man. It's not.
Okay.
Fiction.
Thank you, Mercian. Okay, Raj.
Dude, I don't remember what was said before.
Somebody got a microwave going up and back.
Sorry.
Someone got a microwave going.
Having three people
it's my timer. It's my timer that goes off because I'm trying to time everyone for 60 seconds.
So what was it?
Raj, as a point of fairness, I will give you 2 minutes, and I will now go through the list of things that were mentioned so that you have a refresher of what was mentioned. Streets mentioned. If Indians and the Middle Easterners, I guess I'm including Middle Easterners, but generally, if Indians were such an advanced society at one point, how is it that they can't manage running water in the 21st century? That was, in a nutshell,
all right, so
hold on. There's more.
Right, so let me answer that first.
I know, but Raj, hold on. I'm going to point them all out, and then you will have 2 minutes to reply.
No, let me answer that first, and then you can. Once I've done that, I'll say the next one.
Yeah, but Raj, you could take 10 minutes on one.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to take. Obviously, I'm not. So
okay, let me. You get 60 seconds on that point. Let
me answer that first. So first of all, India is the 5th largest economy. It's overtaken England.
That's only because of demographic, not free.
Oh my God! Just let me finish.
Hold on, guys, give him a shot. Let him finish.
These guys have no impulse control.
Yeah. Everybody
have no impulse control.
You're gonna say something false.
No, but it's okay.
The way it works,
can then retort
afterwards. And then say after. That's how civilized people
Note it. Please, everyone, open a notepad or get a piece of pen and paper. Note down what he's saying, and whatever false claims that he's made, please retort it when it's your
I'm going to give my space up. Like I'm going to mute for a bit and just let everyone else debate. Right?
Wonderful. But just let him.
It'll make it a bit fairer. Like so.
It's not fairer. You lot are not even a challenge, man. You're embarrassing.
Okay. But Raj, let Raj have his retort. Guys, for God's sake. Look, Raj is an antagonist. But let him retort and then write down his points that he's making that are false, and then just address them when it's your turn.
All right, so
Raj, go.
So when it comes to India has one of the oldest civilizations, one of the most prolific civilizations. Even the word Aryan, swastikas, all of this kind of stuff. The word Aryan is a Sanskrit word from India. all of this kind of stuff, it was from India. Now, when it comes to Indian history, at this precise moment, India is in a pretty good position. Is it in the best position? Is it top of the world? No. Yeah, but it is on the 5th largest economy in the world. It has one of the largest nuclear arsenals in the world. It has one of the best space programs in the world with basically
While your people are starving, yeah.
Oh
Hold
my
on,
God,
hold on.
Dude, I'm gonna have to start again from the
No,
beginning.
no. You're not gonna start from
No,
fucking
I
beginning.
have to teach them.
You
I have
already
to
took a
civilize
minute.
them. No, I have to domesticate him. I need to domesticate him.
Raj.
Let me start from, I'm going to start from
We told you had to be civilized.
Let me domesticate them. Every time they talk, I'm starting from the beginning. Reset the clock.
No, I'm not resetting the fucking clock.
I'm not reset it because they're not going to learn otherwise. Because I'll go on all day.
40 seconds.
I will go on all day now because they keep interrupting me and I'm losing my flow.
Do not interrupt
So
him
start
for
from
the
the
love of God.
Dominate.
Let me finish.
Look,
Let me finish.
Raj,
Let me start again.
20 seconds
No, dude, just
to finish
no,
this
no,
point.
No. I've forgotten my train of thought now. I've gone on. You need to let me
Raj,
start
you're
again.
fucking with me now at this point.
Let me start again. Every time I do it, I'll start again. Yeah.
Raj, we get it.
No, dude, I can't remember. Let me start again.
I
They
remember
keep
what you said.
interrupting.
I
No,
remember what
I
you
don't
said.
remember. I don't remember. So just let me start again.
Start a new point.
They've
Can you
got
start
to
on
mute
this point?
themselves up because they can't let me start again because they keep on interrupting, cutting the flow, and then I can't.
You guys are fucking killing me
Say
here.
what I need to say. Yeah.
Run a
So
fucking old
when it comes to India, yeah, India has a civilized.
Englander is not fucking with me. Englander, would you stop fucking with me?
No wonder. It's embarrassing. No wonder I had a brown man leading them for like a year.
Yeah. Right, would you stop fucking antagonizing these people?
It's so easy to antagonize.
Fucking.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not even trying.
Guys,
Get on with your fucking point, you melt. Get on with it.
Go on, carry on.
I am
Get
way
on
too
with it.
fucking drunk for this shit. Okay,
So when it comes to India, so when it comes to India, India has a proud long history. Yeah, one of the longest and oldest histories in the world. Is it at the top of the food chain at the moment? No. Could it be? Yes, it could be. Now it's the 5th largest economy at the moment. There's a lot of poverty in India, but that can be kind of like handled as long as the government doesn't kind of get sidetracked with corruption and stuff like that. It has one of the biggest nuclear arsenals in the world. It's also one of the biggest armies in the world. It also has a space program which is undercutting even NASA in terms of how it's sending people out space.
Okay.
Dude, restart.
No. There's no restart. There's no fucking restart.
No.
England,
He's whistling. He's whistling.
Could you cut
Dude,
this
I'm
shit out?
restarting.
Okay.
I'm restarting.
Okay. No.
Every
Raj,
time he does it,
Raj,
no. I'm not taking it.
Raj, don't fuck
I'm
with
not
me
taking.
on
I'm not
this.
taking the
No,
impression. I'm
no,
not taking the impression.
Raj.
I'm not
second
taking that
point,
impression.
Raj,
No,
second
no.
point. Hitler
No,
is
I
a
didn't
white.
finish.
Is
I
not a
didn't
white.
finish the point.
No,
I
you
didn't finish
finished.
the point.
You finished. We get it.
I didn't know.
I get it.
No. You cannot tell me when I finished.
I just drank half a bottle of vodka, dude. I can't fucking sit through this shit again.
Finish. Let me finish.
I'm starting on rum.
No, no. You're telling me you're supporting them not bully boy
You're
tactics.
fucking with me now.
Let me actually finish. Drop him in the side chat in the back chat so I can finish. It'll be easier.
Okay.
He has no impulse control.
Raj.
Let me.
please.
No. Dude. You
Please,
need to be
Raj,
fair. Yeah.
Raj,
If I
I
started
beg you.
whistling when someone's mid-sentence,
Raj,
would
I
that be
beg you.
acceptable?
Look, Raj, I'm muting everyone.
Let me
Raj,
just say my piece, yeah.
Fuck me.
And then as long as no one interrupts
my
it, it'll go through very smoothly. Otherwise, I'll be here all day
You're all
until
killing me.
Banksy chucks me.
Raj,
I'm very stubborn like that.
guys,
You don't understand
chill.
why I'm so hated. There's a
Raj,
reason why I'm hated so much.
second
It's
question,
because
please.
I am not gonna be.
No. I know. Raj, you're the man.
stopped in my
You're
tracks.
gorgeous. You're
I'm in the
everything.
middle of a conversation.
Raj,
Autism screeching.
Let me finish my sentence
Raj,
here. I haven't even finished the first
Raj,
point.
you get 10 seconds to finish this sentence, and then we're going to next question.
No. It doesn't work like that. Otherwise, I'm not coming back. It's
Oh,
as
for
simple as that.
fuck's sake, dude! You have 3
No,
questions.
I'm not gonna be cutting the sentence. And then people saying I can't speak my whole sentence. Let me say it again. And they need to understand that this is a civilized place where we're having a civilized conversation. And you need to let the conversation and when someone's speaking, allow them to speak to the end of the sentence without being
Can you
interrupted.
sum up in 10 seconds your last point?
I'm not
Because I
going to
wanna
sum
move
up
to
in
the
10
Hitler.
seconds. I'll sum it up as much as you
Dude,
if they
you know we don't
start
have
whistling
fucking all
again,
night.
I'll have to start again.
No, we don't have all night. You're fucking with
No,
me.
what I have all night. So you either
I
kick
don't
me,
have fucking all night. I
well,
gotta go to
either
the
you
speaker's
kick
corner
me,
at 8 a.m.
I'm saying either you kick me or you civilize these
No,
guys.
no,
Which
no.
one?
Raj, I want you to answer the Hitler question. Was Hitler a white
60
supremacist
seconds,
or not?
answer.
All right,
We
so
all
hold on,
get
hold
60
on.
seconds, but this guy doesn't.
no,
We
no,
all
because you
get
keep on
60
whistling like
seconds,
you're
but this guy
whistling
doesn't.
up someone's butt or
But you and I
something.
know you're
We
fucking with
all
him now.
It's like you're sucking off Hitler's cock or something, and it's whistling to you.
Say, rewind it. We all got 60 seconds, but
Well,
wow.
as long as you don't
Because
interrupt, that's the main thing.
Look, guys, hold on. The reason I'm giving Raj more time is because there's 3 of you and 1 of him. So I'm giving him the double amount of time to respond to 3 different people. There
And
is
keep
a
on interrupting
reason why
and
I'm
whistling.
giving him
Shouldn't have to take
more
15
time.
minutes to make a
You're
point.
whistling,
I know,
dude. You're whistling.
I know, but look,
You're whistling. You're whistling.
I'm just giving
so I
him
have to
2
start again.
minutes. Officially, I'm only giving him 2 minutes. That's 120 seconds.
Yeah, but you
That's
need
all I'm
to
giving him.
civilize these guys. You need to civilize.
Yeah,
As an
but
Iranian,
Raj,
the true Aryan,
Raj.
as the true Aryan, you need to civilize the Ottoman.
Talking like a dirty brown man.
You
and
must
I-
civilize the Ottoman.
Raj,
You
can you
civilize yourself, you
hold
curry
on,
muncher.
guys, hold on, Raj, and that's like severe racist shit. But Raj, can you tell me Hitler, was he or was he not a white supremacist according to Englander's question of how he treated the Slovaks?
All right. So when it comes to the Slavs, he saw the Slavs as a subhuman race like the Jews. Now, when it comes to him, he believed that the Aryan people were Germanic people. So for him, he was a white supremacist, but a very, very selective, what you call kind of like Germanic Anglo-Saxon white supremacist. So he did not.
Okay.
Oh my God!
But,
so he
but,
did
but
not
what I mean
see.
is, if you're looking at the
Oh,
white race and the
dude,
haplogroups, then
man.
you can't.
Dude.
Yeah, no.
All right. So
yeah.
all right. So let me rephrase that. He was a let's just say
Germanic supremacist.
Germanic Anglo-Saxon supremacist who saw every other race, including maybe the Spanish and the Italians, as less than him, but he saw the Slavs as the lowest of the low.
Right, so he wasn't a white
all right, so let
Well,
me finish.
white is a relative term, I think.
All right. So I'll rephrase that to the Northern European white supremacists.
Raj, you've answered that, and I'm very satisfied with that. The last one I want to ask you is what Streets and I think other people mentioned is that the Persians, the Indians, were far more superior civilizations prior to the Anglo-Saxon expansion, the colonization. From the
Who said that?
French.
Street said that, did he?
I don't know. It was England. But what I mean is,
call me a brown something.
Yeah. Okay. Just
Was that
let that
England?
one go.
Well done,
Just
well done.
let that one go. Let that one go.
What did you?
That was
You
some.
want to talk about civilizing me, brown man? I'll talk
Oh,
about.
thank you. Oh, well done.
This is fucking awful. Okay, let me try
Well,
and
he introduced himself as a brown man. Come on.
Oh God. Help me. Okay, let me just get to this
So
point.
let's not get offended when someone calls you.
I'm
a
not
brown man.
offended. I'm trolling you.
No.
Okay? You guys are
Okay,
too easy
okay.
to troll.
No, you're an idiot.
Raj,
You're an idiot.
You're easier than the Muslims to troll.
Well, now you're offended.
my life.
I called you a brown man.
I thought the
life.
Muslims are easy to troll. You
Get on with it, because I've got another point. So get on with it.
Okay,
Raj.
Raj,
To troll than them.
Raj.
You know,
Guys,
You ain't trolling me, mate. You're making yourself look stupid.
Have you
Fellas,
noticed when
fellas.
Raj gets called out on his mistakes, it's just trolling?
No,
Have you
but hold on, guys. Let me
I'm
get to this
trolling.
point. The before the rise of the Anglos, before the rise of the colonials of the French and the Brits and the Danes and all the rest, the Indian subcontinent, the Middle East, the Persians, the Mongols, clearly the more superior societies because they were dominating the whole region for a very, very long time. And, to say the Romans and the Greeks obviously had their back and forth as well. What happened? What happened during the rise of the Anglos versus the period of the Persians and the Indians?
Hey, that's cool.
And yeah, I know. Roger's.
I'm drawing as I'm trolling them.
Yeah.
That's okay.
How are you trolling?
I'm drawing.
Let me get to the end. Can I get to the end of my question?
Two drawings here at the same time.
Can you say how you?
I'm not even listening properly, but I'm still embarrassed.
How are you trolling me?
Roger, awesome.
How are you trolling?
I'm actually sitting here with a pen.
How are you trolling me? How are you trolling me?
You lot are still getting destroyed by me.
How are you trolling me?
Well, I don't know, but Rog,
you want trolling? What are you on about?
England, guys.
What I'm saying is that I'm not even concentrating. I'm literally got a pen in my hand.
No, what I'm saying is, how are you trolling?
I'm drawing.
Yeah, he's
I'm
doing
drawing.
he's
How
doing
are you
multiple. He's a
drawing
very
me?
good
I'm drawing.
multitasker. He's a very
I'm
good
drawing at the same time.
multitasker.
And
Okay.
Fancy, can I ask you a question?
I'm
Fancy,
not even
can I ask you a
trying.
question?
I'm too
Fancy,
drunk
can
for
I ask
this
you a
shit.
question
Right, so
instead?
let me answer what you
No,
said.
no, no,
because I need to-
Raj. 1
Fancy,
second.
can I
Let the
just
streets
ask you a
go,
question?
and then I'll
No, wait, let me finish what
I know,
I'm gonna
I know,
ask-
but Raj,
I'm gonna
hold
ask
on,
Fancy
hold on.
something.
Okay,
I'm
go
gonna ask Fancy
streets.
something. Okay, for one, I don't understand how he's trolling me. I'm asking questions and I'm answering his questions. So as far as trolling me, I don't understand where that comes
I
from.
don't know.
But also, if his claim to fame for India is being the third most, I forget what he said now, the economy, that's only through demographic. Okay, so his next claim to
largest
fame is the
economy.
fact he's got more nuclear weapons, he's got, and I forget the other stuff he said, space program is doing better. While you've got famine in your country, while you've got people living in squalor and there's less than third world countries, do you believe that's your claim to fame?
Okay.
Do you really think that's your claim to fame?
Street.
And as far as
That is
trolling,
actually
what do
that
you
is
mean?
no Street. That is fair, and that is actually part of the question that I was about to ask.
Jesus,
and that
what
is
the
the
fuck?
third.
You're like trolling.
No, that's
I'm
the
asking
third.
a question and answering one.
Well, but this is it. This is exactly encompassed
I
into
got
the
the
third
Aryan
question.
of the Year award.
He's an idiot. He's an
I do
idiot.
not got the
Thinking he's
Aryan of the
trolling.
Year award. I got the
Look,
Aryan of the Year award.
Raj, this is actually something that I'm interested in myself.
You're an
Is
idiot.
that
Right.
I mean, I personally have my own theories and answers, but I would like yours first before I give mine. Is that what happened during the period where the Anglos rose and the colonization and the empire, the British Empire and the French Empire, you could say through Napoleon actually, came and rose and took Africa and Middle East and India, and what happened to the Indian and the Middle Eastern cultures that they fell to these empires so easily and or so readily.
I mean, I can talk about North India because remember, when you think of India, like you can't just think of India. You have to think of like almost like Europe or Africa. Yeah, you need to separate North India where the Punjab is. The Punjab is where my
Okay. So what happened to your region
Let me answer. So if you're looking at invading of India prior to the Brits coming, because they come through the Bengal, through the seas, everyone would come through the Punjab, including Alexander the Great. He was beaten by a Punjabi called King Porus. And so Indians' history here in terms of conflict
Hold on, guys.
Let me finish. So when it comes to India, a lot of people don't understand that India was never a united place until 1947 or when the Brits come. Before that, there was thousands of different kingdoms fighting each other for thousands of years. So when you're kind of constantly fighting, what happens? You tend to weaken yourselves. And so the way the Brits managed to conquer India was to go through the Bengal first, which was in around the 1700s. The first place to be conquered was Bangladesh. By the time they reached the Punjab where the Sikhs were, that was 1850. So the Sikhs were only, or the people in the north were only ruled for less than 100 years. And so
high IQ shit there.
the reason why they got conquered even after 2 wars with the Sikhs, because the Sikhs Let me finish. Let me finish.
Guys, let him
The
get
reason
to
why
the
they
end
got
of this.
defeated was not because of militaristically, because even the Brits said the Sikhs were some of the best soldiers they'd fought. The reason they defeated was because
Guys.
I'm not gonna look. This is getting silly now. Yeah.
Can you wrap it up in a relatively quick
That's why
way?
Ralph used England as a toilet seat for around a year.
Nah. Okay. One thing I wanted. Hold on, Raj. No, I know. Hold on.
You need to let me finish.
Raj, this is just an admin thing.
Because they keep on interrupting, I can't actually finish my sentence. Meaning, that there's no point me talking if I can't even.
I know, Raj. I want to get someone else on the panel, and that's why I want to just ask.
Dude, I was literally mid-sentence, and I'm cut.
In the space program. Can I ask him?
Can I?
Yeah, but we're diverting. Hold on. MC, hold on, guys. I'm just asking MC. MC, can I drop you off for a second because I want to get Mr. IC3 on? I can't get any more than like. Are you okay?
I'm to be honest. Even better because frankly I'm tired of this child shit, to be honest.
No worries. Thank you, MC.
Thank you. Okay. And for a moment, all of you trolls, fuck you.
Good to see you again.
Have a good night.
But let me answer the question because you're not. This is getting very unfair because I'm being interrupted. You're literally people whistling and
dropped off. where's England?
as I'm talking, yeah, and it's unacceptable.
There is.
This is the Raj. I am the Raj. You know who I am.
Raj, man. I don't know where you are.
Let me finish my sentence. So the reason why
Raj, finish.
India, the reason why the North India was conquered is because they allowed themselves to be conquered. The Sikhs
They allowed themselves. They allowed themselves.
Oh God, man.
Okay, hold
Banksy,
on.
you're being very unfair
England,
now, man.
England, let him.
Please,
He's
please,
got
Banksy, I'm
30
begging you, man,
seconds.
'cause-
Let him finish.
Go around in a circle again, man, from top to bottom, man.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
want a circle jerk, do you?
Yeah. Guys, after Raj, I want to go to Mr. IC3 because.
But you
Mr.
need to
IC3
be fair because I'm just.
No, you need to ask him about the nuclear.
Oh, I'm just not interrupting England every time, and you're going to see how annoying. I'll just
Hold on.
talk over you lot and talk back to you.
Guys, one
It's
at
up
a
to you
time.
lot how you want to do because I could talk more. You could talk longer than you. And I can make- I
Okay,
can
Raj,
make you laugh
you got
with the hell
literally
you-
30 seconds. Wrap it up, please.
Yeah,
30
I'll
seconds.
defeat the Raj when it comes to freaking talking over.
Raj, please. 30
24/7.
seconds. Wrap it up in
So
30
let me
seconds.
finish. All right. So the reason why the Punjab or the North India was defeated in 1850, which was the last place to be defeated, is because the Sikhs allowed themselves to be defeated. They have to take responsibility for the infighting that happened. What happened is that the Maharaja Ranjit Singh, he was a great military leader who actually conquered Afghanistan, one of the very few people to do it.
Okay.
Wait, all right. So yeah, look.
No, but Raj, 10 seconds.
No. I'm sorry. I'm going if this is
Okay, Raj, I'm sorry, but this is way too long. I know you want to get into the
If you
minutiae
don't
of the
control the
history.
panel, if you don't control the panel, if you don't control
Raj,
the panel,
Raj,
then
you
I'm
have
gonna go. You need to allow me to. Even if you find it boring, you need to
But
allow me
Raj,
to finish
Raj,
the
it's
sentence.
taking way too
Even
long.
if you find it boring, you need to let me finish the sentence. Yeah, because I'm gonna talk over everybody. You want me to do it?
I know, but Raj,
You want me to do it?
You and
Otherwise,
I
boot
know
me.
it's taking
No,
too
I'm going to
long.
ruin your whole show. I'll tell you that now. All right, I'm going to ruin your whole show. The whole show will be ruined. I'm going to go nuclear mode on you. Tell me now.
Okay.
Let me finish my sentence.
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
got
ruin your whole
England.
show. You're gonna have to
All
boot
your
me.
nuclear power.
How long? Raj, can you do
It's
it?
literally
Can you do
a
it in
second
20
here.
seconds?
If you just let me finish,
Can you do
here,
it in
would've
20
known.
seconds?
Yeah. So let me.
Okay,
every
20
time he
seconds.
whistles,
Raj gets
I'm-
20 seconds. Raj gets 20 seconds. Raj, this is your last 20 seconds. I can't go beyond this.
All right. So when it comes to people in India, they allow themselves to be defeated.
Okay.
Now, when it comes to that, yeah, I would take responsibility. The Sikhs have to take responsibility for their own downfall. The British couldn't defeat them militaristically, but they did defeat them in terms of tactics by manipulating one group to fight the other, and that's what happened.
Okay. Thank you, Raj. Thank
Right,
you.
nuclear weapons and the space program. When
Yeah.
countries-
We'll get to that.
Why
We'll
is
get to that.
Can you answer that?
Streets. We'll
All
get
right,
to
let me answer that.
No.
Let me answer that.
No. There's no answering that. There's no fucking answering that. I am going
Shit.
to. I'm
Come
going to
on.
Mr. IC3. Mr. IC3, you will get 60 seconds. Could you please tell me what your mindset is on this current subject?
I don't even know what the subject is, you know. I just thought it was
Let
general.
me
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's even better.
Let me answer them streets. Let me answer streets. Then. Let me answer streets.
10 seconds.
Let me answer streets.
Okay.
Then. Let me
No.
answer streets. Let me answer
Mercy.
streets question then about
Raj.
India and them using.
Hold on. Raj, you've had longer than everyone else. Mercian, you get 60 seconds, and then I'll come back to.
So the guy asked me a question, and I'm not allowed to answer it.
No, Raj, you will in 60 seconds. You will be able to answer in 60 seconds.
I just want about 10 seconds.
Mercian, go.
Right, yeah. So this whole stream, right, yeah, before Raj come on this panel, right, yeah, was like, yeah, there was a bit of back and forth at some points, but you were able to get it back under control, right, pretty quickly, yeah, under a minute, yeah, most times. Now, since he's come on the panel, it's just gone shit. To get the panel under control, you need to get Raj under control. That's the answer.
Okay, thank you for that input. Raj, you now get 60 seconds. 60 seconds, not 2 minutes, not fucking thinking. Just about
As long as no
the
one
nuclear
interrupts
program.
me, then I will not go on more than 60
No,
seconds.
60 seconds. I will pause it. If anyone interrupts you, I will pause it.
No, you need to restart.
No. There's no restart. There's no restart.
All right,
fucking pause it.
I'll ruin your panel then.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Raj, would you just cooperate? Raj, for the love of God. Okay,
all right,
England,
so
hold on. You're immediately after Raj if you wish.
What a child! I'll ruin your panel. You're a child.
Yeah, in a good way.
Guys, you know how Raj is.
He's lucky I'm saying I'll ruin it.
You know
Not
this
that I'll
is
destroy
Raj's
it.
gig.
Let him off.
Okay.
That's actually
Hold on.
polite because I like Banksy.
Guys, 60 seconds. Raj, 60 seconds is all you get. Go.
All right. So when it comes to the question about India's got space programs and got one of the largest economies, and they're basically, nuclear powered weapon, they're saying, what's the point of that when there's poverty? I could say the same thing about the UK in the 1800s. What was the point of conquering other lands when Parliament?
1800s. We're talking about 2009.
Hold on. Go, Raj. Keep going.
I'm gonna have to start again because I lost my track.
There's no fucking starting. Just keep going.
I have to. I'm sorry. I have to because they can't control themselves.
I'm pausing the fucking timer.
No. I need to see. Look, they keep on whistling.
Banksy, can I ask you a question, please?
It's so triggered. It's so easy.
Can I interject?
I'm pausing it, Raj. I'm pausing it. Hold on, Raj.
I won't put in again if you listen to what I'm going to say, Banksy, right?
Okay, go.
This is it. I'm talking about now. He's going 1800s. I'm saying now, right? But I'm not talking past tense. I've asked him a question about this day and age. In 2020, he's celebrating the fact he's got the best fucking nuclear weapons. He's got the fucking space program beating NASA, and his country's in shit straight. I'm asking about now, not 1800.
Okay.
Don't talk about 1800. Talk about now.
Okay, Street. Perfectly reasonable. Raj, you have 30 seconds.
So I'm going to talk about what I want and whatever time frame I want.
For fuck's sake, Raj!
So let me talk.
No, you can't.
Let me talk. I'm making a point.
You have to get everyone on the panel.
To me how I answer the question. You can then say to me I'm wrong, but let me say it in the way I want to say it.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is that every civilization, when they're going up in the world, tend to have a lot of poverty on that process. Now, in other areas of the world, like the UK during the 1800s, if you read the amount of poverty that there was about when Britain was conquering the world and becoming industrial,
and how much
if you use that,
how much poverty?
Oh my God, dude, can you let me finish?
I'm on about now.
Yeah. He's talking about. I know. I think I know where he's getting.
You use the logic that because there's poverty, you should not be growing your economy. You should not be doing X, Y, Z because there's poverty. You will never rise. The point.
So you've got two circles, and you've been the best.
Let me finish.
Civilization.
Let me finish.
And now you're
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay, Raj.
So I'm going to tell you. I'm being honest with you. I'm going to ruin the whole conversation. I'm being honest with you because you lot are not.
He'll ruin it. Dude.
England talk, I'm talking over them. You're going to have to do it.
Okay, Raj, you're done. Thank you. I'm going to take your summation as final.
This is right. I'm not going to come back.
I'm not going to come back if you can't get me out. What a fucking woman.
Look, no, I can't. The thing is, I can't keep going like this. Guys, you don't realize this is a fucking shit show. You know how hard it is to keep this fucking thing in order? You realize
it was fine before he came on, Banksy.
Yeah, but the thing is,
it was perfect before he came on.
Yeah, but Banksy, 1 second, brother, right? He's going, I'm triggering them. And then when he claims that he's triggered people, he's surprised when they speak. He's like, I'll ruin this show. I've got to start again.
Look, guys.
I apologise for me talking over. I apologise, but can I just say this? I was listening to this show for about 3 hours, right? Before I came on, and I was on for about 40 minutes. And there was difference of opinion. There was back and forth. We could discuss about stuff that we don't agree with, what we do agree with. As soon as he came on, what changed?
He ruined it.
Guys. Okay, let me interject. Raj is Raj. Raj is a special case in most cases.
He fucking is.
And so he, I give him more leeway than other people because he has his own quirks. But yes, you're right that. Raj is a disruptive figure, and but the thing is, I had literally 3 people asking him questions, and I had to try to get 3 people's questions into one
answer. I agree. If I asked you
one set streets, but the thing is, Banksy,
So I'm a disruptive figure when I kind of
Hold on, Raj.
and I'm actually being interrupted 24/7 as I'm halfway through a sentence,
You're not
whistling and
answering the
stuff.
question.
I'll talk for the whole show. You're gonna have to boot me, pussy hoes. I'm great supporting you,
Raj,
man. You're getting
please.
bullied by these guys. They're taking over your show. You're
Listen
listening
to him
to
speaking like
what
he's
even
black
though
man
when
from
someone might be
India.
wrong, you
Listen to
Raj.
him speaking like a black
Finish
man
what
from
I'm saying,
India.
and then what you can do
this is a
afterwards is
fucking giant
say,
shit
Raj,
show.
you're wrong about
England,
England,
England.
guys
Raj,
to take
Raj,
a show and
please.
go over and go, okay, you can't say this, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do that. And the thing is, you're very weak today, Banks. I'm not going to put you on.
I can't hear anyone. I can't hear fucking anyone. I can't hear one
And
person.
instead of saying to them, like, you lot are the disruptive force, you're saying I'm the disruptive force. I'll show you what a disruptive force is. You're going to have to boot me to show you, because I'll prove to you how disruptive I can be. Because I can run the whole of this panel for as long as I need to. There's no way you're going to stop me unless you boot me.
Okay, let's make a suggestion. Right,
it doesn't matter. The point is this year. I come on the show, I'm having a conversation. I'm getting
Let me make a suggestion.
questions.
Hold
but
on.
then I can't answer questions.
Let me make a suggestion.
You're not answering the questions.
Or they want to be interrupted if they don't like the answer. If they don't
Raj.
like the answer, what they can do is actually allow me to finish what I'm saying. And then say, Raj,
Is everyone? Hold on.
You're doing, you're capitulating to these guys like Neville Chamberlain to Hitler,
I'm
saying,
trying.
yes, we will appease them, we will appease the Nazis.
I'm trying to get some shit.
You are not
and you are not allowing me to finish. And that,
Banksy, let me make a suggestion, right? Yeah,
he is not answering the questions.
Let's get off this India.
Hold on.
Let's just get off this.
Hold
let's
on.
just get off this India-England conversation.
I know,
right, yeah?
but guys,
Change the
are
topic.
you willing? Are you willing to stay absolutely silent to give Raj a good opportunity to answer
Can
the
I
questions
answer that?
you've asked?
Can I answer that, Banksy? Can I answer it?
Let's just move on to something different. Yeah?
If I answer it, if I ask a question,
One sec, lads. Banksy, Raj is going on about Nazis. Anybody Google the Sikhs and they fought with the Nazis?
Look. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that you guys asked him. There's three of you, one of him. You got to acknowledge that there is an imbalance there.
answer that for you. Can I answer that, please?
Are you willing to give him the time to answer the questions that you're
With
asking?
all
of
due
him?
respect, Banksy, with all due respect.
All I would say is that when the brothers speak to him, stop asking rhetorical questions because Raj doesn't understand what a rhetorical question is.
Okay. In that
With
case,
all due
I
respect,
agree with that.
Banksy, can I ask you something? When I ask him a direct question about the country, the state of it is now, the history, this was the question. If your history was so great before we got there, right, and now we've left.
Oh, shut your mouth.
Hold on, Raj.
So what I said was...
No. You're going to keep interrupting me.
Raj, Steve,
You are
Street
really
is just about to get to a point.
to say that I'm being...
Remove him for a minute. Remove him. Let
Right.
Street speak. Let me
Listen,
speak.
okay, Street.
So Banksy, this is what I'm saying. So what I asked him was, if it was so great before we got there, okay, and now we've left, and you've got all this, you've had 50, 60 years to be as your own whatever, and you're saying you've got the 12th best economy, only through demographic, that is, not through
Okay.
And then so I'm asking this question, and he's on about talking about 1800. I'm asking why. If you had such a great civilization before the British come there, why is it still in shit state now?
Because he's trying to explain. Okay, you're gonna have to one thing. You're gonna have to allow him the time without interruptions to actually
But he ain't
reply to
answering
that.
the question.
I know,
But he's not answering the
but
question.
whatever he replies to within the time he's given, because I'm not going to give him unlimited time. He's going to get 2 minutes to reply to
Let
that
me say one thing
in a
before he
proper
comes back
way.
in. Before he comes back in, yeah. But everyone mute and actually everyone do give him a minute. Just mute for a minute.
Yeah.
And we can't do that, right? Yeah. But before you let him back in, my suggestion is this conversation, yeah, is going to go nowhere. Like end of the day, with me, Streets in England are not going to agree with Raj, right? Yeah. So ultimately, we should just go on to a different topic. And move on.
Okay.
Merchant,
Merchant, I will take that as advisement, and I agree with you to some extent. But what I want to say is that if we're going to give Raj a good few minutes for him to answer the questions that you pose to him in a proper
I'm
way.
drawing you naked. like Leonardo DiCaprio.
Well, go ahead, mate. You've got 2 minutes.
Raj,
Give him his time, yeah.
no, hold on, Mercian, hold on. Raj, Are you willing to will you be able to explain what Streets asked you about the historical growth and events of India and where they are today in 2 minutes? Is that enough time for you?
Am I allowed to answer it in my way without being interrupted?
Absolutely, no one will interrupt you.
Okay,
But
even
2
if-
minutes,
even if I'm wrong.
But only
Even if
2
I'm
minutes, though. But only
Yeah,
2
but
minutes.
even if I'm wrong.
Absolutely, whether you're wrong
And
or right.
Are you gonna treat me fairly? And if someone interrupts me, rather than saying I'm the one that's provoking and stuff
No,
like that,
I will mute whoever
you're
whoever
gonna-
interrupts you.
England.
Absolutely, I will mute them. I will mute them.
Fancy,
I will mute
Fancy,
them.
remove us all from the stream while he speaks.
Exactly. Okay. 2 minutes, guys.
I'll
I'm
take
going
it as
to
a
put you all in the back
compliment.
chat.
I'll even
for 2
draw
minutes.
as I'm telling you what's going on.
But what I will do is, after 2 minutes, I will bring everyone back. Raj, you have to finish in 2 minutes. Are you prepared for that? Okay.
Yeah, no, draw at the same time.
There you go. This is your show, your floor. 2 minutes, go, Raj.
Okay, so my argument is this: that every civilization or country that is basically up and coming, in the sense that they're coming from a point of building its economy and maybe moving into a different era. What happens is this: that there's going to be a lot of poverty. If you look at China at one point, when they're still becoming like the tiger economy, whatever you want to call it, had mass poverty, millions. I think it was 500 million people were in poverty. The same with India. India is an up and coming economy. It's moved over to the 5th largest economy. And is it spending money in areas that people might find to be frivolous? Yeah, maybe from the outside. But it's also making money from the space industry in terms of sending up satellites and stuff like that. What I'm trying to say is that if you're saying that just because a country has poverty, that it shouldn't be aspiring to do things to make the country better in terms of, maybe in whatever areas here, then the UK would have had the same situation. When it was going around colonizing the world in the 17th to the 19th century, there was mass poverty in the UK. There's stories of London, especially next to Parliament, spending of shit, and they had to create a sewage system in order to get all the sewage out. So they're making out as though, you can't do one thing without the other. You can do both, yeah. But in order to lift the mass out of poverty, they've got to be able to do that, yeah, in stages. It doesn't happen overnight. Now, you can't, just because at this precise moment, India is not on the top of the food chain, it doesn't mean that it's a lesser civilization. It just means that at this precise moment, it's not at the top. I mean, Iran was at one point one of the greatest ever civilizations. Everywhere around the world was looking at Mesopotamia. But Iran is a shithole at the moment. But has it got the potential to do it? Of course it has. Now, when it comes to the UK, just to trigger these guys, the Indians are going to be ruling in this country at some point. Yeah, let them back on.
Okay, thank you.
Can I answer that
Thank
now,
you, guys.
please?
Okay.
Again, you've.
Okay.
Can
Who
I
wants
just
to go?
answer
Who
that?
wants
Okay,
to go
you've-
first?
Me, please. Me, please.
Sorry, Streets. Okay, Streets. Is
Yeah,
your
you've not
go.
answered the question for a start off. You said your civilization was a lot better than ours before we got there. So you're not on the rise. You have always been at this pinnacle. What I'm saying is, what left these great civilizations so backward now? What left these great nations and great people and all this architecture and all this stuff? What happened? Why did we progress so fast when you were allegedly better than us back in fucking whatever? And this is the same question. So you're not on a rise. You're not a developing economy because you already was. You just said to us you had a better history and civilization before we got there. So how is it that we're probably 50 years ahead of you, 100 years ahead of you, and your comeback was, oh no, we're a gaining economy. We've got more nuclear weapons. We've got a space program. Who gives a fuck about that? Your people live as if it was fucking 1,000 years ago. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, so-
Thank you. No, Raj, no. This is not a question and response.
So let's
situation.
ask. So this is the problem. This is what.
No, Raj.
Am I being asked a
Raj,
question?
Raj,
Because was that rhetorical?
Yes,
Or was it
yes,
rhetorical?
yes.
No,
there-
rhetorical. So before you say rhetorical, because you're asking me questions.
Yes, this was a statement, Raj. This was not a quick Q&A. This was a statement by Streets. Now, England, you get 60. Go.
I have no question, right? Raj, I'm there with you, brother, right? You had a great civilization, right? And you can paint pictures of white women as long as you want. That's fine.
Yes, the white
right?
woman.
Yeah, right?
Well, she's Jewish, technically.
Oh, she's Jewish.
Right? You had a great civilization. I'm not knocking that. You was well ahead of us. But what Streets is saying is, what's the point in talking about how great your space program is, how many nuclear weapons you have, when are we going to pretend that India isn't a shithole? Are we going to pretend that people aren't living in abject fucking poverty? I want to say abject poverty. I don't mean needing to go to the food banks or relying on Marcus Rashford. I'm talking living and shitting in holes. You had a great civilization.
Okay.
You had a great civilization, and that was your time.
Can I answer?
No. Raj,
this is the problem. You have three,
and you can respond as well.
and I can't respond to any of them.
Raj, hold on. Let me explain. Guys. Let me explain. Raj, the reason I give you more time than all the others is because...
but wouldn't it make more sense here to allow each person to talk rather than three people in one go?
Raj,
do is answer each one.
Okay, listen to my logic. The fact is that I've got three people and you. I give you more time to respond to three people, but if I wait for you to reply to each one of them, it'll be literally 5 or 6 minutes before the third one.
Well, if you give a minute each for me to reply,
but the thing is, you don't take a minute. You take like 4 or 5 minutes.
The reason it goes on is because these guys are so triggered. They stop interrupting me, making the conversation go on for longer.
I know, but Raj, it takes a long time. So I have to give the three of them the chance to reply, and then the fourth, and then you get...
Go on.
Okay, Mercian, you get 60 seconds, go.
Well, you talked about the Indians like great economy with the fifth economy. That means jack shit, man. Look at life expectancy. In England, life expectancy is 81, right? It would be more if we didn't have all the non-English people here, the average life. In India, it's 69. Right, there's one example right there. Your culture before we got there was fucking absolutely shit. As I was saying before, you know about Sati, where the Indian men used to burn their wives alive. I mean, the woman got burnt alive when the Indian man died, right, in Sikhism. And then the thuggies as well and stuff like that. You're going around raping and murdering each other. And we come over there and civilise you a bit. So I don't really know where you're getting that from as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mercian,
I agree with you on the property. I had time now. That won't a minute.
No. Hold on. He's still got 20 seconds.
So on the property bit, obviously when civilizations are getting built up, there are poor people here, and there was obviously many English people who went through hard times and fucking were treated like shit. So I agree with you on that point, innit? But they had better conditions then than the Indians do now, innit? So it's not you can't really compare.
All right, so let me
2 minutes for Raj.
And if they interrupt, I'm just going to keep them going on.
Yeah, guys, please don't interrupt, so he gets a full 2 minutes. Go, Raj.
So, all right. So when it comes to the situation about people thinking that, India doesn't have no top, let me tell you something. My family in India and everyone I know in India, my mum went to India. India is very prosperous. There are areas where people might be doing that, but not the areas that I know that my people come from. I can't talk about the rest of India. But if you think that everyone's shitting in holes, you're definitely watching the wrong kind of programs. Because what you're doing is you're probably watching these kind of like, these poverty porn videos where people are saying, we need money. India, is 1 billion people. Out of those 1 billion people, you're going to have a percentage that are going to be on the poverty line or way below that. And that is something that India needs to tackle, and it needs to be taken out long term. Every country has poverty. Yeah, obviously, including the UK and everywhere else. There's people living on the streets. Now, in India, there's not a welfare system that is looking after these people. And this is a thing that India needs to start to introduce at some point. Now, the other point, what was the other point that they said? Oh, yeah, the thing about American soldiers. Now, let me say something to you. In England, there used to be such things as bandits. Was there not bandits in the UK?
Sorry, is that a rhetorical or is that a real question?
Well, I'm asking you because he's talking about thuggies, yeah? He's making out that the thuggies were like the majority. They were not. They were a tiny group of people that used to go around marauding and stuff. A bit like bandits that you'd have in the UK. You might have I think in Japan, they used to be called, I forgot what they're called, but there was another group.
Yakuza? Are you talking about the...
Yeah, so you have them in every country. You think that the India was full of 800 million thuggies, then you're obviously deranged. Yeah, every society has bad aspects of their culture, and in the UK, in all around the world, that had bad practices. At one point, you were burning people on the stake for blasphemy. You were literally putting people, torturing them.
Missing the
in
point
mass
again.
torture. Let me finish.
Okay.
You're
Okay,
mass
you've got 4
torturing
seconds.
people for blasphemy. And so, if you're talking about civilized, yeah, you weren't that civilized at the time yourself either.
Okay.
England.
Okay. Thank you.
England,
Thank you, Rod.
England, can you do me a favour? Can you repeat exactly what you said just because Raj has not answered a fucking question about what we said in his go, yeah, look at these faggot arms. You did not answer a question.
But Streets, were these rhetorical questions or were these actually questions?
Well, they're rhetorical, but he's got to stay on point. So he's got to address.
I like your turban, man.
He's got to address them.
Oh, but ding ding, my name England. Oh, 1 rupee. I will make sure I make England great again. England great again. Yes. I'm an Indian.
This has gone downhill.
Fight on papadums. We will never let them samosa in there.
Guys.
We will never let them samosa
Guys,
at the minute, you've got a black guy from Hitler's party, and then you've got a white Hindu, right? So
Okay. Guys, I want to get
this
to.
is not perfect for the BBC. The BBC would be over the moon.
I'm lighter than you. England.
I think the BBC would have a heart attack with this panel.
I'm actually lighter than England. England.
They would like it. That's not their show, right? IS3 can play, IC3 can play Hitler, I think.
I'm actually lighter than you.
Okay, guys, hold on, please. Guys,
do ITV series.
I'm actually lighter than you.
Okay, guys, I want to go to Mr. IC3. I want to go to Mr. IC3 because Mr. IC3 is cammed up. Mr. IC3, I want to ask you a direct question on this one. What do you think about Tommy Robinson's showing up at the Speaker's Corner tomorrow, and will you actually be there? Thank you.
Ask Ralph that after as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Ralph, sorry.
Unfortunately, I won't be there, but I think it's a good thing for Tommy Robinson to turn up and to share his opinion and participate in the freedom of speech everybody enjoys at Speaker's Corner.
Okay, but do you think that he's there for any other reason than to simply what he claims, which is to support Hatun? Do you think he's there just to simply get attention and to bring himself into the relevance? Because there's a lot of people on this panel, I would imagine, who also agree that he's just doing it for the money and to get some kind of media attention. Guys, would you give it a fucking rest?
The stone and the stone.
This is Mr. IC3. Go on, Mr. IC3, please. Mr. IC3.
Let me tell IC3 my opinion, right? Yeah.
Okay, go on.
Maybe he agrees. So my opinion on the reason why Tommy Robinson's going there is because one, it fits his agenda, right? Yeah. Two, he can virtue signal to everyone and say, look, I'm not a racist because I'm sticking up for the brown woman. And three, because he realizes that Zionist Christians will donate a lot of money to him by him defending a Christian, right? So that's my opinion on why he's going. What's your opinion?
Yeah, that's what I expected. That's what I mean. That's why I know you guys, all three of you, probably even Raj, thinks that Tommy Robinson isn't there for the right reasons. But I wanted to find out from
what is
Raj's
Raj's opinion? I haven't heard Raj's opinion.
Actually, Raj, what is your opinion on Tommy Robinson coming to Speaker's Corner tomorrow or later on today?
Let me just. All right. So before the French, the situation happened in France yesterday, I would have said it was a good move, because I think as much as you might dislike Hatun and stuff and what she's doing, I don't believe any woman should be smacked about. And so coming down and kind of showing some sort of solidarity, I think it was an okay thing to do. But after what happened yesterday and the tensions, I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm kind of mixed feelings about it now.
You think he's doing it to get money?
I'm with you.
You think he's doing it to get money, Raj? Like, because a lot of Christians and
I think he might be doing it because obviously I'm not with the Tommy Robinson movement anymore.
Why not?
Why not?
Okay. So you're not? Are you ambiguous about his intentions, or are you just generally?
No, I think with Tommy Robinson, he does have good intentions. I think sometimes he's got too many yes men around him, and they don't kind of advise him properly about what the best move is, and that's why I've always had a problem with the Tommy Robinson movement. They don't take criticism very well, and I
So
think
are you no longer Tommy Robinson there now?
I was never really Tommy Robinson. That was the name.
No, you introduced yourself to Tommy.
All right. So when I went Speaker's Corner, people called me Tommy Robinson.
They call me Tommy Robinson.
Tommy Robinson. The same way they call me a pigeon. So they call me a pigeon.
Guys, one at a time. We can't hear everyone.
All right, so
one at a time.
So they call me the pigeon. Yeah. So I said I'm the pigeon. Tweet, tweet, tweet. I take whatever you call me, not everything. I take some of these negativities, and I twist it around. So I was being called Tommy Robinson by a lot of the Muslims. So I said, all right, I'm Tommy Robinson then. I never named
No,
myself.
what happened was you were starstruck. You got close to Tommy and you go, hey Tommy, yeah, I'll give you my number. Yeah, whatever. No, I can't remember.
But yeah, I mean, one at a time, people. One at a time.
No, don't lie. I actually proposed to him. I said, will you marry me, Tommy? Tommy!
You were starstruck and got rejected.
I was more than starstruck. I was married.
Yeah. I believe that.
Yeah,
They rejected you because they rejected you.
I'm still waiting, Tommy. I'm still waiting for the response.
They rejected you.
Remember when you met me, Streets, and you were so starstruck with me as well? You said, Raj, I've never met an Indian like you. I want to be.
Fuck off.
Oh, yeah.
Right off.
Yeah, I'm sure I did.
He even told me that he's got a statue of Mahatma Gandhi in the house.
I actually bowed in front of you, didn't I, Roger?
Yeah, you done that old. Good day.
Yeah.
Good
I did, yeah.
Good early morning.
Good early morning.
Good early morning, Raj. I'm your Indian superior. You're my Indian superior.
Good early morning.
Thank you for saving us. Thank you for saving us. He saw me as a Sikh savior. Like I could know. I'm not a Sikh savior. One Sikh. One Sikh. I was like he's St. George. I was like St. George for them, yeah. I was like St. George. Like the Sikh St. George.
He comes on a big shit show. He brings nothing but a shit show, this kid.
I was like the Sikh St. George.
Okay,
slaying the dragon.
Guys, I've got one more topic which I was actually going to try and bring up, either a monologue by myself or an actual discussion, and that is a Catholic, not a Catholic, an Orthodox Greek priest was murdered today.
Was he murdered?
France. Yes.
Did he die?
Oh wow!
Yes,
I knew
he was killed. So what are
He was shot,
what are
wasn't
the
he?
general ideas and thoughts on that?
All right, can I answer it first, please, Banter?
Yes, go ahead.
Is that Phil Mitchell?
Oh, yeah, that's Shut up, you fucking
No, I thought it was actually EastEnders for a minute. All right, mate. How you doing, mate? Yeah. Let's go down to the old Vic. Let's meet old Eddie Mitchell, mate. Yeah.
Okay, one at a time. Right, for the love of God.
Through the old Vic.
Okay, Raj, please. Okay, England FC.
So, like I was saying before, the Rajinator interrupted.
Why'd you give yourself stupid names like that?
I've got one there.
Okay, go.
No. Raj is my guilty
I am the
pleasure.
St. George, Sikh St. George.
Yeah.
Coming to
Raj
slay
is
the
my
dragon.
For the love of God, can we get this shit
In 1,000
together?
years, there were statues of me.
Right, no.
You'll be celebrating St. Raj's Day.
Okay.
St. Raj's
Okay,
Day.
Raj,
True
please.
English patriot. That was Speaker's Corner.
Okay, Raj. Okay, England FC. The Orthodox Greek priest murdered.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is Raj is my guilty pleasure. I'll admit that straight away.
I know.
Having banter with him. Just a bit of a laugh. Don't worry about it, Raj. But one thing that shocked me about the recent events, right, and I said it on my stream recently, is how enraged people have been. So
a couple of, don't get it wrong, a life is a life, right? People have been beheaded inside churches, Orthodox priests have been killed, but how short are memories? Like Nice, that was a truck that ran over a lot of people. Manchester was 22 people. All of a sudden, people have been outraged by the most minimal jihadis attacks, right?
Yes.
By the most minimal. And I put that down to people are pretty uptight and people's like perception levels are high because of all this corona stuff. And people are just like, yeah, fucking yeah, right? And that's, but let's not forget, listen, let's not forget that 22 people and children was targeted in Manchester. Let's not forget about the Westminster attack. Let's not forget about the Nice truck that ran people over.
In, I think, Madrid or Barcelona, there was another truck attack.
Yeah. And if we're gonna
in Germany,
if we're gonna Christmas markets, right?
Yes.
If we're gonna do banter, if we do a comparative level, this is nothing compared to what we have faced.
I know, but the thing is, I think we live in a very temporal sort of environment or world in which everything is instant coffee, instant friggin' McDonald's, and instant Instagram, and so.
But what I said the other day on my stream was, Fancy, right? Have you heard out of all these victims, right? Whether it was Westminster, whether it was the Bataclan, whether it was London Bridge,
Charlie Hebdo,
all these incidents, right? Have you heard one family member stand up and be disgusted? And that's this, because if there was, Tommy Robinson would roll them out at every demo, right?
Are you saying that?
But the problem here is, Banksy, is that liberalism says not all Muslims.
Are you saying that the families of these victims are not speaking out, or are they just simply no one's paying attention to them when they are speaking out?
Okay, what I'm saying is the only person that I'm aware, well, there were 2 people that I'm aware. Lee Rigby's mum spoke out, and that was shut down. And one of the Manchester bombings people's family spoke out. After that, they kept their mouths shut. They took the compensation. What I'm saying to you is that why don't people speak out? The reason why is because they've been hoodwinked and because they're asleep and they believe not in the name of Islam. We've got to the point where we've got to admit that this has everything to do with Islam.
So are you?
Can I say my bit?
Okay, go ahead, Raj.
Right, so I think first of all, I don't hate anyone on this panel per se. If you was dead in the street, I would piss in your face though. So just to make it.
You have to lower the tone down.
I don't hate no one.
Come on, Raj. Just let it be, man. Let it be. Just been civil for like 20 minutes.
Calm down. 1 minute. I was just about.
We got like 5 minutes of civility.
So let me calm down. Calm down. I'm trolling. I come in peace.
How can you do shit without trolling?
I come in peace. Come in peace.
You are a troll.
I come in peace. So when it comes, I can't take you seriously looking like a gimp.
What do you mean? He's got the England. It's a hockey match.
Right, so let me.
You're a fucking idiot, Raj.
Let me
take you serious.
I know. I don't mind. Listen,
finish it off.
So I think the reason why people are so upset now, I think one is the fact of the profession of the teacher. The fact that he was a teacher, I think that makes a bit of a difference. Also, the fact that they were beheaded, which obviously is much more barbaric and close up and personal. You know, people when they
Lee
think
Rigby.
about that. Oh yeah, this is why Lee Rigby.
He was beheaded.
Right, so let me finish.
Yeah.
So let me
finish.
finish.
Let finish, Mercy, and you're next.
So that's why Lee Rigby, whenever people still think about that, that still resonates a lot because of the fact of the barbaric nature of the way they tried to kill him or the way they did kill him. The same with the situation with the church. The fact that it was in the church and it's an old woman, because I've actually seen a photo. It was an old woman. She was in her 70s and stuff like that makes people think more because of how vulnerable these people are. The fact that they're in professions where they should be protected. You understand? Now, I'm not saying any other murder is less or more than another. I just think these ones have more impact because of that, in my opinion. And the reason why they were murdered over a cartoon.
Okay. Mercian, you want to go?
Yeah, so obviously with these terror attacks, it's obviously why we've got these terrorist attacks, because we've brought people who follow Islam into our nations, right? Like that's why we've got these people on. This religion should be banned from our nations. Ultimately, like then people should never have been able to be brought here. Going forward, with the rise and how many more Muslims are in the UK every year, it's only going to get worse, and all across Europe, right? There's going to be more and more terrorist attacks, and then you'll probably start to get instances of people doing retaliation stuff, isn't it? Like there's been right-wing attacks before, isn't there? With the nail bombing in London, right? I think that was in the 90s or whatever. And then there was that left-wing group. Titan was telling me about them yesterday. They called it the Angry Bird Brigade. Like they tried to do some bombings as well in like the 70s and stuff. So yeah, as it gets, people get obviously more and more pissed off with all the politicians what going around, isn't it? Because the left wing are pissed off with the politicians. You can see the like Black Lives Matter in America is going to escalate stuff as well, because that's spread over here, and all these different groups are going to be getting pissed off with the government and each other. And I reckon it's all just going to escalate more and more as the demographics continue to change in this country, isn't it? That's why I see it.
Okay, I just want to take a minute.
Though, right? Well, it's been normalised now. I don't think people are shocked anymore.
Sure. I just want to take a minute just to highlight, and I don't want this to be dismissed as well. There were at least two, I'm not sure if there were more, but certainly two Muslim individuals that were stabbed to death, also in France, as a result of all of this escalation. So
Wow.
I don't want to appear that I'm just highlighting the Christian deaths or the non-Muslim deaths. I will highlight the fact that there were two individuals who were Muslim who were stabbed in France as potentially, I'm not sure about the background, I haven't read into the full background, but as potentially a response to the beheading of the teacher, and possibly as a response to all the other beheadings and murders that have happened since then. So this is becoming, unfortunately, a tit for tat situation, and I don't know about anyone else on the panel, but I certainly don't want this as a result. I don't want this to be a scenario where we just have to keep upping the ante. I mean, Hatun got punched in the face. Tommy Robinson is now showing up in Speaker's Corner. What's going to happen tomorrow? Nobody knows.
I believe there's certain events that are going to happen, and there'll be no turning point. And I think in France at the moment, they've had serious immigration there. They've welcomed people in because it was the dumb thing to do. It was,
to follow suit from Germany.
All this stuff. They welcomed it because it was what they were told to do, and they're not all bad. The people coming into your country are refugees, even though they're males. And if you look at the people that have actually done these attacks, they're either just finished prison, or they're already on the watch list, or they're newcomers to the country. And I think they've got exactly what they wanted, because there's no way to stop this other than what the president's doing. And he's
the reason why
around all the mosques. And he's got no
the reason why Macron's taking this hard position,
Macron has to do that.
It's because Macron realises, that if he doesn't, that he's going to lose to Le Pen. He don't really give a fuck about what's going on. He's just basically cucking to his supporters so he gets re-elected. But he has he's not going to change anything, because he's scared of Le Pen, isn't it? Because Le Pen's polling at around 50-50 with him. So yeah.
So where's the proof that the priest got killed? Because I've been googling it. He's injured.
I heard he got shot. I didn't know.
He got shot, but I didn't say he's killed. Another thing is about the two other women, two other people being murdered. Is there any links to that? Because I've not.
I mean, it's shock. Even if he hadn't been killed, it's shocking. Like it sends shocking to the average person that a priest could be killed in a church or shot in a church. Right? It's like irrelevant to the average person, almost, isn't it? He still got shot inside a church for being a priest.
Yeah, I mean, again.
Do you think this? Sorry.
I'll go ahead, Mr. IC3, because I was actually going to literally bring you in on this.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's to me. I feel all the events are intensifying. Have been orchestrated by some planners who are using the present tension as a distraction so that they can bring in more strict and new policies in which to control people and control the world more efficiently. So with the COVID going on, plus with this tension, I mean, people's minds are completely, well, I won't say completely, but are seriously being battered emotionally. And so in a climate like this, I think people in power think it's wonderful and an opportunity to bring in some new policies and new rules and new ways of doing things. So that's what I suspect. Anyway.
So, Mr. IC3, do you? I mean, I know. Now, I want the audience and anyone who doesn't know to have full disclosure. Mr. IC3 follows Ralph Masselmani and Right Reaction's concepts of neo-reactionary and acceleration, and the homo global hegemony and cathedral concepts. So, if you guys don't know about that, I suggest you look up neo-reactionary concepts and philosophy. So that's where I just want to give people the background of where you're potentially coming from. Am I incorrect?
I don't believe any of that. It was religion that did this.
I know. But what I mean is, I want everyone to know that Mr. IC3's comments come from potentially that background. So is that?
But he didn't do this. He didn't do this because the Jews were doing it. He did it because he did this because of religion.
Mr. IC3 is a Pan-African who's jumped on, we'll all be nationalist in it together and we'll fight the bankers. That's Mr. IC3.
I know, but what I mean is,
to do religion, religious only.
Yeah, exactly. But he comes from that philosophical background. You know, this is what's built up. At least, unless I'm misrepresenting you.
Well, you're not a neo-reactionary NRX, are you? You didn't say you were before.
He's not necessarily neo-reactionary, but he certainly follows that.
No, I'm not. No, but I'm following and investigating and trying to understand how it works, because it does seem to be a very good breakdown of how power.
Hold on, Mercian, please let Mr. IC3 finish. Go ahead, Mr. IC3.
Yeah. So the NRX analysis of how power works in the current world is very good. So that's why I'm very interested in following, seeing what they're doing. Let me finish. You won't know what I think unless I get a chance to say.
Yes,
so,
it takes forever, man.
No, I know. We have to be a little bit patient.
See, I did not. You need to allow people to finish a sentence.
Hold on, guys. Mr. IC3 thinks what he says through. He doesn't just speak frivolously. You have to be a little bit patient with
him. So therefore, the NRX seems to be a system of analyzing how power works. And I'm trying to speed up now. And so therefore, the way that the NRX analysis of how world power works seems to be very accurate and very accurate. So that's why I'm very interested in their ideas and trying to understand it.
Hold on. One last.
Then the end question. Yeah, the end question will be: is the NRX analysis seems to say that the power is is beyond human control. It's a result of human activity, but it's basically the machines or like Skynet or like Terminators.
Okay,
And,
okay, guys, one at a time. Hold on.
Let me finish. I'm going to set up.
Hold on.
Let me in.
I know.
So that's
England,
one
you're
view,
next.
And then the other view
England, you're next.
is that there's.
Go ahead, Mr. IC3.
Yeah, the other view is that there's an elite. Yeah. The other view is that there's an. So view one, there's two views that I understand. Apparently, position one, NRX is saying that the ruling power of this world is not people, it's a system, a bit like Skynet, a bit like the Terminator, that has come about as a result of human activity. The next version, version 2, is that there's people behind it, and they're using technology to achieve world government. So, I'm not sure which one goes to.
Okay, England, sorry, Mercian, you're next. England, go, and then Mercian.
I want to go on this NRX thing, right? I can guarantee you, right, if I was to ask IC3 what the 4 pillars of the cathedral, I bet he can't answer. Go on.
Okay, no. Hold on, Mr. IC3. Mercian, go ahead.
So sorry, Banksy, I need to go. Yeah, I just want to say I'm going to be bad man.
I've got it written down, but I can't answer straight away now.
No problem, Mr. IC3.
Anyway, thanks anyway for letting me back on. But
No, it's okay, Raj. Raj, you're always welcome. I know it's a bit of a crazy. You're like the Hassan of my panel. You're
Thank you, everybody.
unpredictable.
All love to you guys. The Punjabi Sikh will be the new St. George's of the UK. We're going to run things.
All right, Raj.
The Indians will run things.
I'm sure. Okay, Mercian. Sorry, this is Mercian's time.
Yeah, so IC3, you've changed your position, right? Because before you thought that people would control the system, and now you're saying you're not sure. So you've changed your position.
That's right.
You've changed your position by listening to.
Well, no, the thing is, Mr. IC3, guys.
This is my point, right? I understand the NRX analysis of the cathedral, right?
Yeah.
IC3.
Wow, better than me.
IC3 has spent hours and hours and hours amongst NRX, ideology. And what I'm going to say is, I bet he can't say what the 4 pillars of the cathedral are.
He just said he doesn't know.
Well, no, because Mr. IC3 is at the moment initiating into the NRX concepts and ideas.
From the hangout.
Hello, Sky. Okay,
Who's
Miss
that?
Sky, just bear with me 1 second. Now, England, what I understand. Now, this is my interpretation. This is my theory of Mr. IC3. Mr. IC3 on the philosophical basis agrees with what Ralph has been saying about NRX thinking. Now, I believe that, again, Mr. IC3 can correct me, is that most of what Mr. IC3 thinks of the NRX is what he has been given by Ralph. He has not independently examined the NRX separately.
Okay, can I just? I agree with that, Banksy. But can I just say something? If you're gonna be talking about this, to a panel where you're sort of making your point, and you've been for the last 7 months been on Ralph's panels talking about this, surely by now he would know what the 4 pillars were. So let's not bullshit.
I agree. But I don't think Ralph has ever pointed out those pillars, and so I don't think Mr. NRX has made.
Yeah, it's gone through NRX up no end, right? But listen, IC3 thinks that Ralph, is a dangerous man, but he's a very powerful man. So the more time IC3 looks at it, sees it as a benefit, spending as much time as around Ralph to learn how these people operate.
You would know what the 4 pillars were.
That's what IC is doing. He's playing a game, isn't it? He don't believe in it. IC3 is not interested in NRX. He's interested in how Ralph operates because he thinks Ralph's a powerful.
Possibly.
You can't tell me you don't know what the 4 pillars. Can I say something though? What's happening in France? It had nothing to do with NRX or anything else. Why that man shot that priest and did that. Do you know what that was for? That was down to religious grounds and fuck all else. Let's not pretend it had a higher force. Maybe the ins and outs thing that's going on, but the man that actually shot him was an immigrant that had been there, come through legally, and he shot somebody. So let's not pretend it's got this higher force. It was down to religion, religious order. And if you don't know what the 4 pillars are by now, after you've been articulate for hours and hours and hours over the same subjects, even when you was on my panel, you talk about the same thing. If you don't know what the 4 pillars are now, I think it's quite shocking.
Well, what I will say, and this is
Just by knowing what the 4 pillars are doesn't mean that you understand the whole thing. Just by knowing 4 words.
Well, no,
it's not as simple as
you
that.
would know
Mr.
what they
IC3.
are, though. That's the problem. You would know what they are.
Yeah, Mr.
so you'd be
IC3,
schooling your crap.
I think what
Let's
streets
not be naive.
Yeah, I
Do
think
you know what the dichotomy is as well of the 3 different stages of the people? Do you know what that is, IC3? That's another thing. You should...
Hold on. I just want to simply.
Yeah, that's very good. That's very good, Mercy and Chauvinist. Yeah, that's.
So who are the 3 classes of people in the trichotomy? Tell us.
No.
Yes,
guys.
as far as I understand.
Mm.
Sorry, I'll listen to the.
No. All I was saying
speak.
is that I personally believe that most of IC3's understanding of the NRX and the neo-reactionaries is from what he has got from Ralph. He may not have actually independently researched that.
No understanding whatsoever.
He needs to do his own homework.
That's what the 3 classes are in the trichotomy. What the 3
Okay,
different classes.
Mr. IC3, please.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure if he understood that, but Mr. IC3, what Mercian is asking is, do you know
sorry,
the
sorry,
3?
Yeah, okay, I'll just take it off my mute.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I was on mute. Yeah. So, my understanding, that although very poor, of the NRX movement, because I've got to get my head around it completely, most of it is coming from Ralph. But so far, having listened to some of the other people, I'm starting to notice that there are differences of opinion even within the NRX.
No, there's
people
no
come to different
difference of
conclusions.
No, hold on, Mercy. Please let him give his explanation, and then you can counter that.
You don't know what
No, guys. Hold on, guys. You have to allow Mr. IC3 to give his understanding of it, and then you can counter to where he's incorrect.
All right, let me in next then, Banks.
No worries. But Mr. IC3, give your explanation of how you understand it, and then others will correct you if you are incorrect afterwards.
Can I just say something? Are you saying to me that you've done no research yourself to know what the 4 pillars are? After all this time, after speaking to this, you're telling me you never went away and gone, wonder what this is? Wonder if this cathedral is? Wonder what the 4 pillars are? Even going back as far as 7 months ago, you really trying to tell me? I don't know.
You understand it.
What the 4 pillars are? You can't answer that.
Yeah, and I'll tell
you can't understand them. So I would need to know what they are to understand them.
I'll tell you the reason why I understand it is because right? Yeah, really.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, England, if you want to.
Okay, go ahead.
Listen, this is an esoteric.
I'm listening now.
Hold on, miss.
This is an esoteric information. All you have to do is look up the YouTuber Charlemagne, right? And every graph, every spreadsheet, every PowerPoint that Ralph, like I call him NCI, No Clout Indian, every single bit of information that No Clout Indian has got is from Charlemagne, right? All you have to look up in Google, on YouTube, is neo-reaction theory, right? And on neo-reaction theory, it tells you exactly what the cathedral is. It lays it all out. In fact, IC3, it spoon feeds you. But you're willing to sit there, listen to NCI, talk about the 1%ers, talk about the bankers and all this shit instead of going to the source.
Is it about Ralph?
Okay. Sorry, Miss Sky. You haven't spoken.
Who is that? Who is that talking?
That's Miss Sky.
Sounds like a child.
Yeah, she's very.
No, I'm not a child.
She sounds very young, but she's not. But Miss Sky, okay, what would you know about the new reactionaries, and how would you like to express yourself on that. I'm sorry, guys. I'm very drunk now, and I'm just slurring my words. So that's what's gonna fucking happen from this point, because I am on the second bottle and I'm halfway through the rum. So that shit's gonna happen now.
I'm drinking alcohol as well.
Holy shit. Okay, go ahead, Miss Sky.
This will be fun.
Are you talking about Ralph?
Yeah, neo-reactionary. What is your thoughts?
No, I was talking about the bombing, the killings, but
Okay. We digressed. At the moment, we're on neo-reactionary. We may go back to the bombing later. I'm not even joking. My shit is fucking all over the place now. I'm barely able to see the screen.
Ralph got disabled. Jupiter told me that he's not disabled. He was walking. He was walking at him. Punch him. And I was like, yes, he lied about being disabled. I knew he wasn't disabled.
Who wasn't disabled? Sorry, I'm missing something here.
Ralph is not. Yeah, he's not disabled. He lied.
Ralph has never been disabled. When was he disabled?
He's disabled.
Because
are we talking about the same Ralph?
Right? You see, you've got Anons like Sam M, who's one of your moderators, right? Saying that I was sucking up to Ralph. But you did see me, Sam M, right? Expose NCI, did you? You faggot, right? So you can give it the big, right? You can give it the big speech, but I exposed that cunt, right? I rumbled that cunt. But you're there in the side chat typing away, you little fucking Anon fag. Get on the panel and speak, you fucking incel, right?
Okay, dickhead, I will.
Okay. Are you okay, Miss? Miss, give me 1 second. I just want to go back to the neo-reactionary things and Mr. IC3. Mr. IC3, did you...
Yeah, can you explain the trichotomy? Because that's what I asked him. He didn't get the idea.
Exactly. I want to get back into that because I think Mr. IC3, most of the stuff that he's been fed is through Ralph's filter. And I want to understand, have you actually started to actually research
let's start with the trichotomy. Explain to us.
Oh, yes. Yeah, but for me, until I can put everything in my own language and explain it,
you don't get it. You don't get it
in my own way. I don't feel that I'm anywhere with it.
Yeah, you don't.
I don't believe that I've got it. So, England, I think, has got it. Have you got it, England? Have you got it?
Yeah, I've got it. All I have to do.
Have you got it, England?
Okay. That's a good segue. England, could you explain to us what you've discovered about the neo-reactionary, so that maybe Mr. IC3 can take that and run with it?
If you want to watch anything on neo-reaction theory, don't listen to NCI. Look up Charlemagne. I'll put the link in Google. Every PowerPoint, every talking point that Ralph NCI speaks about, right, has been put out by Charlemagne.
Okay.
All you had to look up in YouTube was neo-reactionary theory, right? You've got faggots like Sam M giving it the bigger.
Okay, thank you.
Right?
Okay.
You've got saying Ralph is triggered. You got
okay. What is your understanding of it?
Yeah, because I'm right now.
Okay.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest.
Hold on.
No, I know. I am literally googling Charlemagne neo-reactionary. Would that be a reasonable Google search that I should look for?
Okay.
I'm asking England because I'm actually following the steps here.
Right. Listen. Right. I'm going to put it this way. Right. I'm going to put it in the side chat. And never, ever in school did I do other people's homework. Right? I'll put it in the side chat. You do the research. I'm not spoon feeding you guys.
No, that's fine. But I mean, I was just trying to follow your instructions on. You said Charlemagne. I literally wrote in Google Charlemagne neo-reactionary theory, and what I do get is a website that's called From the Atlantic, which is what is the NRX. Neo-reaction movement, and it's an Atlantic article. I get that repeatedly, but I'm not sure if that's a trusted site or trusted source.
There's lots of information.
Exactly. So I'm trying to get what
there you go.
Have got.
That's right.
Oh, England is gone. But yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I was genuinely trying to follow what he was pointing out so that I can get, because there is actually a Wikipedia on the Dark Enlightenment. There is also Geeks of Monarchy.
Yes,
the rise of the neo-reactionaries. But are these actually the sites that we should be looking at? Are these the same things that maybe
there you go.
Because I'm not joking. I'm genuinely trying to find external. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I think Ralph is mostly full of shit. I think Ralph is an old, retired Indian man playing games on the internet because he's just bored and he hasn't got anything better to do. That's my general opinion. But if he is onto something, if he is actually saying something of value, then I'm more than happy to look into it and look into the critiques or the people who critique that mindset.
Exactly.
And if England is saying he's found sources, I'm more than happy to look at that, because
the approach.
I don't mind. I'm honest.
They're talking about Brian, and
they're talking about Brian.
We're not talking
Yeah.
about
Who's Brian?
now people talking about Brian. I want to talk about Ralph tonight, guys. Ralph.
One second. I just want to.
Hold on, Miss. Okay, Mercian. What are your thoughts?
I'm going to put up my screen now and just like.
Okay, I don't understand why England fell out. England just dropped off.
Let me just.
Maybe you clicked the wrong button. Okay.
Yeah.
Share when you're ready to share.
It'd be nice to hear what Mercy has to say, because a lot of people say they think they.
Okay, I don't know whether it's because I'm inebriated on like a really. I mean,
No,
I've just noticed. I've noticed I've become a bit of a lightweight. Half a bottle of vodka.
Coming now,
I'm already
okay.
feeling pissed.
Because too many people are getting cocky as if they know it, and then they say, "Oh, you don't know it, but I know it." And then also,
Hang on a minute. No one's hang on a minute. IC3. Hang on. No one's being cocky. But if you're going to try and be versed on this, and you don't know what, don't you? If you don't know what the four pillars are, even you haven't even gone into the depth to understand what the foundations are of this, I think it's very weak for you even to talk about it. That's it.
Okay, so Mercian, what is this video?
Okay, well, you think it's weak? Do you know?
So this is like one of the they talk about trichotomies all the time, don't they? Like fucking, there's three. How they call like.
That's right.
How,
Yeah,
like,
that's very interesting.
There's like the middle ground, and then there's like three different triangles, and like people in this position and that position and whatever, right? So this is one example.
Oh, is this the one about the clergy, the warrior race, and the
Yeah,
sort
so the
of
commoners are
kings?
you've got the clergy, right? The phenomenist, who I really have to explain this one, I think not right. Then you've got the nobility. Technical. I'm not very good at reading all these either.
Technical commercialists.
I mean, the third one is the commoners, right? The ethno-nationalists. No offense, dear F, that's the commoners of the Middle Ages and so blah 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 blah. But that's this is Charlemagne's breakdown of it.
Okay. So this is I've got this actually.
Yeah.
I had this ages
I have
ago,
recently,
which was always interested to me. Yeah,
I was basically
very
that's what I was showing all the ethno-nationalists like on Telegram and stuff, and I was posting like, look, they see us as basically commoners, the ethno-nationalists, man. We'll still be at the bottom of the pile, isn't it? Saying like this.
Sure.
England wants the link.
There you
again,
go. Yeah.
Thanks, right.
Oh,
There's
sorry.
the link in the there's the link in the chat for that.
Yeah. I actually did. Yeah, England. What's the link? Yeah. I actually did get. So I had this video saved ages ago because I did see this on Ralph's streams long time ago. But where does this lead to?
Right.
Like where do we go with this? What do we do with this?
Right, that's the question.
Well, IC3
so that's what I'm trying to get an understanding.
Sorry, Mr. IC3. Mercian, what was that?
So Ralph always. IC3 used to always ask Ralph.
Yeah, what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. IC3.
Will people stop talking about what I'm doing? I'm trying to talk to you what I'm doing. Why are you saying IC3 is doing this? Let me say what I'm saying. I'll tell you what I think.
Yeah. Guys, hold on.
I'm not telling you what I'm thinking, yeah? What I'm saying, you used to ask Ralph a specific question all the time, yeah? Now, what you used to always what you wanted to talk about was the banks, and what you wanted to ask him was about crust of it, because it took you ages to get down to the answer, right? And the question was, is it a system? Is the system running itself, or the bankers control the system? Right. That was the ultimate question you had for Ralph. Correct. Right.
Yes,
That's,
correct.
That's what I was just pointing out. I won't try and.
Correct.
Okay. So, Mr. IC3,
Yeah. So that question.
Yeah, keep going. You've been with Ralph, and you've been on his panels, and you've looked into what he's been saying about the neo-reactionaries. Now, I don't know whether you've done your own research outside of what Ralph has been saying, but what is now your take on Ralph's?
Yes, I have
ideas.
Let me clear this up. Yes, I have, but I have not come to a conclusion yet. So I am not totally dependent on what Ralph is saying, but I listen very carefully to Ralph because he's very familiar with that community. So I listen to Ralph and then listen to the people who he's talking to, and listen and also read other bits and pieces. So because there seems to be a variety of views on exactly what is the significance and how the cathedral actually plays out and works with a variety of different views, I need to still listen more before I can explain it myself and understand what the differences are. So I'm not just saying just because I know the 4 pillars that I know the whole thing. No.
I'm with you.
Just knowing the whole 4 pillars is not enough to be able to say you understand what's going on, in my opinion.
4 pillars are. That was the question.
I think that was I'm just gonna call it what it is. I think that whole business of what is the 4 pillars, that's a bit of a gotcha kind of question. That have you really been doing your own research, or do you?
Exactly.
It is what journalists as politicians. It's kind of a gotcha, what they call a gotcha type of question. Oh, you don't know the 4 pillars? You don't know anything about neo-reactionary. I think it's a bit disingenuous, but
if a Muslim didn't know the 5 pillars of Islam, would people ask?
Yeah, but that's the fake. That's what I mean. That's the same type of questions Muslims ask. People who are critiquing Islam is, oh, do you know Surah Al-Fatah? Come on, recite to me Surah Al-Fatah, because if you can't recite...
No, I think it's a reasonable question, because then you can have a conversation on what the 4 pillars are, whatever, right? I think that's what he was trying to get at.
I understand that, but I think you can still have a reasonable understanding of a particular thing without knowing...
you didn't answer if you knew what the 4 pillars were.
I understand that, but I mean, I'm just trying to be extremely generous, if you like, to Mr. IC3's point, is in the fact that he may not necessarily have gone out of and researched neo-reactionary on his own. He's mostly being spoon-fed by Ralph, and he's taking Ralph's words and comments on face value. And if he has been doing that, he may not know the 4 pillars of neo-reactionary, but he knows what Ralph has been saying.
To share his plan with us, but I ultimately think IC3 realises that Ralph is full of shit, and he just thinks that he's a interested character and uses interesting tactics, and he might be a powerful man, and that's what IC3 likes being around him, because you can learn loads of tricks off these people if you watch their characteristics and like how they act and their mannerisms and how they use certain tactics. Like Ralph's very good at like giving people fake compliments to make you think like he's your friend and stuff, and he's very good at like manipulating and stuff like that, right? And like, so I think IC3 is playing a game with Ralph, in my opinion.
Maybe.
That's just my opinion.
I mean, I think maybe the case with Mr. IC3 and Ralph is the fox is trying to outfox the fox. I don't know. I mean, this could be a whole fox and hound game, or it could be just a fox and fox game. Maybe these guys are all trying to troll each other. I don't know. But you're right, Mercian. Ralph gives compliments. This is the same as the politicians who give compliments to their political opponent, going, although Mr. Johnson is an amazing speaker, but I would like to point blah blah blah, and everything that comes after that "but" is to shit, to take a giant shit on the person that they just complimented.
You got it. That's right. So you have to remain sharp. Don't assume you know anything.
Yeah. Sorry. Miss. Sorry, you were saying something. What was that?
Add me on the hangout a bit. I want more friends on the hangout. I needed help with it. Thank you.
I see. Okay.
See you later.
Cool. We'll look into that a bit later. We have England back. Okay, let's pop England on. England, is that you?
Let me tell you something, Banksy, right? Let me tell you something, right?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Banksy. Banksy, let me tell you something. You've got people in your side chat, right? Who are your mods, like Sam, right? Total faggots that I'm putting links in there for people to check about neo-reactionary theory and the timing me out.
Guys, don't time England that. Let him put his links.
This is the faggotry you've got with your mods, right? You're asking me questions about neo-reactionary theory and about Charlemagne. You say you can't find it, and then I put the fucking link in there, and some anon who can't even jump on a panel. Some anon, some fucking avatar is timing me out from keeping people from the knowledge.
Okay, England, for temporary purposes anyway, I've added you as a mod so you can put links in if you really want to put links. But I mean, you can put the links in the side chat here and I'll be more than happy to post them for you.
Is that one I've just posted? That's
just to make things fair and equal. I mean, this is the problem. We're trying to keep things equal.
Banksy, you see that link I just posted? Yeah, that's Charlemagne. That's what England's talking about. That's Charlemagne. That'll take you to his YouTube.
Okay. I'm gonna actually look at that myself as well. But
the thing is, right, Banksy, I know you've had a little drink, and so have I, right? but listen, you've got mods, right? You're asking me questions, and I said I'm not doing your own work for you, and I give you a link, a point in the right direction, and then you have faggot anons,
dude. Sam M is a fellow brethren. He's Iranian. You believe in your ethno-nationalist connections, and you believe you want to connect with the people of your with your own people. Well, he's an Iranian. What would you expect me to do?
He's a real faggot. What I'd say, Banksy, is right. What I'd say is, if you're asking me a question and I'm giving you the answer, what sort of faggot stops that?
Look. I'm not going to go into that. But what I will say is, if you are true to your stance that brethrens and fellow haplogroups should unite and people should unite based on your race and your creed, then he is an Iranian. What would you do to a fellow Englishman?
All right. So Sam says, bring your energy to Speaker's Corner tomorrow. Do you think I'm going to travel down to Manchester to speak to some dirty Persian? You come up to Manchester and I'll sort you out, Sam.
But again, I know you guys are having a bit of odds. And the funny thing is, you see, this is a prime example of how I feel that different people of different race and creeds could get on. Is I'm trying to mediate between a fellow an Englishman and an Iranian, and I'm trying to somehow build a bridge here to try to get you guys to talk and to communicate and to be a one.
Listen, Banksy. Listen to the dirty Iranian talking about my mother. The dirty, filthy.
Okay, Sam, don't talk about his mother, please. Okay, guys, this I see this as more of a difference of of individuals than I do of people. But nevertheless, okay, let's brush over that because I don't want the whole thing to get bogged down in that crap. One thing I wanted to mention was, I mean, I know this conversation has gone into the whole neo-reactionary side of things, which I don't. This wasn't really the plan for Halloween. I don't even know where that fucking relates. But since we're here, am I right to? Am I right to?
Hold on. 1 second. He's calling my mother a slag. That dirty fucking Iranian.
Sam, please don't. Please don't.
Listen,
reframe.
I will meet this dirty Persian anywhere.
Holy shit! England. Okay, Sam. Please refrain from insulting people's mums. Let's just chill. let's just. I want the panel to be separate from the text. Because I can't manage both. There's like 60, 70 people in the text. It's gonna fucking drive me insane for me to manage the text. So let's just concentrate on the panel.
Sam, you dirty fucking Arab rat. Listen.
Oh dear.
Listen, Sam.
Come on, man.
No, he's still carrying on. You have no control over your mind. Right?
No, but
So,
Sam, chill,
listen,
Sam.
You dirty Arab brat. I'll meet you anywhere, you fucking Sam rat.
Sam, chill. Okay, England, NRX. Am I on the right understanding that you guys are not in favor of the NRX movement and in
No,
favor of-
brother. No, brother. We're English nationalists, right?
Okay.
And Sam, your mum shagged filthy Arabs.
For God's sake, dude, come on, work with me. Give me a fucking break here, Sam. Stop saying shit.
This is Sam who has no self-control because he's a dirty sand rat. So
please, God, give it a rest.
One second. When English people stand up and behave like the dirty rats that talk to them, then all of a sudden it's English behaviour. You tell that dirty rat to behave himself, and I will.
Both of you chill. I can't monitor text chat and the panel at the same time. Do you know how fucking awkward this shit is? You're killing me here. Okay, let's just completely move on to the NRX conversation. I'll ignore the chat, ignore the text.
Okay.
Let's just concentrate on the NRX. Now, Mr. IC3, have you, during your time, because I know you've been very much on side with Ralph's comments and concepts and ideas and philosophies, have you found holes in this in the conversations you've had with him? Have you found holes in his arguments? Have you found holes in the general principle of the NRX? And is this going to, because you got to realize
what good question.
Yeah, have you found holes in the narrative?
Good question. I've found, I won't say holes, because holes is like making a judgment. Well, this is, I'm still researching, so I've found inconsistencies, which I believe to be inconsistencies, in Ralph's approach. But not only Ralph, I've listened to Charlemagne, read some of his stuff, read some of Curtis Yarvin's stuff, and so I found apparent inconsistencies between not the NRX analysis of power, but how the direction and the conclusion of what the NRX is seeing. So there doesn't seem to be unity amongst all the people that following the NRX way. I can't see consistency in that, and maybe that could be because I haven't got my head around it completely, so I'm seeing inconsistencies that are not there. Okay. Or it could be that I'm understanding that I'm seeing inconsistencies by intuition, so I'm not sharp enough yet to be able to explain what I think
you can't see
or suspect I am.
No, because there is different forms.
So that's why
different forms of the NRX model, right? Yeah, but ultimately they come to the same conclusion at with the last question. So
yeah, I mean, I can see this. I can relate
What's
to
that?
Mr. IC3.
They come to the same conclusion that they believe that they can change the system by programming it different or whatever, like change the Terminator, like by doing it themselves. They all don't think it's people that they think it's the system. They all come to the same conclusion in the crust of it, right? And that's the main, and that's the main question, right? Because you used to always ask Ralph that question, and they would never answer it.
So I'm sorry.
That's right.
Question IC3. You're very good at it yourself, man. You're a tricky man, and
sorry. Mercian,
you're doing yourself. I'm not.
Mercian, can you explain to me again?
You've got your skills. Mercy and Service can actually summarize it quite quickly.
Yeah, but
What's the question? Sorry, Mercian, could you repeat to me? What's the question?
Because ultimately the question comes down to who controls the system, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Now Ralph describes it as a cathedral. Other people say the system. People say the 1%, or whatever you want to call it. Or other people say Jews or whatever. Yeah. Right. Now Ralph's saying it's just a system, yeah, that's basically become too big, right? And it's almost like AI has taken over this system and it's running on itself. So he thinks like this, the NRX think they can, as an outside source, they can basically rewire this system, right? Because it's got too big and no man controls it, right? And then other people will say the elite who are running the system is people running the system, not a computer system. That's what the crux come down.
Yeah, no, but what he says about the 4 pillars of the NRX is that it's a set system, right? Yeah. You don't go on like it kind of runs itself and it's automated, because that's because it perpetuates its same what's the word? Well, no, 1 second, because he says that the heresy to the cathedral is that not all men are created equal, right? However, the cathedral says that all men are created equal, right? And this
they're not on about it from a God standpoint. That was just to appease to you, mate. Like,
yeah. But
they're on about it from like.
But Banksy.
They're on about it from a standpoint of genetics, isn't it? When they're talking about it, because they can sit. That's what they do, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, it appears that Banksy has already took my moderation off me, so this dirty Persian can time me out again.
Moderation? I thought I gave you the mods thing.
Yeah,
dude, you're a mod.
He appeases the Christians and like better nature by saying he's a Christian, like, just to get into another group, and like he done with like the right or the Tommy movement. He just says what you want to hear, because that's what they do. That's what he's doing with the Muslims now, right? He just tells them what they want to hear. He's like I say, he's very powerful and he can manipulate people good, right? But he is a good guy to study and to see what he does, right? Because politics is very dirty, isn't it? So it's good that people have been around him and just learned about how people like that actually act, isn't it? It's educational at the end of the day.
Okay. Let me try to surmise this in my highly drunk brain.
This is right.
Is that, you see, what I recognize the cathedral as Ralph presents it is that this is an emerging property. This is not an individual. This is not a mind. There is no mind behind it. It is simply a sequence of events in which it has come about, and now this beast is a beast of its own, that it needs to be fed without any individual mind behind its workings.
No, what he says is that the heresy, the complete heresy against the cathedral is that not all men are created equal, right?
I agree. But that is based on the premises, the preset that everyone's equal, because equality is what feeds the whole beast.
Okay, so the NRX movement is against the Enlightenment, so it's the Dark Enlightenment. Okay, so what gives energy to the cathedral is progressiveness. Okay, so you already have the cathedral and you have the 4 pillars, okay, which are, what is it, commerce, education, government, and I forget the 4th one.
Media.
Yeah, media. Right. Okay. So what happens is these have been infiltrated by the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory, which is the long march into the institutions. Okay. So these have been overcome by progressiveness and by critical theory. What you have to do in order to gain control of the cathedral is gain control of the narrative. So you have to gain control of critical theory. If you can move that over to window from critical theory to right-wing nationalist opinion, then you will automatically have control of the cathedral. The cathedral isn't some fucking Terminator machine.
Exactly.
Right? It's just a system of delivering a certain message. If you can infiltrate that message and you can overcome that message,
then you can control the cathedral. The cathedral, in essence, isn't a bad thing. However, the message that
what controls the cathedral.
Exactly. The message that the cathedral delivers, whether it's good or bad, is a different issue. However, there are 4 pillars, just like there is to Islam with the 5 pillars. There are 4 pillars to the cathedral. If you gain control of them pillars, then you have control of society. The cathedral in itself isn't evil.
What it comes back to England, let's interrupt you. What it comes back to though is what's controlling what it controls these 4 pillars right here, and ultimately they all need money to operate in it. So it would come back to the money operating the other things, because the other parts need to go to the money part to be able to operate
to some extent, but no.
The media and the education, they need money from the banks, isn't it?
So not necessarily.
I'll be done in 2 seconds, Joe. I'm going to mute myself.
Oh, okay.
It only comes down to do people control the banks, or does the system control the banks? Isn't it? Because the banks are the head of it, right? I want to mute for a little bit.
That's right.
No, I don't agree with this, that the banks control everything, because because the banks don't control academia, right? What controls academia is critical thought at the moment, and that comes from the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory. Okay, so you can have the banks till the cows come home. They can control to a certain degree the media. To a stronger degree, they can control the establishment because they have lobby groups, but they cannot control. The banks cannot control, education.
Well, one thing I will say, England, they are attempting to control the education system. You know why? Because they are holding the purse, the money purse of what things can be explored and studied when it comes to PhD research students researching particular subjects. So they do, and also some other academics do hold to the fact that they need to get grants and funding to what they can explore and study.
That's right.
But what I'm saying to you is, within education, right, you have the students' union, and that will always be left wing, right? The students' union will never be right wing.
Sure.
And that can be funneled through certain groups, through Soros Foundation, through this, that, and the other. Money can be funneled to support these groups, but the banks have dominant control over lobbyist groups, over the media to a certain extent.
Yes,
go on, carry on.
No, so I agree with you that the banks have more. It's the way I see it is, it's amount of influence that they have. So, like, if you think of it in a percentage scale, they have a lot more influence over the media, or a lot more influence over the politicians with lobbying. But when it comes to education, because of the education's system of some things are funded by the university, some things are funded by grants, they can have more or less influence depending on the kind of research a particular PhD student or a particular group is trying to embark upon. So their hegemony isn't as necessarily as high in the education establishment as it is maybe in media or in politics, but they still do have some ability to impose their will through the finances that they control. Are you with me on this? Everybody went dead.
I am
lose
with
internet.
you.
Oh,
I am.
No.
Yes.
No,
I lost internet connection for a second.
No, I am with you. I'm just answering that Sam faggot in the side chat.
And look, dude, leave ignore the chat. Ignore the chat.
One second. If Sam wants to meet me, I'll be outside Manchester Cathedral at 12 o'clock on Monday. If you're not there,
nobody's fighting anybody. Please, God.
If you're not there, Sam, if you're not that so easily triggered, that's right, faggot. I've called you out. I'll be there on Monday. I'm not coming down to London. We're outside Manchester Cathedral at 12 p.m. on Monday. Oh, you're a faggot.
guys, we're not going down that road. It's just ridiculous. No. This is.
Well,
now
it comes
getting
down to though, I think, as well, right? Yeah, you're talking about like the money. The government, who creates the money, right? Because obviously, if you look into the Bank of England, what is it like? 3% of privately owned shareholders, and like that's to do with like the French Revolution, and everyone knows what the Rock done with that. Right? They betted their horses on the right guy and told everyone else that the wrong guy won. But ultimately, that's what it comes down to. The people who are controlling the worldwide fiat money system, what every country's basically on now, where money's created or nothing, you know, and all these banks are like privately owned, like Federal Reserve, Bank of England, whatever bank you do, right?
All the
so
central banks.
Yes, that's
and
right.
so it's not the government that own the money; it's the thing. Isn't it? So if you believe it's people that are doing this, and there's not like this cathedral what Ralph talks about, or the system, whatever, and it's running itself. That's
the thing is. I think that the cathedral that he talks about, at least that's my understanding of the cathedral, is that it's an emerging property that comes out of certain groups, money interest, political interest, social interest, academic interest.
The system got too big for someone to be controlling it, but I'm saying it's a load of bollocks because the fiat money system worldwide, and there's a reason why we can't find out in any country who these private owners are of these banks, isn't it? There's a reason for that. They're all the same people in every country.
Possibly.
Own the whole private shareholder.
That's right. Yeah. I suspect that is true.
So you're not buying into Ralph's bullshit, right?
No, I think Mr. IC3 is playing his cards close to his chest.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking for Mr. IC3.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Mr. IC3.
Yeah, you're right. You've got to maintain a certain state of mind in order to investigate something properly.
I don't think you're investigating you're investigating Ralph, but
sorry, Mr. IC3.
But you're not going to admit. I don't expect you to go into that.
Well, Ralph is just an individual. The NRX is to do with power, the real power. Ralph is just an individual, but what is the machine of power? That's what
you're not going to tell everyone you plan with Ralph. No, I don't expect you to.
No, I mean that's fine.
I reckon I've got you figured out.
But what I will say, and this is something that I've been sort of thinking about. Ralph constantly points out this concept of freedom of speech and Hatoun situation. Now I'm kind of rolling back to our original kind of conversations about Hatoun and tomorrow's events. He keeps saying that it doesn't matter what Hatoun does. This freedom of speech thing, it's meaningless unless you have power. Power is what matters. A Muslim slapped her in the face, and she was powerless to stop it. She was powerless to prevent it. And so ultimately, it always comes down to power. And I, on some level, I do agree with that concept that if you don't have power, you cannot enact your will. Your speech being your will, is only you can only enable it, you can only enact upon it if you are in a position of power. Now, in a democratic society, in a democratic society, the government gives you that power to say you have the right to say the things you wish to say, but the government is the power that makes sure you have that right. They are the ones that have the ability to give you that right. And once the government changes or a scenario in the system changes, that freedom, that power could be taken away from you. Sorry?
In England, that's not particularly true, right, where the power lies, isn't it? Because ultimately the power lies with the crown, right?
Exactly, the crown, the government.
The crown has to represent everything that gets passed in Parliament. I think the crown has 3 representatives in it from the City of London who have to basically have to agree that any bill that's put before Parliament is okay. So if they don't think a bill is okay to put before Parliament for a vote, they can stop that. These 3 people.
Well, of course. I mean, there's probably them, and there's probably the House of Lords. There is, and finally the Queen.
I'm saying before the bill gets being voted on, they can stop it before that even happens.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, again,
they can. That's the power.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Yeah, but what I mean is ultimately, yes, you have to have.
I can't remember what their specific name for the 3 people are. Or maybe IC3 knows, isn't it?
I don't know actually, Mr. IC3.
No, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't know.
But either way,
I like what you said, Mercian. Yeah, I
Well,
did know about that.
what about? Do you agree about the crown though? ITV, right? Yeah.
Yeah, yes, but you see, the crown is still another mystery because I understand that there's two crowns. You see, I said there's a crown in the city. The city has its own crown, and then there's a crown that most of us we relate to the Queen, and so even the crown itself is a mystery because the crown is a symbol of power, and the crown continues even after the monarch dies.
Yeah, the crown.
So
Yeah,
that's
I'm
another
talking
entity.
about,
So I'm still not clear
not
on that.
necessarily
Either.
the Queen or anything. It's a set, like you're saying. There's a separate thing, right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So what is this crown? How does it work? Does the NRX?
Because I think what they done is with the creation of Bank of England or some period, they basically moved the crown from there to the city of London, the major crown. Yeah.
That's what I suspect. That's right, but I can't give evidence of that. So if I start to speak about that, people say,
William
"Oh,
the
there
Orange,
is some
right?
conspiracy theories." That's why
Yeah,
I don't say
William
a
the
lot of
Orange
things.
and the Bloodless
Yeah.
Revolution,
Sorry?
right? When he come over to.
There you go. Yeah, so I kind of avoid.
Obviously, you go back, then you
about
can go
that
back like 40, 50 years
publicly
or whatever,
because
to Oliver Cromwell and who Oliver Cromwell and let back into the country, right? And all that sort of shit, you know what I mean?
Guys, as much as I find this incredibly fascinating, I am unfortunately incredibly drunk and I have to now go and pass out. So unfortunately I'm running up to 6 hours on this stream, which is way more than what I normally do. I do like 1 or 2 hour streams at best. So I have to kind of call it a day on this one. Thank you so much for everyone for coming.
Okay.
And I will bid you all
thank
farewell.
you for the Halloween special.
Yes, thank you guys for coming and making such a great show.
Thank you.
I'm going to try and make it, well, I will be at Speaker's Corner tomorrow, so if anybody's interested, they can catch this, probably the live stream I'm going to run there. I guess, Mr. IC3, you're not going to make it tomorrow. But,
I've watched that.
But yeah, I guess I'll look out for you
Yeah, so
online.
I'll be watching the live streams. Yeah.
Fantastic, guys.
Great.
Thank you.
Great conversation. Great conversation.
It was, guys. Thank you so much for
See you.
coming.
Good night. See you all.
I will talk to everyone soon enough, I guess. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you. Take care.
Okay.
I'm gonna start dropping out. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. I'll be honest, the only reason I have to end this is because I gotta get some sleep. I think we managed to cover Sean Connery. We covered the Orthodox priest shot outside of the church in France. We discussed. I think we covered almost everything. I can't really think of anything else. But yeah, I should have. I guess I got sort of a Halloween theme behind me. I'm drunk. I'll be honest. I'm fucking hammered. I've got like half a bottle, or some 3/4. I don't know, 3/4 of a bottle left. Which I'm not going to drink because I'm going to have a major hangover tomorrow by the looks of things. I already feel the headache coming on. So guys and girls, thank you coming for this Halloween special. Oh, this was the thing I wanted to play. This was the priest shot. Yeah, no, we covered the priest shot. Fucking hell, my brain's all over the shop. Yeah, Tommy Robinson coming to Speaker's Corner tomorrow. Fuck my life. I am so fucking hammered. Yeah. So, this is it. The Wheel of Cunt. We're going to do the Wheel of Cunt. We never did the Wheel of Cunt, people. We're doing the Wheel of Cunt. Here's the Wheel of Cunt. Now, I did get a quote. I did put it in the text whether you want Boris Johnson or Ralph Massalmani. So we have Boris Johnson. We have Ralph, Boris Johnson. Because it looks like Mr. Boris Johnson is going to bring in another lockdown this month. Maybe Monday. I don't know. But if he does, he's a bit of a bitch. And fuck him for locking shit down and fucking up our lives. But I got 2 votes for Ralph and I got no votes for Boris. So we're doing the Wheel of Cunt with Ralph. And so we shall let it spin. Mr. Ralph Masalmani, what shall the Wheel of Cunt say? The Wheel of Cunt says... Cunt! But, hold on. But as is tradition, we do best out of 3. We did it with the fucking mullahs of Iran. We're going to do it with Ralph. Best 2 out of 3. Wheel of Cunt. Tell us what you think. It's 2 cunts. It's 2 cunts out of 3. I will still do the third cunt just in case, but it's 2 cunts. I'm sorry, Ralph. It's the wheel has spoken. 2 out of 3 cunts. The final cunt. I mean, this is just for fun at this point. Yeah, no, that's a pretty solid 3 out of 3 cunts right there. I'm sorry, Ralph. The wheel has spoken. You're officially a cunt, according to the Wheel of Cunt. So yeah. So that's our show for tonight, kids. Thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for just being you, I guess, is all I have to say. Thanks for everyone on the panel. That includes Raj, England FC, Mercian Chauvinist, Streets, UK, Mr. IC3, Pavlov, MC from Poland. Who else has been on? Miss something. Miss I don't know. She had like a picture of. I think she was trolling me. Miss Sky. She had a picture of Manny for some weird reason. But yeah, Miss Sky and anyone else that I forgot to mention. Of course, the big up to everyone in the chat. You guys have been awesome. You guys have been brilliant the whole time, and thank you for all of you for coming up. And we're gonna try and play out with some sort of a holiday or horrifics. I don't know, some sort of I guess Halloweeny themed music. I'm gonna go with. Let me hear this. Let me hear this. Hold on. We're gonna try. That sounds kind of Halloweeny. What's this? No, I'm not feeling that one. That's a lot more ghosty sounding. But before we go there, we're gonna play out with a bit of. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to switch. I'm gonna have to switch my shit. Hold on. Oh God, this thing does not work well when you have glasses. I'm not gonna joke it. I'm not gonna mess with you. I'm not gonna joke. This thing looks like shit with glasses on. Where is it? I don't even know where the face is. Where's the fucking face? Oh, hold on, it's coming. Where is it? Is it still here? Here we are. We're almost there. Okay. Let's just put all this shit on. Fuck me. Okay, boys and girls. Oh, thank you all for coming. Thank you for hanging out. Happy Halloween. Enjoy the candies, and we'll catch you on the next stream sometime tomorrow, I think. This hangover is gonna fuck me up. Tickle your ass with a feather. Peace.